white stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm a leftist global
seeing
warming.
Now
yeah.
I'm seeing
If
colors.
it was up to you, cigarettes would be okay.
Choice, right, John?
The
That's
smog.
your choice,
The
yeah.
smog. That's right. Smog was never a problem back in the 60s
Where's your mask
either.
at
I
today?
wouldn't
It's
know.
coming back, Stoney.
Yeah. I never wore a mask when I didn't have
Problems in
to.
the 60s.
Don't
I have no idea what those problems were.
Don't pull me as a mask elite person.
Are you joining Biden today?
No, I'm not. I'm certainly not going to join the criminal either. When he comes to town tomorrow.
Well, I lit that match, didn't I?
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
Snow? It's September.
I know.
How warm was it when you walked in
world's
this
a changing,
morning?
It was
John.
like I wasn't paying attention. I just saw these things falling down. It didn't look like leaves to me.
Yeah. You're going to start singing Winds of Change?
No, I'm not going to sing that.
No.
I'm just not going to sing. Well, you never know. Saving my voice for Gator Palooza.
Okay. I hope there's video.
Oh,
There's got to be.
yes. By the way, just to set it straight, I'm pretty moderate, if you know. I am.
Somebody's got something.
Oh, I just hate being labeled. That's all. It's like when I can't stand with the afternoon show when they accuse me of just saying things that I don't say. Make fun of me for this. Make fun of me for thinking that it was snow for leave. No, but
Is it more reasonable that Bill Belichick or Marcus Freeman's the next Michigan State head coach?
probably Marcus Freeman.
Or that it's snowing in September.
Twitter poll, Greg.
Yeah. It was 60 degrees when I walked in this morning. Wow, the temperature
I'll get right
dropped.
on that.
Yeah.
Now they look. First of all, we're looking through this thing with it, and
Call the window.
But the fact that it's just, and there's reflections, so you don't get to see everything properly. Look, I'm looking through the window. And what do I see? I see a computer screen on the that looks like it's attached to the back of your car, your truck.
That's called a reflection.
I understand that, right? Exactly. So
Windows
when I
do
look up,
that
and all of
thing.
a sudden I see these things falling that look not rust like they are now. They were just colorless, basically. Oh my God, it looks like snow flurries.
I think it'd be in Heather's news today if it was supposed to snow.
Yes. Yes.
It'd be pretty rare this time of year.
Looking through the portals. I guess we'll call those portals.
Yeah. Anyway, let's talk some college football, shall we?
Okay. Yes. Hopefully it doesn't snow.
John, if you were ranking the club, the student athlete squads right now,
The student athlete squads
yes.
that,
how would you rank them?
that will play American football.
Yes, on American time.
No, we won't be American time. We'll actually be on Central time.
That's true.
Some of these teams, yeah.
Yes.
Some of them will be on West Coast time. Anyway,
Exactly.
so if I'm going to rank the current teams, and here's where I want to go with this. I want to rank them regards to what they've done through 4 games.
Right. Good,
Irregardless
good for you.
of what has happened in previous seasons, just simply what has happened. And I think if you look for the good wins, and I think you've got 3 really good wins this year in college football. You've got Texas with their win in Tuscaloosa over Alabama, so I put them at 1. Number 2 is Ohio State because they went to South Bend, and you could say whatever you want about either team, but that was a great road win for Ohio State. They're at 2. I would put Florida State at 3 because they got that win over LSU to start the season.
Yeah.
And here's where I probably separate from most people. I would have Utah at 4.
Wow.
Because of the fact that they've been able to get to 4-0 using everybody but their starting quarterback. And obviously they played against Florida.
They beat Florida. They beat UCLA.
Yep. And UCLA was ranked at the time.
Yes.
Florida was not ranked.
Right, but they're ranked now.
Correct. Number 5 would be Georgia. Number 6, Michigan. And then this is where you start to fall into kind of placing teams just simply because they haven't really played anybody. And I know that, okay, USC is at 7, Penn State's at 8. Penn State played an Iowa team that was somehow ranked, but they shouldn't have been. Number 9, Oregon. And I kind of feel like that win over Colorado was very similar to Penn State's win over Iowa. And then I've got Washington at 10.
We're not that far apart. There's one major difference, and it's only because I respect the SEC and who they played, even though they're not a great team. But I have Texas 1 for the reasons you mentioned. I have Georgia 2 because they beat South Carolina. I know they didn't play well, but it's an SEC team. So okay. Ohio State 3, Penn State 4, Utah 5, Michigan 6, Washington 7, Florida State 8, Oregon 9, USC 10. The reason Florida State is not big on my list because they came.
Oh, I know the Boston College game.
And more importantly, the kid from Clemson, it's a 30-yard field goal, I think, 35-yard field goal. It should be a chip shot. They lose that game. He misses, and Florida State wins. Give him credit for winning in overtime. But
it was at Boston College, which, okay, I'm not going to sit here and preach that one.
Right,
but at Clemson.
I know, but I discredit him because the guy
LSU was ranked 5.
The guy couldn't make a field goal at home. So that's why. But that's
the kid was in he had a plane ticket to go to somewhere for a internship in 2 weeks. Like they pulled him out of the literally out of the student body as Clemson's kicker.
I don't care. He missed a field goal that should have beaten Florida State. Good for Florida State that the kid missed. I'm not ripping. I guess I am kind of ripping the kid, but I'm ripping Florida State because they should have lost the game if they would have had any type of a kicker for
Any
Clemson.
credit for beating the number 5 team to open up the season?
Yeah, they get some credit. That's why they're 8th. No, they should be.
Some credit.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Time for Chris Villar, 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Head coach Dan Campbell joining Stoney and Jansen earlier this hour discussing their big win over Atlanta, saying that the defense found its identity. They did have one personal regret from that game, did Dan Campbell, however. Yeah, we'll see if they spice it up against Green Bay. Coach also wants to clean up over 100 yards and penalties and says that he did not want to make the call to his former coach Sean Payton after the Saints gave up 70 in that blowout at the hands of Miami. Still plenty of question marks remain with several key players for Detroit. Taylor Decker wants to play through the pain. Montgomery, Joseph Jackson, all questionable. They could see the field in Green Bay on Thursday. They're missing multiple backup linemen, and rookie Kobe Sorsdal could see even more time as well. Scores from last night, the Eagles improved to 3-0 by beating Baker and the Bucs 25-11, and Matthew Stafford threw 2 interceptions as the Rams fell in Cincinnati 19-16. Both teams now 2-1. Elsewhere, Saints quarterback Derek Carr said to have a sprained AC joint. He's being called week to week. Also in Ann Arbor, quarterback J.J. McCarthy called his poor game versus Bowling Green a blessing in disguise. He used it as fuel to bounce back against Rutgers. He says it was a lesson in unrealistic expectations and pressure that he had not felt before. The Wolverines play at Nebraska on Saturday for their first road game. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Chris. 248-539-9797. You'll hear the Dan Campbell interview coming up at 9:35. I wonder, John, what he was referring to. He wish he was less conservative. I don't think it would be on the taking the points early or even punting at one point. Maybe he's play calling?
No.
You think he was just joking?
I think he was trolling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't think there was anything serious about that.
Okay. Cool. Some people fell for the troll, though.
Yes. 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 Of course, Chris Villar on the update.
Some people did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Justin Rogers, too, the Detroit News.
Oh, did he tweet that out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
That was. I think that was a great troll job by Dan Campbell.
All right. We mentioned in this interview as well, and I mentioned it Sunday on the postgame show with Jennifer Hammond, the fact that the second-round picks have been so great thus far, Branch and LaPorta, and Gibbs and Jack Campbell. They've been good.
Yeah.
They just haven't been as good as the second-round picks.
Not as productive.
So, small sample size, in quotes, in parentheses, whatever you want to use. Does this mean the Lions' second-round curse is over? Now, you don't believe in curses, second-round jinx, whatever word you want to use, because you look at their second-round history. How far do you want to go back, John? 30 years? Do you want to go back?
No, I don't think we need to go back that far.
All right, well, pick a year. I'll go back.
Okay, let's go 2000 and...
Why don't we go to your year?
Okay, yeah, let's go 1999.
1999. They didn't have a second-round pick.
Oh.
2000, Barrett Green, linebacker, West Virginia. Now, in 2001, they had two good ones, Dominic Raiola and Sean Rogers.
Okay.
Oh, and my favorite one in 2002. Now, it turns out I wanted somebody that you absolutely hate and disdain. I wanted Clinton Portis, and they took Kalimba Edwards.
Well, not a great pick by the Lions.
No. How about 2003? Boss Bailey.
Champ's brother.
Yeah, he was a
Linebacker out
great
of
college
Georgia.
player.
Yeah.
Terrible in the pros.
Yep.
How about 2004? Teddy Lehman. 2005. Oh, Gov loved this guy, right? Sean Cody. 2006. Daniel Bullocks. 2007. And this is the greatest of all. They had three of them. Drew Stanton, Akaika Alama Francis, and Gerald Alexander. 2008. The great Jordan Dizon. 2009, Louis Delmas wasn't a bad pick.
No.
They didn't. 2011, they had two of them. Both had severe problems. Titus Young, who actually was a good player before he went mental, and then Mikel LaSure, who just liked weed too much. 2012, Ryan Broyles. Hey, let's draft an oft-injured wide receiver. Now, 2013, they had a good one in Darius Slay.
Yeah.
2014, now he stunk here, but he was good with New England, Kyle Van Noy. 2015, and I can't believe this guy's even still in the league. Amir Abdullah, I believe, is still in the league. 2016, a Sean Robinson. 2017, the great Tease Tabor.
Oh, yes.
2018, the oft-injured Kerryon Johnson. 2019, Jelani Tavai. 2020, the oft-injured, but he looked great last night, DeAndre Swift. And then, speaking of injuries, Levi Ozarike in 2021. Josh Pascal in 2022, also injured. And then this year we talked about LaPorta Branch. So, with that great history, can we bury the curse of the second round? Because they got it so right, we think.
Yeah, I think you certainly can. Okay. And when you think about the prospects of LaPorta and the fact that he had 18 catches in the first 3 games, he beat a guy that you probably know a little bit, Keith Jackson from Philly, not the big house Keith Jackson.
From Oklahoma.
17 catches in 1986. 45-yard touchdowns, the longest by a rookie tight end in Lions history. And 186 yards through the first 3 games for a tight end is second only to the infamous Aaron Hernandez.
Oh.
And so then you think about Branch. We know what he did with the pick 6 against Kansas City. And the 3 tackles for loss, 11 total tackles this past weekend, 2 passes deflected. Like, he was all over the place. So I think the second round jinx is, or as you call it,
the curse,
whatever you want to call it. I think the void that has been the second round has been filled.
248-539-9797. Do we have enough evidence to say that the curse is over? Because I gave you a list since 1999 of the second round draft choices that this franchise has had.
And it hasn't been devoid of talent, but it's scarce.
There have been a few good ones.
Yeah, it's a little
very
scarce.
Few.
Yeah.
But if this curse is going away, then is that building the case to kill the biggest curse of all?
Yeah, it's building that way.
It's heading in the it's ascending to that.
Because you could argue the second round curse enabled the bigger curse.
Yes, you could definitely argue that point.
Yeah, I mean,
if they would have drafted better with Matthew Stafford in the second round with Calvin and Sue, they probably would have done a little more.
If they got more production out of the top 2 rounds, meaning basically just the second round.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, yes, one does directly affect the other. Now, it doesn't mean just because you have Sam LaPorta and Brian Branch that this is all of a sudden going to be a team that goes to the Super Bowl.
No.
But if you start looking and you're trying to find different reasons why this team is better off now than it has been, and let's just say since 1999, over the 2 decades, and the prospects, the future prospects are brighter, then I think this is it's an easy correlation to make.
248-539-9797. That's the telephone number, the ticket text. Gov, of all the ones that I listed, who's your favorite?
Gosh, I don't know, Tony. I mean,
there's so many good ones. From. I know, it's
Keith
incredible.
Tabor was just horrendous.
It's probably the most famous bust in the second round because
nobody saw it except Bob Quinn.
When he saw more than anybody else.
Yeah.
Exactly. And 9-7 wasn't good enough for him either.
Well, you know what's so funny is, like, I mentioned Van Noy, but Tavai actually plays for New England. Starts for New England.
Yeah.
He just didn't fit here.
Well, that's the whole Van Noy effect.
Yeah.
If they go to New England, then they work out.
I know. It is incredible. I don't know what they can do to actually, if Branch makes all rookie team and LaPorta does, we should have a ceremony basically burying the second round curse.
Yes, if you believe it's a curse, sure.
Well, what do you believe it is?
It's a void. They've been very bad at drafting in the second round. Now, this is one year where, Brad Holmes appears to have knocked it out of the park.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what does he do next year? Does he follow this up with? And I wouldn't expect through 3 games next year that the second round pick is going to have the pick 6. It's going to be as effective as Brian Branch. It's because we've heard from Dan Campbell today.
Right.
Like they all mature at different times. But what does he do next year with that second round pick?
Yeah. But the reason it is a curse, John, is because it's happened over decades, even ones before the ones I mentioned, with all sorts of administrations. Hello, Kevin Abrams and Juan Roque. I mean, come on, it just goes on and on and on. So when you have something that bad, it's got to be a curse. It's got to be a jinx. It's got to be something. The ineptitude is obvious.
So is the whole GM selection a curse?
It's
just bad hiring.
It's part of it.
And then the bad hires made bad picks.
I mean, it really makes you think, does Martin Mayhew get enough criticism because he was on the coattails of Millen, and obviously he was better than Millen. Okay, I'm not saying he's Millen-like, but does he get enough criticism?
Not a high bar.
From that 2011 to 14 window when you didn't hit on second rounders really, and they had the team that was sitting on the edge of potentially. Yeah. I think the most catastrophic pick of all those is Titus Young, because you could see why they drafted him.
Yeah,
he had a chance to be a borderline stud in this league.
He had some really good games.
He was perfect opposite Calvin as a receiver.
Yeah.
His skill set, and he went crazy.
Yeah.
Is that the curse?
Yes, that's part of the curse. You draft the right player, and he goes nuts. He becomes lionized in ways we've never seen before. Right? I mean, seriously.
Yes. But again, it's a bad hire making a bad pick. And I just don't see that as a curse. I mean, because then you could go, okay, well, was there a first round curse? And you go down the list of first round picks, and they're not all great picks.
No, and the thing is that the ones that Mayhew hit on fell on his lap,
right? And
he was handed a Hall of Famer and Calvin Johnson.
Yes, I mean, look, he drafted Stafford, he drafted Sue. I mean, but then he drafted Nick.
Kind of like giving Al Avila credit for things.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
For
sure.
Reese Olson.
Everybody finds something, but for the most part.
Let's go to Nick in Troy. What's up, Nick?
Yeah. Good morning. I follow these draft picks pretty close as well, and there have been a lot of bad picks. But I mean, if you really think about it, your 2 examples of Van Noy and Tavai. I mean, I think the problem with the Lions has been really inefficient coaching. I mean, I can't believe that these guys, they're on everybody's draft board, except maybe for that linebacker. But I just don't think they develop players very well, and they never really had a good structure. I mean, I think Van Noy is a perfect example of it. I mean, how can he get that much better going to another team? But New England is very good at plugging guys in, right? So that's my point.
Yeah, he played in a different system.
Different system. He also has some better players around him, so they're asking him to do less. And it's also a couple of years down the road where he's been able to develop. I mean, okay, I know Derek Barnes wasn't a second-round pick, but Dan Campbell mentioned, everybody matures at different times. Sometimes, you're just waiting for that light bulb to come. Sometimes the light bulb never goes on.
Right.
But for Derek Barnes, it's obviously it's shining much brighter this year than it has. And so, if you had given up on him saying, you know what, hey, we drafted Jack Campbell, we've got Rodrigo, all of these guys, we don't need Derek Barnes anymore, and then he goes somewhere else this year and plays the way he's playing now, you're going to say, well, they're developing him. No, he was developed here. It just took a little longer to get there.
Okay, you mentioned, look at the draft class that he was part of. Penei Sewell, Onwuzurike, look, he had health issues. He's starting to play a little bit better, okay? Then Ali McNeil, Melifonwu, most people thought was done. He played really well on Sunday. We forgot to bring that up. St. Brown, Derek Barnes, and Jamar Jefferson was not a bad pick for the 7th round. He actually played the NFL. I mean, that's an unbelievable draft. I mean, and then last year, Hutch, J-Mo, hopefully, Pascal, when he gets healthy again, he showed something when he's healthy, Kirby Joseph, James Mitchell, jury's still out, Rodrigo, James Houston, Chase Lucas got promoted. I mean, he's a draft witch, Brad Holmes.
He is drafting very well.
Yes, he is. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, this month, check out the exciting sales events happening at Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield. Shop Ram Power Days and Jeep Adventure Days to find great deals on new vehicles. Here's a couple of options for you. Lease a 2023 Jeep Compass starting at only $269 a month, or a 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn starting at only $299 a month. The best part is Fox CDJR of Southfield's easy 3-step process for purchasing a vehicle. First, work with the expert product specialist to pick out the perfect vehicle for your family. Next, the team will help you find the best price or payment for your budget. And finally, after you say yes to your new ride, take delivery in less than an hour with their expert delivery team. Stop by the dealership today at 11 1/2 and Telegraph for the best guest experience you've ever had, or you can visit them online at Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield.com. That's Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield.com. See dealer for complete details based on bank approval, proper and required documentation, including employee number, registration, and funds.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. We're doing Lions, but I'm going to mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year, because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something, because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing. That's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
And waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Sam LaPorta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hockenson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hockenson's rookie year, but TJ Hockenson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam LaPorta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or TJ Hockenson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hockenson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, LaPorta looks great.
LaPorta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hockenson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better.
Two 248-539-9797. We have some, ticket texts. Bob in Rochester about the second-round curse. The last few drafts, they got good talent, but they were plagued with injury. That could still happen. That's Bob in Rochester.
Yeah.
It's not a curse when you have inept people employed making the wrong picks. Well, it's part of the curse that you have the inept people there to begin with. It's not a second-round curse. It's a coaching hire curse. Well, sometimes it's not even the coach, it's the players. Holmes is hitting in the 4th and 5th rounds as well. And Holmes we trust. Absolutely.
Yep.
I mentioned the last 2 drafts. Mayhew didn't do his due diligence on Titus Young. If they would have done any research on him, they would have known he was unstable. I wasn't familiar with his Boise State background, so I don't know. But if he was, then yes, the Lions did not vet that properly. It's not a curse, Stoney. It's ineptitude. The Lions organization is the problem. That's from Darryl G. And from Jeff in Ann Arbor, it's not a curse. It's a psychological stigma passed down through generations. Okay.
One constant, all right?
I'm not going there. Yes.
Might as well.
Yeah, well, that's different than a curse, to be quite honest with you. The one stigma. Now, it might be considered a curse if Jalen Carter comes out and goes to Canton or something like that, but he's playing unfreaking believable through a very small sample size of 3 games. And John, you wanted him probably more than even I wanted him at the draft, and he made a play last night. He made 2 plays almost back to back. One was he was double teamed and he sacked, and then there's another one where a guy got away and he came out of nowhere and just hustled and knocked the ball loose.
Yeah. I mean, he was also a big part of that safety.
Yes.
Him and Jordan Davis.
Mm-hmm.
So he's having a good start to the season. He's playing in a defense that is utilizing him. He's playing in a team that's utilizing him, and they're getting maximum production right now.
Well, don't you think he would do the same or pretty close to it here?
I think he'd be very good here.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yeah. I mean, yes, having Fletcher Cox and Jordan Davis and Brandon Graham, that definitely helps.
It does.
But so does having Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah. I mean, he would have been a huge asset to this defense. There's no question.
He wrecked the game last night. Hurts threw a pick, and then he sacked Mayfield, and then he forced a fumble, and it was near the end of the first half, and the Bucs were trying to get within a score, And because of what he did, he got the Eagles a ball back.
Yes.
They got a field goal before half, and then they got the ball to start the half, and they basically took over the game.
Yes.
He wrecked the game last night. But you tweeted out, give him the gold jacket ready, question mark. And I know you're being silly.
Yes, yeah.
But if you're going to do that, well, Sam LaPorta has the most catches by a tight end in 3 games.
Give him a gold jacket.
So get him the gold jacket.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, Brian Branch, he wrecked the game in Kansas City. Pick 6.
Yeah, absolutely.
Give him a gold jacket.
Tony's handing out the gold jacket.
I said might. Come on.
When are you getting your radio gold jacket?
I don't know. I don't know. I put in my order with John Odyssey, and they said they. You're
going to take one of these Marconis with you?
No.
Nope.
Not taking the Marconi. Not part of my DNA. I don't steal anything except time. What's up, Heather?
Well, now that Taylor Swift is supposedly dating Travis Kelce, Native American activists are hoping that she's going to speak out against the tomahawk chop and also some other Native imagery that is used by the Chiefs. So there's one Native American activist that says, we remain hopeful that an outside influence like Miss Swift could be an ally for us in moving the conversation forward on why the chop is a racist act. She goes on to say more, basically saying that she hopes Taylor Swift can be this voice, this powerful voice of reason. And there was a clip during the tomahawk chop that she did not take part in. I'm guessing maybe she didn't realize it was happening.
Yeah.
Who knows? We don't know why she didn't partake, but
Can
that's what they're
we just let
hoping.
her be a fan for a little bit? Can we just let them figure it out?
But she is who she is. She's got a big voice and a big presence. So, and if you missed it, I don't know how you missed it, but Swift and Kelce, they left the stadium together. They drove off in his convertible. They went to an after party where he rented out an entire restaurant for the team and for his family to, have some cocktails, have some food, have some dancing going on. And they were very apparently affectionate with each other at this after party.
Oh, yeah. That's
and then
what
they left the
say?
After party. The sources say.
The sources
they,
say.
Those people. Yes.
Those.
That's what they say. 4 Macomb County high school students were arraigned as adults on Monday in connection with a shooting that left the victim paralyzed from the neck down and in critical condition. The Warren Woods Tower High School students are all aged 14 and 15 years old. They were charged with assault with intent to murder, armed robbery, and conspiracy to commit armed robbery. And then 3 of them were also charged with felony firearm. This is rather disturbing. There's a man in Massachusetts that is facing multiple charges after he's being accused of running a dental office out of the back of a convenience store.
Oh,
yeah, the
dollar store? Got to make it affordable.
Yeah, the 64-year-old man was arrested on Friday after he was busted just performing dentistry in the store. He performed all sorts of things, exams, extractions, cleanings, anything teeth related he could do, and he was doing all of it without a license. And here's what the police chief says that they found in the store. Yeah, I can't imagine needing to be in a situation where I have to go to a dentist out of a convenience store. I mean, it's thankfully it doesn't sound.
What did he do for the previous 62 years? Like, is he a former dentist?
No, but I think he said he had a background in medicine, but he's from another country. I don't have the article pulled up in front of me. So I think he did have some sort of medical background, but he was not
licensed
a
here.
dentist,
No.
yes, or licensed here. And in case you missed this, the Powerball jackpot has grown to $835 million after there was no grand prize winners drawn last night. So that means you still have a chance. If you win, the lump sum payout will be $390.4 million. It would be the game's second largest jackpot this year and 4th largest jackpot in the game's history.
Please, one of us win.
I mean, I would even just take a couple million. That's all I
We
need.
all, yeah, I think we
I
all
think we all
need.
take it. We're not going to pass on it.
I'll take
Yeah.
it. So just I don't
Given
need to
the
match
option, sure.
everything.
I
Sure,
accept.
I would take it. I don't know if you saw this photo, but this is like a complete nightmare. There was some guests at an amusement park in Canada that got stuck upside down for about a half hour on this ride. It was the lumberjack ride. It's basically where there's two arms that swing in a complete circle, like a 360.
Yeah.
And both arms got stuck all the way upside down. And these guests just had to dangle there. And then one of them said the worst part is that once the ride started moving again, it like had to complete its rotation and they had to finish out the ride before they could even get off. It sounds awful.
It does sound awful.
Oh,
All right.
Hell of a view.
yeah.
Yes.
Maybe.
Room with a view.
Concrete.
Thank you very much, Heather. All right, coming up next, we'll hear from the head coach of your Detroit Lions, Dan Campbell. Stoney and Jansen, 97 won the ticket.
Hey, Detroit, are you tired of damaging your drains with that liquid drain opener? That's right, that liquid drain solution can make your problem even worse. That's why Carter's Plumbing is here to help. Carter's Plumbing specializes in all types of drain cleaning and repair. They also offer a free camera inspection for every drain they open. So don't go back to the store this month. Do what I did and go to callcartersplumbing.com today, and their licensed technicians are going to come to your home and they're going to get your drains flowing the right way. Visit callcartersplumbing.com today and make sure you mention my name, Heather, for $50 off your drain clearing solution.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a.
Oh.
Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
Where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get like the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like he's trying to like pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
Professed his love for the state of Ohio and the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right, but you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah.
It's kind of like he didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. Guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life.
Right. However many days that may be. Yeah.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Sam LaPorta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better than
rookie tight end?
Is he already better than TJ Hockenson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hockenson's rookie year, but TJ Hockenson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam LaPorta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or TJ Hockenson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hockenson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, LaPorta looks great.
LaPorta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hockenson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a.
Oh.
Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
Where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get like the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like he's trying to like pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
professed his love for the state of Ohio
goodness,
and the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right, but you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah.
It's kind of like you didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. Guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life.
Right. However many days that may be.
Need this.
Yeah. Hey, every once in a while I get asked, why did you decide to lose as much weight as you did? I'm down 65 pounds in the last couple of years. I lost 50 pounds in 40 days, and I did it with Ideal You. The reason I did, first of all, I wanted to be healthier. I wanted to look a little bit better when people was in pictures with family and friends, and my daughter took a picture of me on the sideline. She sent it to me, and I couldn't believe who it was. And so I decided to make a change, and it changed my everyday life because it makes it so much easier for me to go to the grocery store, know exactly what it is I'm after, know what I want, and know how a food affects me individually and my body. If you want to change your life, go to idealu.us right now and schedule your free consultation. You could be 20, 30, even 40 pounds lighter by Halloween. Just imagine that. Ideal You has helped thousands of people. It can help you as well. I lost 10 in the first 10 days, and I lost 50 pounds in 40. It could be your story as well. If you want to go way less, go to idealu.us.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing. But that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Two 248-539-9797. Karsh and Anderson are coming up next. Don't forget, they will, I assume, have their weekly chat with Jared Goff.
Yes.
Comes up at usually, 10:30, I believe?
Yes. It'll be interesting to see if the Lions leap comes up in that discussion.
Sure,
I'm
it will. Absolutely. Absolutely. Rico and Mike come at 2 o'clock, and I wonder what Mike thinks about Rico's proclamation that maybe Marcus Freeman would want to leave Notre Dame and go to Michigan State.
I think he'll just, I won't say it.
What? You can say it.
Oh, what? What, that Rico had his own thought?
I didn't think you were going to go there, but that's okay. You're allowed to say whatever you want. If they say whatever they want about us, it's okay.
I'm just glad, I'm proud of him that he had his own original thought.
Yes. Hey, it's all about, as Mike likes to say, the Pat Caputo podcast, Bustin' Balls.
Bustin' Balls.
That's what we do.
Yes.
That's what teammates do, right?
Yes.
You busted balls with a lot of your teammates throughout the years, right?
I did.
That's what they do to us, and once in a while we'll bust back. Seriously though, I don't understand why, and this is not a knock on Michigan State, why Marcus Freeman would even think of leaving Notre Dame to go, I don't know, maybe anywhere.
Yeah, so it was a surprise when Brian Kelly left.
Yeah.
And, went down to LSU. Like, that to me is not, you could say, well, maybe it's a money issue. Okay, I get that. Or it's, I don't know, I don't think it's a recruiting issue. Like, that was the big thing. Why would you go from Notre Dame to LSU? That's just not something that I would, and I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but I don't know why you would go from any of the top programs to another top program.
Unless the money is just that much different that it would make.
Okay, so let's just say it's simply money. All right, and it's because I would put Michigan in that category as well. Why would you go from Notre Dame to Michigan? Why would you go from Notre Dame to Ohio State? Now, Marcus Freeman, that might be a different thing because he obviously played football at Ohio State.
Correct.
There are always those, nuances to it.
Right.
But if it's simply money, and it depends on where you're looking because it's hard to figure out exactly how much Marcus Freeman is making at Notre Dame. Some reports say, north of $3 million. Others say it's around $5 million. But if it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah.
Because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah.
It just depends on the quality of individual you want to recruit.
Right.
If it's the Gainesville recruiting, now you may have other issues.
True.
And I don't know that he had those same issues in Columbus.
No.
At least not to the extent that they had.
He had some issues with his staff.
Yes. And
what was his name?
up.
Zach Smith, right?
Yeah. Covering up that whole issue.
Now, look, if that would happen, if Michigan State could land Marcus Freeman, as Rico says, would not be completely out of possibilities, that would be. I think he's going to be a really good coach. He made some bonehead decisions on Saturday, but he's a young coach. And the players love him. They play hard for him. He's a terrific recruiter. They got a great class coming in. So, yeah, it would make some sense, I guess. I don't know. But for Michigan State's perspective, for Marcus Freeman, no.
No, especially since he's developing something there, growing something there. He's recruited a base now. This is going on his second full year.
Yes.
But he's been a part of that staff for a number of years now.
Yes. Carson Anderson are coming up next. It is Tuesday. It's time for the 2 Grand Slam. We're going to do the back and forth type of thing.
The tag team?
Yes, absolutely.
I like it.
All right. You like it? All right.
Who's on top? Who's going first?
I don't think you're sorry.
I will.
All right. I think this is gettable. This is definitely gettable. All right, let's go. Here we go. Where did TJ Lang play college?
Eastern Michigan.
Who's the only undefeated team in the AFC?
Miami.
Dan Lanning is the head coach of this college football team.
Oregon.
Beyonce is married to this rapper and producer.
Jay-Z.
Florida State beat this college football team this past Saturday.
Clemson.
What is the capital of South Carolina?
Columbia?
Who did the Pistons select with the 5th overall pick in the draft this past June?
Thompson.
More specific, please.
Assur.
Who was the last Big Ten team to win the national title in men's basketball?
Was Michigan State?
Who did the Red Wings play tonight?
Pittsburgh.
Where did Jordan Love play in college?
Utah State.
Ladies and gentlemen, you guys did it.
Hey! Boom! Come on!
Oh, chest bump. Do the Taylor Swift.
Nobody needs to get hurt today.
Do the lion leap.
Yes.
Well, we'll talk to him about that.
Please ask.
We're going to, yeah.
Did you hear us ask Dan Campbell about it?
Yeah. And Dan said that he showed it to the team.
Paused it.
And he said it wasn't intentional, but it happened to be paused right at the point where he was being...
It just happened to be paused,
Right,
yeah.
just happened to be.
Uh-huh, yeah.
What was the most embarrassing thing a coach did to you in film?
Oh, it was a very similar situation, and it happened in college. I believe we were down in Bloomington. We had scored a touchdown. There's a pile of celebrating teammates. I decided that I was coming in a little bit late. I was going to jump on top of the pile. Pile moved. Fortunately, all you could see was me flying by. There wasn't the land, which I will admit was flat on my face. It wasn't caught on TV, and all you could see was on the team film was me flying across the screen. I missed the entire pile.
Everyone.
I missed everyone. Yes.
That's hilarious. Now, to this day, you're certain that you just missed a pile? Are you at all thinking that maybe the team decided to move the pile because Big John was coming?
I don't think so. I think they had other things they were thinking about at the moment, like celebrating. Not necessarily looking at where's 77 coming from. But no.
Can I ask you a question?
No.
You know Doug Skeen?
No. I mean, we're allowed to answer that question?
You want me to ask you?
Yes, go ahead.
You know Doug Skeen?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, he told a story that when he was a player at Michigan, that the offensive line would race to the end zone.
Oh, yeah.
Because the first one that gets there to celebrate gets on TV. So the goal was after a touchdown was scored, go find the guy who scored the touchdown. The offensive lineman would race because the first one that gets there gets on TV.
Yeah.
Is that you?
Didn't enter my mind.
Was there a guy in your team that was always about the TV?
No, we were a true team.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, no individuals.
You sure about that?
No, I wouldn't be able to pick one out. I mean, yeah, pick your
There's
quarterback.
just so many right
Yeah,
there.
pick your quarterback. Pick your wide receiver.
Here we
Divas.
Here we go.
Besides Jared Goff joining you at what 10:30? What else you got going today?
I think there's some. The way this Lions team was built was very interesting, and two of the least heralded moves turned out to be two of the biggest.
Oh, all right. That's coming up next. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Sam LaPorta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better than
rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hockenson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hockenson's rookie year, but TJ Hockenson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam LaPorta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, don't even. You can't.
Or
even.
TJ Hockenson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hockenson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, LaPorta looks great.
LaPorta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hockenson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point. Hello and welcome to the program on a gloomy Tuesday in Detroit, but a short week for the Lions. Michigan and Michigan State both go on the road this weekend. Miggy will play his final game. Wow. Miggy will play his final game. Red Wings play tonight. That's a Fox, I think that's a Fox Sports
Plus. It's a Bally's.
Sorry, Bally's Sports Plus thingy.
It is. It's the other channel, the Bally's.
Okay. You got to seek it out. But
the 707, I think, is on my Xfinity.
It's good to know that you were paying attention to what happened in Erie. No way. They won a game last night.
Well, he got down 3-0. I was concerned. And, Flores started and he wasn't pitching well. They took him out after 2 innings. Got to get somebody going.
I thought we would have seen that guy by now.
There was a lot of talk about him, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think he got hurt and has not responded well since he got hurt. So, but Holton had a big game last night.
So Jared Goff will join us today at 10:30. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, thus concludes our Erie Seawolves talk.
More tomorrow.
Yes, we have a segment planned for Gator to do all on the Erie Seawolves and Tiger Minor Leagues. It will start at 2:01.
2:01. Yeah.
So
there we go.
Anything exciting last night? Little MNF.
Yeah. I did put a little parlay wager on it last night. So
did you?
Yeah. So with just taking both in both games, taking a winner in both games. Although with points, first one comes through easily, Philadelphia, And then I'm watching Cincinnati, and as happens when you put a wager on a game, you start to get more invested, and then you start screaming at the TV, and then you realize, what are you doing? Right? But Cincinnati has some real problems. There's no quick fix to getting Joe Burrow right. I mean, that calf is going to be a problem, and the Bengals are fortunate that they were playing the pathetic Rams, and they were able to escape with a win with a very less than average looking Joe Burrow. He didn't look good at all. Aaron Donald's fantastic, is always the case. But Bengals get the W. That late touchdown from the Rams pushed a lot of things around, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
So that's okay.
I don't know what you mean, Gator. Explain.
What I mean is it was a 3-point spread.
Wait, so you pushed that?
Yeah, because it's a parlay. So
that was the theme of Gator's weekend.
Yeah, it really was. If I bet it.
Here, the pick segment we do on Friday, Gator went, in colleges, correct me if I'm wrong, you went 0-3.
That's correct.
Did you hear that, Kang? Gator went 0-3 with his college picks.
Those are wins, man.
3 pushes. Are they?
Well, if you don't lose money.
Then lose, right?
It's a win, dude. It's a win.
That's one way to look at it.
No, so watching, it was interesting watching football last night, and it had a little payoff, so it was good.
Yeah. Is there a lot of DeAndre Swift angst, you think, in Detroit today? Or is there more DeAndre Swift angst or Jalen Carter angst?
I would think it's more Jalen Carter.
I don't know.
If people, because I feel like it's such an easy button to hit with DeAndre Swift. Just ask yourself how you felt at the end of last year where he was hurt yet again. Mm-hmm. Are you really that upset?
Well, I mean, look, it's he wasn't let go because he didn't have talent.
Yeah, he's got a ton of talent.
He was let go.
And believe it or not, the Eagles' offensive line is actually better than the Lions' offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
But we knew that if he was healthy, he could be outstanding. And he has been the last couple of weeks. He's been outstanding. Good for him. And I hope he can stay healthy for his career because you don't root against players.
No.
But, yeah, it was time for the Lions to move on from it. And I'll like Jamir Gibbs for the time being.
This may not.
He's just fine.
I mean, look, this is going to happen in every single draft, and you can do it to yourself in every single draft if you want to. And just probably every single team can do that. And that is, should have taken this guy. Should have taken this guy. And I feel like there was a lot of talk prior to the draft about Jalen Carter, and that's fine. And there's going to continue. He was good last night. The forced fumble was an awesome play. But you literally can do this with every single draft, and you can choose to do it, or you can choose to say, that's the NFL, and that's the draft process. I don't find it healthy to have anxiety about who you didn't take, especially if your team's pretty good. Now, if your team stinks and you do it way too much, and I think we've been in that position before. We're not in that position now. We're in a position where the team's actually pretty damn good. The players that they took are actually pretty damn good. How good they can be, we will see. That there's no need. It's like unnecessary anxiety to spend a ton of time and energy and emotions on ruining over Jalen Carter.
It's a very level-headed way of thinking about it. That's probably the way we should think about it, Doug. But the thing with the Jalen Carter was, it was not just the talent that you're passing up. It was the position of need.
Yeah.
And it's not like, because you're going to pass up talented players all the time. That's the draft. Like you said, that's the process. But when you have a glaring position of need, you think, which is defensive tackle, that's why that you combine the two and people will rue it. That's why they keep, we rue the day. But with Swift and Carter, it wasn't a talent issue with either guy. It was something else with both guys. Swift with the injuries, and Carter, it was off the field stuff, right?
Yep.
So let's just be honest. I mean, that's never was a talent issue with either one of those guys.
Well, I mean, we're late, but I do think we can address it, and maybe I'll make you feel a little bit better about the people that are having Jalen Carter anxiety. And Gator, I don't know where you are because you wanted Jalen Carter, but I don't know if you're having anxiety about it.
There's no anxiety about it, but I definitely wanted Jalen Carter.
We'll get to that today at 10:18. Jared Goff at 10:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hall Financial, the mortgage lender that saved Michigan residents millions, now has an exclusive no-fee home loan. Whether you're purchasing a new home or refinancing, the no-fee home loan is undeniably the most cost-effective home loan in Michigan. This brand new mortgage option will save you thousands of dollars in closing costs you'd normally pay. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. Call Hall Financial right now to learn more about the no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL, 866-CALL-HALL, or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year, because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something, because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
And waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Okay. So, look, a game like last night, and we often talk about ruining. When something happens, do you think we're going to rue the day? When DeAndre Swift got traded, there was almost no ruining. When Jalen Carter got passed up in the draft, there was ruining.
Well, each of the last 2 years, there's been some ruining, whether it was Jordan Davis or if it was Jalen Carter. Those are both players that are on the Eagles, both at defensive tackle, both positions of need, that the Lions passed on to take skill position players.
I would argue
Alabama.
strongly that literally every team could do this if you wanted.
Oh, absolutely.
And I don't know why, if you dwell on these things, I think you drive yourself crazy. When your team is bad, it is part of the reason that explains why you're bad. When your team is good, it becomes an exercise in making yourself miserable, as far as I'm concerned. Now, I guess the debate is if your team's good, not great, and we don't really know what the Lions are. But I can't remember if it was you or King that said it's about the position. It's not only the player, it's the position of need.
King brought that point.
Okay, so here's the thing. Right now, Detroit's defensive tackle position, which is often reflected in your run defense, is actually acquitting itself quite well. Atlanta came into Detroit through 2 games with 71 carries for 341 yards, 4.8 yards per carry. Detroit held them to 44 yards on 20 carries, 2.2 yards a carry. One of the big reasons why was the way Aleem McNeil played. I can't remember which beat writer says, on the second watch, how great Aleem McNeil was in that game. And it's early, right? All of these sample sizes are early. But if we had Jalen Carter in the middle of the defense, we'd be hailing the look at the impact he's made. Do you know what the Lions are in rush defense right now in the NFL?
They got to be close to the top because I know going into the game, it was, I think, 77 yards per game. And then you mentioned that they gave up how many yards rushing?
44.
Yeah, so that's going to knock that number down to whatever, 50-something. So it's got to be close to tops in the league.
They're 5th in the NFL in rush defense. They're 5th in the NFL in yards per carry allowed. And they got the pass rush going last week. So,
and they took on a team that could run the football without question. I mean, some people might want to blow past that and say, well, Kansas City throws the ball more. That's not really fair.
Right.
But Seattle, they run the ball. Kenneth Walker, right?
Yep.
Charbonnet and Geno Smith. They didn't really run wild against the Lions, and then you saw what Atlanta didn't do.
Yeah, now, I guess my point is, and I've made this point a lot, is that there's more than one path to success, right? The only road to the Super Bowl doesn't go through having Jalen Carter in the middle of your defensive line. And with each week, remember the cost of Jalen Carter is Jamir Gibbs and Sam LaPorta. Those are the 2 players that they got with the draft picks where they traded out of the spot to take Jalen Carter. And I think early in the year, people were rather dismissive of, not dismissive, but didn't see as much value with Sam LaPorta. But
there were a lot of people that were dismissive of Sam LaPorta. There were people that didn't like that they took him instead of, was it Meyer, the big guy from Notre Dame.
Yep.
We took a lot of calls about that.
That's true.
So I think it's fair to bring that up because obviously Sam LaPorta has hit the ground running to start his NFL career.
Now, you can make the case. You can make the case if they'd kept DeAndre Swift, then they wouldn't have drafted Jamir Gibbs. And then they could have taken Jalen Carter and gotten Sam LaPorta potentially in the 2nd round anyway. Or got him with the Jack Campbell pick or whatever you want to do it. But you see, when you start unraveling these things and going back, you wonder if you'd actually still really do it. I mean, it's possible. And we've talked about this a lot too. You can't be perfect. You have to take some chances here and there, and it's possible that they roll the dice that Aleem McNeil would blossom this year and that their defensive line could get the job done, specifically against the run. And so far, so good. I mean, it's too early, and I'm not doing this as any kind of victory lap for the Lions defense, but it's a hell of a decent start for their run defense. And it will get tested more each and every week. Last year, the Detroit Lions rush defense ranked 29th in the NFL. 29th. And so far this year, they're 5th. Do I expect them to finish top 5? That's too early to say. But, let's not forget the strides that they have made in that regard anyway.
Yeah, look, to try to, match it up, you're going to go down a rabbit hole that's just not worth going down because there are so many in particular with this past draft, with how many moves Brad Holmes made.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not as simple as saying, oh, we had this second-round pick and this third-round pick. No, I mean, how many times did he trade on the second day in particular when he had rounds 2 and 3? They were all over the place, maneuvering back and forth, up and down, wherever you want to say. So I don't even know. I mean, to try to pinpoint who was there is just, it's kind of crazy. But if you stay on board and just look at the pick at 12, and you could have had, if you didn't, let's say you didn't pass on you had it at 6. If you wanted to take Jalen Carter, you could have taken him, right? Just leave it at that. That's fine. And it's a situation that right now through 3 games, the Lions done a great job against the run. And what they did against Atlanta was very impressive. But I'm wondering, and because Atlanta's an interesting test case. There we go. Taste test.
They are an interesting taste test as well.
Are you going to eat that?
I am not.
That's bits of real falcon.
It is. It's a dirty bird, though. The point I was trying to make is that the Falcons are interesting because they have multiple weapons on offense.
Mm-hmm.
They have a really good young receiver in Drake London. They have Kyle Pitts, whom the Lions really wanted, but wasn't available to them in the draft. And he's this new blend of tight end receiver that's sweeping the league. And then they have Bijan Robinson. And along with Tyler Algier, who was outstanding last year.
Yep.
So they've got the running game and they've got guys in the passing game. So Dan Campbell said today that they knew what they were going to try to do defensively against him was stop the run. That was going to be the number one thing. And yet you still have these other options. It's not just as simple as, let's stack the line and good luck.
Yeah.
I mean, they had to defend other positions, and that's where everybody else comes into play. But if you go back and watch that game, or if you remember what you saw in the game, what the Lions did differently in that, which I hadn't seen last year or in the first couple games this year, was the way that they used the linebackers. Because you had 3 of the 4 linebackers on the field at the same time. That you had Jack Campbell out there with Anzalone and Derek Barnes. One of those guys might be lined up as an outside backer or more on the line of scrimmage, but they're there, and they're there for a reason. They're there because, okay, they're good enough where they can cover a tight end if they have to, but they're also there because it's an extra insurance that you're going to stop the run, and it paid off brilliantly. Scheme it up. That's how Aaron Glenn did. He passed with flying colors on Sunday. It was brilliant. But you're not going to do that against every team. It's not going to be the same scheme against every team. I think that just happened to be because the number one thing the Falcons can do is run the football. They weren't very good at passing the ball the first couple of weeks of the season, but they sure could run it.
Yeah. Well, look, it's a huge game coming up. Early season huge game, but it's, for what it is, it's a big game against Green Bay. And it's pretty amazing if you think back. I think back to Friday's show late last week, and some of the calls we took, and Aaron Glenn should be on the hot seat. We've overrated Brad Holmes, et cetera, et cetera. Some of the calls that we took. And then you look at it in the context of where we could be 6 days later. Because if the Lions win this game on Thursday, it'll feel like it's the Lions' division to win. Like they'll come back-to-back wins, one over an undefeated team, one over a 2-1 team that's in the division. It'll really set the Lions up to take this thing and run a little bit. And, we got to take care of business. That's why it's an early season big game coming up this Thursday in Green Bay. And the man who will quarterback the Detroit Lions, his name is Jared Goff, Gator, and he will join us.
This is true.
At 10:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Sam LaPorta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hockenson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hockenson's rookie year, but TJ Hockenson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam LaPorta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or TJ Hockenson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hockenson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, LaPorta looks great.
LaPorta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hockenson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download a free mobile device today. AUDACY. It's free, and then you can listen to the show or any of our shows here on 97.1 The Ticket anywhere in the United States or Canada. Also go to 971theticket.com. By the way, Ev, is Champ and Chump posted? All right, Champ and Chump are up, so we'll tweet out the link to that. But if you want to see who the people selected as Champ and Chump of the weekend, go to 971theticket.com. That also is where you can stream the show. Plus, streaming with video. How about that? Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket in the search bar at the top. Not the status bar, the search bar. Let's learn the difference.
You picked that up from a commercial, did you? Yeah. Ooh, sliding into somebody's DMs. That sounds like fun.
Did you see the new one where they're trying to order it like a Chipotle?
No.
Oh, my God.
With the app?
No, they're standing there and like, what kind of rice is that? It's brown rice. It's white rice. That's quinoa. One guy, there you go. It's like a salad bar, actually. And at the end, they show the guy. He goes, "That'll be $17." And he goes, "Oh no, I'm just paying for my salad." Anyway, yeah. So you can stream with video. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. You can also go to youtube.com, search up 971 The Ticket. More and more people doing that. So check it out for yourself. Lions taking on Green Bay this Thursday night. You have a question about Jordan Love that I want to get to a little bit later on.
Yeah.
That's where my anxiety lies. I have less anxiety about DeAndre Swift and Jalen Carter. I've definitely got Jordan Love anxiety. And it's a little bit, I kind of didn't expect him to be good at all.
Well, we'll see.
Yep. I mean, maybe
it's early, and look at the opposition you played against, and we'll see what happens on Thursday. I think the Lions have an interesting defense. I'm not sure what they're at yet, because we saw the Seattle game, and Seattle was able to do a lot of things against the Lions defense, and the Lions were not able to get to the quarterback. And then you see the Atlanta game, and the Lions defense was outstanding against a team that can run the football, and they pressured Desmond Ridder all day long and sacked him 7 times. It was just a great defensive effort. So I'm not sure what to expect on Thursday night.
Let me just ask you this. Does he look a little bit better than you would have expected? You think back to how you felt before the preseason?
No, I'll admit that.
Yeah.
Yep. He's been better than I expected. Yeah. I had low expectations.
I mean, it felt like that was more of a he's going to be the quarterback because Aaron Rodgers is leaving and breaking up with us than he's going to be the quarterback because his play warranted it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so when we get to this point and there he is and he doesn't stink. He doesn't look like a guy who's just getting it by default because he happens to be the man in the room.
I wonder if the Packers would answer this honestly or not. But that is, was the plan to have Aaron Rodgers for one more year, or is this plan right on schedule when Jordan Love takes over the team?
So what you said, if they were honest about it, like if they would they admit that?
Would they say, well, our plan really was we were going to have Aaron Rodgers for one more year and turn the reins over to Jordan Love in 2024?
It's a great question. We just got word that Jared Goff is going to push back to 11.
Oh,
so we'll talk to Lions quarterback at that time.
Different week schedule this week for them. So
yes, I'm not mad at anybody. We are actually a little surprised we're getting them at all with the short week. So believe me, I'm stoked. But in Jordan Love's case, like I mean, it was the context of the handoff that made me feel comfortable that he wasn't going to be the guy. And maybe he still won't be the guy, but I guess he just looks more prepared for this than I expected he would. I thought this would be a little bit more of a disaster. Now, his completion percentage, 53.1%.
That's not good.
Nope. He's got 7 touchdowns, 1 pick. That's not bad.
That's very impressive.
His rating is...
Rating is good. It's 94.7.
Yeah.
It's not great. It's good.
For a guy starting his first time, this is better than I expected.
The reason a quarterback rating is so low is because of the completion percentage. The 7-to-1 touchdown interception ratio is great. You'll take that. He's got 74 yards rushing this year on 14 carries. It's over 5 yards a carry, and he's got a touchdown. That's also pretty noteworthy because he can run. He definitely ran more in college than what he's run so far in the pros, but he's also bigger, I think, than maybe you remember him being. He's a solid 6'4", 220.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got some of those tools there. I think he's always had this kind of strong arm, just maybe not the most accurate arm, but we'll see how it grows here. But they've got a young team around him, and young at with the receivers in particular.
Yeah.
You know, they drafted Christian Watson a year ago. Now, along with Romeo Doubs, they have Jaden Reed they took this year in the second round. They took 2 tight ends this year. So they're trying to build around the quarterback the right way, and they have 2 now, I guess you would say, veteran running backs with Dillon and Aaron Jones. But they also have a banged-up offensive line.
Yep.
And we're not sure if who's going to play in this or not. Is Aaron Jones going to play at running back? Is Christian Watson going to play at receiver? They've got 3 of the starting 5 offensive linemen that are all questionable. And they have issues on the defensive side of the ball, too. But getting back to Jordan Love, I specifically wrote the question for you.
I know you did.
Because I know that you get nervy about things like this. But I also know that you're not alone. So I'm kind of curious to see what the range is on a scale of 1 to 10. Where's your angst with this? Like 1 is it's no big deal.
Zero angst. I'm not worried about Jordan Love.
10 is, oh crap, here's Aaron Rodgers or the Green Bay Packers got it right again. 3.0.
I'm probably at about a 6.5.
Wow.
I was at a 1.
What changed it?
That he doesn't look terrible. I mean, the thing is, if I were a Green Bay fan, okay, I'd be looking at first-year starter, rookie wide receiver, 2 second-year wide receivers, and a rookie tight end. Those are your starters. If I were a Green Bay fan, I'd be thinking, anything we do this year is gravy. We're playing for the future. We've got our future battery set up here with our quarterback and our young weapons, and they're going to be together for a decade. That's the way I'd be thinking. But Jordan Love certainly hasn't proven anything. Like, I should relax. It's total paranoia. It's total paranoia only because he's better than I expected him to be. I thought he'd look out of place. I thought he looked like his next stop was Calgary. And he looks better than that.
Well, to me, my number is I'm at a 3.5. But it's considerably a bigger number than what it was a couple weeks ago. I kind of blew off what he did against the Bears because I thought his teammates did the heavy lifting. Hit some big plays by running backs. They come out, they lose at Atlanta, and he was 14 out of 25. He's just not that accurate. I'm not concerned about it. Again, he had 3 touchdowns and no picks, but who's doing the heavy lifting? It wasn't until what he did in the fourth quarter against New Orleans. These guys were down 17-0 and had done nothing. Then he puts the team on his shoulders. He goes out and he makes plays with his feet. Ran the ball 9 times in the game. He had a touchdown run. He also threw a touchdown pass. He had an interception too, but 259 yards passing against what could be a decent team defensively in New Orleans. But they had to come back furiously. And they did, and it was because of him. So that has the needle going in the other direction. But I'm still not really nervous about this. I'm curious what Kang's number is.
We'll get to that in a minute. The thing about it is, if it feels like a game to me that Green Bay at home. I mean, are they looking at it as they need to win this game because it's their home game? Or do they have the approach that I have, which is, look, it's the beginning of a restocking of our weapons, and it's okay.
No, they don't approach it like that.
Probably not.
They approach it like this is the game on the schedule. We have got to win this game, and I think every NFL player treats the season.
I'm not talking about the players. The players, of course, treat it that way. I'm talking about the fans, the media. They'll all. Because I think all players say the same thing. We're winning the Super Bowl this year. And they all believe that.
I think that people would look at this one as being this is a matchup to see the best 2 teams in the division. Mm-hmm. And I think everybody probably thinks Detroit is the best, but they're not sure how good Green Bay is. So this is kind of a litmus test to see how good the Packers really are. It's because they do have home field advantage.
I did see
Didn't
something.
matter last year, but maybe it matters this year.
If the Lions go off as a favorite, it'll be the first time in like 40 years that they're a favorite against Green Bay in Green Bay when Green Bay has their starting quarterback. Like the only time the Lions were ever favored was when Green Bay was playing backups. 248-539-9797. Let's go to James.
And right now they are a favorite by 1.5.
The Lions are.
Yeah.
James, you're on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, James?
Yeah, so I have very low anxiety about Jordan Love. Even if he's a very, very, very good quarterback, he's not going to be as good as Aaron Rodgers. And let's face it, many times in the last 15 years, the only reason Green Bay beat the Detroit Lions is Aaron Rodgers was as good as Aaron Rodgers is. Their roster still isn't as good. So it's going to be impossible for him to be a top 5 quarterback of all time. It would be a miracle if that happened again.
It's a pretty reasonable way to look at it.
So, yep. I mean, think of the last 5 times Green Bay beat the Lions. It was Aaron Rodgers being as good as Aaron Rodgers is. That's it.
It's been a while.
I mean,
when was the last time Green Bay beat the Lions?
The guy's going to turn into Lynn Dickey or anything. I'm just saying. Well, he went 40 years back before I did, so I think we're.
No, I like the Lynn Dickey reference.
Cool. I like
Not
it.
bad.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying kind of makes sense, right? I mean, is he going to be as good as Aaron Rodgers? What are the odds of that? It's not great. Detroit's won 3 in a row. The Packers won in September of 2021 at Lambeau. That was the last time Packers beat Detroit. 248-539-9797. Justin is next. Hi, Justin.
Gar, Skater, good morning. We're going 2 days in a row calling in. Nice to hear you guys again.
Well, thank you for calling.
Yes, sir. I'm in Wisconsin, like I said yesterday, and I'm talking to all my customers, letting them know I'm going to the game, what we're looking at, and everyone's kind of had the same sentiment that this Detroit team is different. And again, this is from Packers fans, and I'm talking to them about their QB, you know, what their hopes and expectations are, and they don't have faith in Jordan Love. I don't understand why we would be even remotely concerned looking at it, because again, these fans, they're not rallying behind him the way they did with Favre, the way they did with Rodgers. He's not even close. This isn't even a conversation, in my opinion.
Well, I wonder what Packer fans felt like the first year that Aaron Rodgers took over. Did they have complete confidence in him, or obviously I think he had to earn it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, at the end of the day, I'm going to be able to get to sleep well at night knowing that Rodgers is not the one who put me to bed. It'll, if anything, it'll be somebody else. So it can't get any worse than that.
Well, I mean, in some ways, I'll feel worse if they lose to Jordan Love. But let me be clear here. I don't expect them to. My early read is that the Lions are going to win this game. And they're going to be 3-1. And all the Seattle anxiety is going to have been, unnecessary, although we'll probably experience it the next time they lose a game. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, open lines. Jared Goff at 11, 97.1 The Ticket.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
Where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie, and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get, like, the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, he's trying to, like, pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
professed his love for the state of Ohio
and
the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right, but you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah.
It's kind of like he didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. Guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life.
Right? However many days that may be. Yeah.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Tuesday in Detroit. Jared Goff will join us at 11 a.m., the Detroit Lions quarterback. If you missed Dan Campbell, we pulled some of the highlights of what he told the morning show. We'll get to that a little bit later on. We'll talk some college football today with Michigan and Michigan State. In the meantime, let's get back to your phone calls. Red is in Lake Orion, and he's on 97 the ticket. Hi, Red.
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing?
I'm okay. I'll just, listening to Lions fans is the weirdest, the way that y'all kind of think about stuff. And like the caller before the break came in and said, because Love is not a top 5 in history quarterback, that's the reason that the Lions gonna win. We need to stop saying it's a team versus a quarterback, because it's a team sport, and these the 1,800 most talented players in the world that's playing this game. The Lions, this not gonna be a measuring stick for how bad the Packers are for the Lions against the Lions. We talking about the Lions here. It's gonna be a hard game. I think they're gonna lose, because I don't see nothing that's separating them from the Packers by that much, just because Aaron Rodgers is not in Green Bay no more. So I think that just needs to stop, though. All of this, it's all on Love. It's more on the Packers than just Love.
Well, I think one thing you misinterpreted the previous caller. The previous caller said he thought they were. He didn't put it in the context of the game. He said he wasn't as worried about Jordan Love because he doesn't think he'll be as good as Aaron Rodgers. Odds are against him being as good as Aaron Rodgers, but he didn't pick them to lose the game because of that.
But, you might have been right there. I think I'm just used to everybody putting the quarterback against our team, like with Mahomes in the Kansas City win, and it was all like, well, we beat Mahomes, so therefore we a good team. And it was like, in my mind, I'm like, it was more than just Mahomes and the lack thereof his team. Mm-hmm. So let's stop going into these games where it's like it's about only the quarterback, I guess is what I'm hearing and all I'm talking about.
Makes sense. I mean, look, what I do find intriguing is that you think the Lions are going to lose.
Yeah, I do, because I'm not sold on everything with the Lions as of yet. And I really feel that the Lions don't have a true alpha athlete on their team. It's a team full of betas that the fans try to turn into alphas because of the hope of the Lions. And I don't knock them. We all want a great team across the board. But the Lions have yet to put an alpha like Ray Lewis alpha on their team. So it's like not even 50-50 every Sunday for me. It's more like 70-30. And when they win, I'm like, I'm amazed. Like, for them to have beat Atlanta this past week, I was amazed that they beat them. But the thing that is trending towards the alpha is the Brian Branch kid, more so than Aiden Hutchinson.
I think they're both kind of trending there. But, I'm glad you brought up Branch, because I get that vibe from Branch. I mean, after he knocked the helmet off of the player and got the flag for it, he's like, screw it.
So what?
It happens.
So what? So it's an interesting take. I mean, in some ways, I kind of like the fact that they aren't built around one alpha player, that they can get it. And he's bringing up things that have been very successful in the past, and he's right. And if you can have an elite sort of absolute dog on defense that everybody game plans around, if you have like a quarterback on offense that scares the hell out of every defensive coordinator, those things are incredibly helpful. But the way the Lions are doing it might not be that way, but that doesn't mean it can't be successful.
I'm trying to think back. If the Lions had who the last guy was that they had like that on defense, that true alpha as he's talking about, and then you got to go back a ways, I think, to find one. Do you have to go back as far as like Spielman and Blades, those guys from those teams?
Maybe.
I mean, because they've had good players. There's no question they've had good players.
I mean, yeah.
But you're talking about, that this guy's trouble and you got to game plan against him.
Right. I mean, Ndamukong Suh, would he qualify? I think he would.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Yep. So it's not terribly far back.
All right. Hey, Kang, you had other stuff going on. What is your level of concern about Jordan Love?
What were you at, 6.5?
Yeah.
I'm probably at a 5.5. I mean,
wow, you're up that high too.
You think it's high? I think it's middle of the road. I mean, the thing is, he was a former first-round pick, all right? And they couldn't I don't want to say couldn't wait to use him, but at the end they're kind of kicking Rodgers out the door, right? They wanted to see what they had. And I think for good reason. They felt confident. I think for how early in his career, now he's not a rookie because he's been here a few years, but to come from behind in the NFL, 17 points, I don't care who you are. That's
impressive.
That's very impressive. I also expect the Lions defense and Aaron Glenn to take care of business this Thursday. Now, I think he's better than Desmond Ridder, but I think the problem with Green Bay this week is going to be their defense. Green Bay's defense is solid, and they're going to need to score more points than 20 points, I think, or, be more of a threat than they were against Atlanta. The Jordan Love thing, until he actually does it against the Lions, I'm not going to be incredibly scared, But I understand your fear, Doug. I mean, you're part of the Lions fan base, and we're all fragile somewhat in our own ways.
My fragility is showing in a strange way because I'm more confident in the Lions than I am. I have some confidence in them, but I'm scared that Green Bay handed the torch to another great quarterback, and there's not evidence that he's great yet. There isn't. But there's evidence that he's better than I thought he would be, which might go back on me. So I underestimated what Jordan Love would be in year one because it's funny. You look at it as handing of the torch. I looking at it as, oh, crap, we're going to lose Aaron Rodgers. He's breaking up with us. Well, I guess it's time to see what we got. And what they got doesn't look awful, and I expected it to look awful.
I kind of think this is falling into the plan that the Packers set in motion anyway, because they draft, like King says, first-round pick. The reason you use a first-round pick on a quarterback is to get the extra year.
They moved up for him.
Yeah. So they jumped in and got him right at the end of the first round in 2020. So you have the 20 season, 21 season, the 22 season. Here's the 23. So he doesn't start until his fourth year in the league, right?
Yep.
They got to find something. They need to find out now. Now is the time. So I think maybe this was either the plan was for him to start last year or this year. And it damn near happened last year. But the way things worked out, Aaron Rodgers stuck around for another year and, signed the extension, and the rest is history. But for the Packers' sake, would they have been better off if they had, in hindsight's 2020, they would have been better off if they just went with him last year and moved on from Aaron Rodgers a year earlier, because then he'd have all this experience. That said, I'm not quaking or shaking or anything like that. I think he still has a ton to prove, and I don't think you guys are saying he's already there, because he's not. But he's got a lot more to prove to me before I'm going to move it past.
Let's just call it what it is. I'm being a giant wuss. That's what I'm being.
Are you more fearful of the jersey and that helmet than Jordan Love himself?
Interesting theory. Interesting theory. I have to look in the mirror.
Oh.
Maybe. And yet the Lions have won how many in a row? 3 in a row against Green Bay?
Yes.
And overall, what is it like?
They're 7-5 in the last 12 games, and 3 of those have happened at Green Bay.
Yeah, I need to recognize. That's what I need to do, Gator. I need to recognize.
Got to recognize.
All right, Jared Goff will join us shortly. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. 2 days away from kickoff of Week 4 for the Lions. Dan Campbell understanding the allure of prime time in Green Bay, something that most of them are familiar with from the end of last year. Coach right here on 97.1 The Ticket this morning. He says he wants to be more aggressive than their Atlanta game this week and hopes the defense continues to shine after earning their identity during a 7-sack game at home. The final stretch of Miguel Cabrera's career is here. One final week with Miggy on the roster following a 20-year Hall of Fame stretch. The Royals in town to play 3 with Reese Olson starting tonight. Dan Dickerson will have the play-by-play right here on The Ticket at 6:40. The Tigers will also be introducing their brand new general manager this afternoon as President Scott Harris brings in Jeff Greenberg from Chicago, where he spent time with the Cubs and Blackhawks front offices. And Little Caesars Arena will be alive tonight. Exhibition hockey between the Red Wings and Penguins, the first of 8 preseason games for Detroit. Ken Cal back on the air with a call over on WWJ at 6:45. Coach Lalone says he's looking for the bubble players to show their identity and how they can help the team. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Time to talk with Lions quarterback. Always a pleasure to have the Lions quarterback with us. Jared, thank you for being with us. And, I can tell you that the bounce-back win after the loss to Seattle meant a lot to the fans, and people reinvigorated this week. How much did it mean to you guys in the locker room to come back and get that win?
Yeah, it's exciting, man. It's good to get one in front of the home fans who were disappointed the previous week to not do that for them, and to get another chance at it this past week and get it done was big.
I've seen a lot of touchdown celebrations in my time. Being a Lions fan, we've seen some of the most benign, like Barry Sanders just handed the ball over to the official. Chris Spielman famously did like this two-handed spike into the end zone. We've seen players do backflips. How would you describe your touchdown celebration from Sunday?
Yeah, I need to have a better plan, I guess. I think I'm going to start doing a little bit more towards what Barry does, just hand it to the ref and get back to the sideline. I was a little excited there and didn't really come with a plan that played out how I thought it would.
You mentioned after the game that was one of the 2 worst throws you've ever made, because the celebration, for those who didn't see it, great play, by the way. Amazing read to get in the end zone, and it was brilliant. But then to throw into the crowd, not so good. You said one of the 2 worst throws you made. The other one would have been the interception. And then do you call it an attempted leap into the stands, or how would you describe that?
Yeah, so the ball kind of slipped out of my hand to start with, which wasn't great. And then, when you're that was my first time jumping in the crowd. And I think what I didn't realize is when they all have their hands out like that, they kind of block you from jumping. And they're kind of holding, I feel like I would have got up on the first try if everyone wasn't leaning over the railing. They were so excited, as was I. But the second try, I felt like I kind of crawled up there and gave them some love.
It's great. And you were mic'd up. The reaction of you mic'd up.
It was really their fault.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
Jared Goff blames the fans again.
Yeah. Let's talk about the touchdown, though, and take us through that play when the play call comes in. Take us through it from your perspective from beginning to end.
My run?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we've called that before, and it just wasn't the look to pull it. And I'm just reading the end, and he crashed and took it around the outside. Yeah, it's pretty simple stuff. We called it before. It's just the first time where I've been able to actually take it.
Yeah.
Is Jamir Gibbs pissed that he hasn't scored yet and you have?
No. I should bring that up, though. I didn't think about that. Yeah, I'll tell him today I got more rushing touchdowns than him. Yeah. I'm sure he'll be at some point this year.
You never know. Dual threat. Take us through the other touchdown to Sam LaPorta. That play worked brilliantly. From the time the ball was snapped to the time you saw him, what'd you see?
Yeah, it was one we had kind of lined up for this week and knew we'd have a good chance at it. And he ran a great route. got himself wide open and just laid it out there for him. I had to negotiate the rusher a little bit, but pretty simple, just roll out and throw it back across the field. Same play we ran last year against Green Bay in that last game of the season.
Despite being a makeshift offensive line, the Falcons did not record a quarterback sack. Can you talk about your faith in the line that no matter who's on it, how that the confidence you have in it has grown? I mean, by the end of the game, you've got the fourth string right tackle protecting you for half the game.
Yeah, man, it's always hard when you get down to the last guy like that. But yeah, I thought they battled, man. They fought, and I think it's credit to our O-line coach Hank Bradley, obviously the guys, but getting those guys ready that maybe aren't prepared to play in the game and making sure they're ready if their number is called. And I thought those guys did a great job. There's obviously stuff to clean up, but they battled, man. It was fun to watch.
Dan Campbell on the morning show talked about Jamir Gibbs just getting a lather up as that game went on, and that he thought the last two runs that he had for, I think it was 11 and 21 yards, were both examples of just the growth he showed from beginning to end in that game. Tell us a little bit about your perspective on his development.
Yeah, it just continues to keep getting better, I think, both in the run and pass. And that's what's exciting. I can go all the way back to April, how much better he's gotten and how much he's worked on his stuff. And he is so freaking talented and so dang good. But when a guy continues to get better is the exciting part, especially as a rookie. And you see it every day, and he's working hard and getting himself prepared to do everything. And, yeah, man, the sky's the limit for that kid, and he's doing a hell of a job.
I know it's only 3 games, but it sure feels like the offense is a little bit different this year than what we saw last year. And I guess from a fan's perspective, that it looks like you're taking more shots downfield than a good portion of what you did all of last year. Is it accurate to say? And how do you see the offense being different this year than what it was last year?
Yeah, in some ways. There's just different players, but the shot called doesn't always mean shot taken. This year we've had some shots called, and I've taken them, and they've been open. So, yeah, I think that's just a product of, game plan and what the defenses are doing. But, no, we've called shots in the past. We just haven't always had the opportunity to throw them, but now I feel like we do in some of these cases the last few games. But, a little bit. You have different players. You have different scheme. You have, different ways of doing things. So, yeah, it's always going to be ever-changing.
You explained to us in one of our interviews in the past about how you had grown this real trust with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Are you already in that same place or close to it with a rookie tight end and Sam LaPorta?
Yeah, on our way. I've got a lot more reps with St. Brown for sure. But trust them the same. I think the trust is, totally the same. But definitely on my way with Sam. He's done a great job, every week. Same thing with Gibby. Like, just seeing these guys get better every week and seeing them improve and put the work in and want it. And both of their football instincts, both those rooks, is pretty high. And when you got a guy like Sam who understands coverage, can get himself open, has great hands, run after the catch, it's no surprise what he's been able to do for us. But, it's fun to see him continue to get better as he is.
How common is it where Ben Johnson comes into a meeting or into film room, or maybe it's you, and introduces a new play based on maybe something that they saw over the weekend in another game other teams playing, and just shows a new wrinkle? How often does that happen?
Yeah, probably every week. Probably every week introducing something new. You'd like to be. Yeah, and is it something he saw, this past weekend, or is it something he saw 5 years ago, or, you never know, but it's always, something new and something creative typically every week.
All right, let's talk about Green Bay a little bit. When you look at their defense, what do you see?
Yeah, they're good. They're good. It's, Joe Barry, guy I was with in L.A., who I think is a tremendous coach and gets those guys ready to play. They were really good last year. They've been really good through 3 games this year, and they're athletic, they're long, they're fast, they're sound, they do everything right. It'll be a challenge for us.
Is last year's game helpful in terms of just film study, or is it new season, it doesn't matter as much?
Yeah, a little bit, but yeah, we've got 3 brand new games to watch as well. So, that'll help some, but a lot of the stuff this year is, different and the same in some ways. So yeah, you learn from this stuff just the same.
It's early in the season, but it feels like for an early in the season game, it's a huge game. Do you have that energy? Do you guys sense that energy down in the building?
They're all big. They all count the same, and it's a division game, which makes it count maybe a little bit more. And certainly a road division game. If you're able to get one of these, they're special. And we'd love to go in there and get a win, but they all count the same. And Thursday night national stage, man, it'll be fun. But treating it just like every other one.
From a player's perspective, obviously being a Detroit Lion, every year on Thanksgiving, Lions had the Thursday game. You're used to playing on the short week. Do you like playing on the short week, and particularly in addition to the Thanksgiving game? Now you've got this one this week.
Yeah, there's like a love-hate with it. Do I like it? I don't know if I like it, but I do like having the long weekend after, the 10-day break after. So there's a little bit of give and take with it. I've had some of my best games on Thursday night, so I do enjoy it as a quarterback. I know it's hard for a lot of guys and myself included to always get your body turned over by that Thursday, but as long as you do that, I enjoy the long break after.
What has surprised you the most so far this season, and what has simply been confirmed about your team that you knew going in that maybe others outside the building didn't know?
I think what's been confirmed is who we know we are and what we're capable of, and winning on the road, winning a tough one at home. We know who we are. We know what we can do. I thought our defense really showed up for us this past week, and surprise, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe, I wish I had a better answer for you, but I think a lot's been confirmed about who we thought we were and who we think we are, and what we know we can do this year.
You did bring up something there that I wanted to follow up on. You mentioned the defense, and obviously you playing quarterback, but you see what's going on the other side of the ball. Atlanta didn't run it at all against you. You have one of the top rush defenses very early in the season, but against the run so far. Guys in the secondary, even though people are banged up, Tracy Walker comes in, Ifatu Melifonwu comes in and makes plays. What can you say about that side of the football?
Yeah, man, they kept us in it. Typically 20 points doesn't really always get it done in this league, and we've scored 21 and 20 and won both those games. So they kept us in this last one and kept giving us the ball back, and we were trying to kind of close it out there with one more touchdown drive and just kind of couldn't get it done until that last one, but. They just kept giving us the ball back. I throw the interception, the bad interception, and they get four and out on the next 4 plays. So stuff like that, man. It's special when a team can do that and feed off each other and pick each other up, and they did that for us this week.
Always try to finish up with some fun. I got some rapid fire for you if you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Do you prefer it called fall or autumn?
Prefer what?
Fall or autumn?
Oh, fall.
Thank
I don't
you.
know what autumn is. Like old people say autumn.
I appreciate it so much you have no idea. Bratwurst or hot dog?
Hot dog.
Chicken wings or chicken tenders?
Oh, that's a good one. I'll go wings.
Beer or hard seltzer?
Beer.
And lastly, what is your favorite celebratory tequila?
Casamigos.
There you go.
There it is.
He passes.
Yes. Passes.
Hey,
Flying colors.
Jared Goff, appreciate it as always. Good luck on Thursday, and we will talk again next week.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
There he is, the quarterback of the Detroit Lions, Jared Goff. Our weekly conversation here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
And waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
I got to tell you, Kang, we dodged a huge bullet here on the show. A huge bullet. When Gator asked Jared Goff, fall or autumn, the relationship was hanging in the balance. Like this might have been, I was scared that this was the beginning of, we're talking about Lions backup quarterback Teddy Bridgewater every Tuesday. If he had said autumn, I don't know where this would have gone.
Gator, what would you have done had he said autumn?
I probably would have stopped it right there. And I don't know if I'd go down to the, after home games, I don't know if I'd go down to the media room to hear him speak afterwards.
Would have been over.
I would have lost a lot of respect. A lot of respect.
But you said you would have stopped the rapid fire right there and then and just said, all right, well,
No,
it's nice
we're done
talking
now.
to you.
Yeah,
or-
we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, maybe.
Good luck against Green Bay, I guess.
Maybe I would have just stopped talking and would have pointed to Doug and let Doug take it out. I would have been that pissed.
Sure would have been like, you have one rapid fire question. You had one.
It was a late edition, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, this
There was a risky
yes,
moment
big time.
on the program.
Yeah. Well, how do you feel about the other rapid fires? I mean,
The other ones were fine.
Bratwurst or hot dog, you go with hot dog, which I'm glad to hear going into Green Bay. You'd think maybe Bratwurst on the mind. Chicken wings versus chicken tenders. He hemmed and hawed a little bit.
He struggled with that one.
Well, he sounds like a chicken guy.
He likes chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Beer or hard seltzer was pretty easy.
Yeah, he snapped off beer pretty quick.
I was a little surprised with his tequila choice, a celebratory tequila. I like Casamigos. I think it's just fine. I thought he would have gone a little higher end.
No.
You know?
He's just
He's a man of the people, man.
He is a man of the
says
people.
fall. He doesn't say autumn.
Yeah,
That's right.
If it was higher end, he might have said autumn.
I mean, the most difficult
That's a good
question we
point.
asked him all day was wings or tendies.
Tendies?
Yeah.
Is that what you call them?
That's what I call them.
You should have followed up with the wing question though, and gone drumsticks or flats. The little bonus round.
It's above my pay grade, man.
I should have whispered
I'm
in
not.
your
You
ear.
know, I'm not a wings guy, so I
I know.
Yeah,
See, that's me though. That's
Yeah.
why I need to know.
All right, so there you go. Jared
I'm a
Goff.
drum guy. I think.
You're not even sure.
No, I know drum. Yeah, drums are little drums.
Oh, you're not sure what they are?
No, I got it. I like the drums over the flats.
Okay.
I like them both.
Yeah, we know you do. You're a conversation of food you finally can get involved in.
Saturday night, we had 100 B-dubs delivered for all the college football.
Would you rather?
Oh, man, I missed that.
Yeah.
What about would you rather have Impossible wings, or do you laugh at the concept?
I don't need it, so I don't go there. But we had a pretty damn good Impossible Burger last week. So, hey, man, to each their own.
Oh, no, to
you
each
know
their
what's
own.
funny? I noticed this.
It's all good.
Can I ask you guys a quick question before we get back to the phone calls?
Yeah.
I like to say, everybody eat whatever you want,
Yeah.
right? And I've said that consistently for a long time, right?
You're not pushing your stuff on us.
No,
and I
and-
appreciate that.
In my presentation, do I come across as I'm better than you because I do this?
I don't think
honestly.
so.
Okay, because here's the one thing, I don't want to come across that way, but every time, and this is weird, I bring up that I don't eat red meat, that I do like the Impossible Whopper from Burger King, that I eat a lot of chicken, fish, and turkey. And
love kale. Can't get enough of kale.
The Quest bars that I brought in, the Quest peanut butter cups that you guys
the
found.
fake Reese's.
Yeah,
feces.
The feces.
The feces. You don't like sugar unless it comes in an M&M.
Yeah, and well, the pretzel M&Ms are great, but I'm very limited. And whenever that happens, we get feedback from people that want to tell me how terrible the food I eat is for me. How the Impossible, did you look at the sodium count on the Impossible Whopper?
Right. Well,
Are
it's
you
not
nuts?
like your whole diet isn't based on an Impossible Burger, though, right?
No, it's not. But if it ever comes up, I look down and I'm getting feedback about how I'm eating crap. And I'm like, okay, look, I'm eating what I choose to eat. You eat what you choose to eat, and I'm not.
No, you don't come across as holier than thou. Not even a little bit. I think what you come across is weird.
Okay, fine. I'll accept weird. I'll accept weird. I'll definitely accept weird over holier than thou.
No, yeah, you're not holier than thou.
No.
Okay, but do you see the feedback that comes in?
Yeah, because I think people don't like what you choose to eat.
Right, but I'm not doing everything like for. Okay, yeah, sodium count's high. Got it. Yep. Yeah, I'm aware, but it's, I don't eat red meat.
For that one time a month you have an Impossible Burger, you go for the sodium bomb. Okay, fair enough.
You always say, hey, not everything you choose to eat is because of health benefits, but
Not everything.
But a lot of what you eat is healthier. That you feel is healthier, right?
Yes.
And so I think people push back on that.
Yes,
sometimes.
and so I always find it funny. I'm like, look, I'm not asking for like somebody to send the ingredients. That's got Profanol on it, and I'm like, dude, I don't know. I just made up a term. Is there such a thing as Profanol?
Right.
I don't even know it's bad for you, if there is.
It's a lot of side effects, apparently.
Is that it?
Possible side
All right,
effects.
that's it. That's all. I found this to be a strange trend. I'm done. You ready to take phone calls?
Yeah.
Or do you want to talk more about me?
No,
Okay,
I mean, I think the last thing you want to do is talk about you. So
thank you. Let's go to Demetrius. You're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Demetrius?
Hey, guys. How we doing today?
We're good, thank you.
Hey, so I want to talk about Doug some more. So I'm driving along, eating my cornbread, drinking my Kool-Aid like I do every morning. And before Goff, a guy calls in. And two things he said struck me. He said, I think the Lions are going to lose. Didn't say I think the Packers are better or the Packers are going to beat them. He said, I think the Lions are going to lose.
Yes, he did.
Feels like some, scarred. He wants to believe, but he just can't.
Yeah.
And then he said, what I think is absurd, I don't see any alphas. And he backed up a little bit and he gave us Hutch and Branch, right?
Yep.
Has he met Amon-Ra St. Brown? Do you know this guy can rip off all 16 guys at his position in the draft on command? I would like him to walk up to Amon-Ra St. Brown wearing no shirt probably and tell him he's not an alpha.
Well, I do think he was focusing more on the defense than he was on the offense. But to your point, yes, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
And ultimately, man, don't we have the ultimate alpha on the sideline?
There is that guy, yeah.
Right.
And the other guy who's an alpha and the other guy who might be an alpha is unfortunately hurt. That's C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yes.
Exactly. Totally. Yep. But I think more than individual alphas, I think we have an alpha culture. We have a mindset of alphas. So even if you don't see it, because I think you're right, and there's other guys that Cam Sutton might be an alpha. He's so damn good, we never talk about him. He could very well be an alpha. I don't know.
Right.
But yeah, I think there's plenty of alphas. So that struck me as odd that he doesn't see that.
Excellent point, Demetrius. Excellent point. It strikes me as pathetic on our part that we didn't point some of that out.
Enjoy your cornbread.
Yes.
And Kool-Aid.
And the idea that I think the Lions are going to lose. But giving no reason, because the Packers have A, B, C, and D. Packers are better, anything like that. We're conditioned to feel that way. Years and years and years and years will do that to you.
But 7-5 against the Packers in the last 12. And 3 in a row.
Yep. I think that's, when you look at it that way, it doesn't look like, there was a time where I thought going to Green Bay was virtually an impossible task.
Because that was true at one point, Doug.
Yeah.
I mean, it was very true.
They went
very true.
It feels like they went 20 years without winning in Green Bay or whatever the number was. Yeah, they've changed things around.
And by the way, is Penny Sewell look like an alpha to you guys?
think
That
Penny
guy
Sewell
don't back
could be-
down
no,
from
I
anything.
think
Penny
you're
Sewell
right.
is so good.
Yep.
He is so good. He's Pro Bowl caliber at both tackles.
He's all pro caliber.
He's so great.
He speaks fluently in both right and left tackle.
Yes.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Sam LaPorta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better than
rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hockenson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hockenson's rookie year, but TJ Hockenson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam LaPorta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
You can't.
Or TJ Hockenson for $51 million? And look, I'm a Hockenson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, LaPorta looks great.
LaPorta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hockenson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better. So, Gator, I thought I had an ethical question today.
Oh, an ethical question.
I thought I had an ethical question.
Okay.
I walked over to the copy machine. I was going to run some copies for some stuff for Saturday. And I lifted up the copy machine and I saw somebody left.
Mm-hmm.
2 Powerball tickets.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Somebody had made copies of Powerball numbers.
And left the Powerball tickets?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
And it occurred to me that the Powerball ticket, the actual ticket,
that's what matters.
Is what matters. Now, I was like, okay, do I leave these here or do I take them and turn them into Cheryl? Somebody going to be looking for these, and I'm like, I'm not going to keep them, but it'd be pretty wild if one of these tickets won, and I had them in my hands.
The most ironic thing ever. Person who stays far away from the lottery.
Yeah.
And in particular the station lottery. Yeah, so
So anyway,
what would you have done? Did you take him back to Cheryl and say, hey, I found these at the copy machine. I don't know if you copied these or if you know somebody who did.
That's exactly what I did. And they were Cheryl's.
Good.
And they were purchased yesterday for last night's drawing.
Okay.
But before I realized that, before I took them to Cheryl, I was like, all right, let's see if we got any winners here. And there was like, I don't know, like 15 different tickets on the two. Like there were two actual printed tickets.
Gotcha.
15.
Yep.
And none of them matched anything more than one number. But so it turned out to be not really a question at all. I took them back to Cheryl anyway. I said, hey, somebody left these on the copy machine.
Now, wait
She
a
goes,
second.
oh, it was me.
Did you looked them up to see if they were winners first before you went to Cheryl?
I sure did.
Oh, boy.
If they were winners, I would have had to turn them in anyway. Because, look.
Well, somebody, yeah.
Even if I thought I could get away with it, I couldn't. There's no way you'd get away with that. And
No.
so, it's,
We'd hunt you down.
Yeah, she would. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to
I haven't
Terrence.
seen Doug in a while.
Terrence, you're on 97.1. Hi, Terrence.
Hey, how you fellas doing today?
All right, Terrence.
Good, Terrence.
All right, let's talk about Green Bay. First of all, we shouldn't be scared of Green Bay, but I do understand that some of us are afraid of the ghost of Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre. That's pretty much about it. Other than that, I don't think we have any real reason to fear Green Bay. The Lions are warmed up. We're starting to hit on our cylinders. The only thing I am concerned about is him scrambling. I don't like the scrambling because I do not want our defense D-backs and none of them tackling air. We always get kind of caught up in that, and I can't stand that. But I'm not really worried about them. I'm worried about the ghost of Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre, but not necessarily this current team. Not like that. Other than that, and I wanted to refer to the previous caller that said he thinks the Lions are going to lose.
Yeah.
I can't believe he said it. And that refers back to how people always think that we need some shiny tool, some shiny toy on our team in order to win. When the last I checked, football is an 11-man team, and everybody must execute. Everybody. And that's what I love about football. So for him to say that, and we don't have any alphas or nothing like that, that was kind of pathetic to me because like Kane said, Penei Sewell, I believe Jared Goff, Amon St. Brown, all of them guys are A1 players.
Well, again, and those are all offensive players. I think the caller meant defensively because he did mention like a Ray Lewis
Brian
type.
Branch. Now,
So Brian Branch is a great call. It's a little early to say he's an alpha, but he sure looks like one.
Right. We got on the defense, we got a lot of, I would say, C+ and B+ players. A lot of them guys are coming to their own. And as long as they execute and they're competent, they don't give up too much, if any at all, they're going to be all right. And for him to say Atlanta, come on now, did he consider Bijan an alpha male over there? Like he was just going to come in here on his first year in the NFL and just run all over us like that? How much faith do you really have in our team, man? Are you a Lions fan or are you just a poser?
Well, I love the game plan they had against the Falcons. It was pick your poison, and they didn't buy into the hype of all of their weapons. They said we're going to stop the run and make Ritter do the rest. We're also going to pin our ears back and get after the quarterback, and they did. And they rattled Desmond Ritter. Ritter was useless in the game because he was rattled, and at the end he was just throwing the ball high and wide and all over the place because he was sacked 7 times. But bringing in the extra linebacker out there, going with just a one high safety and bringing all these people that are closer to the line of scrimmage. They stuffed Bijan Robinson. It was fun to watch, but it's over with. Now you got the next game and the Packers and the challenges that they present, and it's on a short week. The good news is players were in limited practice yesterday. Taylor Decker, David Montgomery, limited practice. Emmanuel Mosley, limited practice.
That's better than no practice, yeah.
Better than an NP from those guys. So we'll see how that changes the rest of today and tomorrow leading up to Thursday's game, but I do feel a lot better. I don't know if I feel confident, but I feel more confident that Taylor Decker is going to be able to play. I think that'd be a huge lift for this team.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Chris in Heartland writes in, Jordan Love will get exposed Thursday. Bears, terrible offense and a struggling quarterback that couldn't keep the defense off the field. Saints came back to win against Jameis Winston, a backup that couldn't keep his defense off the field. Goff will be able to engineer enough offense to wear the Packers' defense down, forcing Love into uncomfortable situations for a first-year starter, just like they did against Ritter. Lions win 28-17. I think Ritter was impacted by a lot. I think it was the Lions defense, and I think it was a hostile crowd. Love will only have to deal with one of those two things. But yeah, I mean, if Jameis Winston didn't play in that game and Card stayed healthy, do I think New Orleans wins? Yes. I mean, hell, should have won anyway. Missed a very makeable field goal at the horn. I would have won it. So, next one. From an unnamed texter, this is what I love about football season. Since week 1, every game for the Lions has been considered a big game. And this one's no different. LOL, 4 weeks, 4 big games. Every week counts. And then he writes in all caps the word critical.
I agree with how this is shaped up. I think this is a great way to start your season with the importance of all these games. First one, Thursday night, you start the season against Super Bowl champs. Set the tempo. There you go. Next one, revenge game against Seattle. Goes to overtime. They lose it, but you get experience from getting into a game, making some mistakes, and not getting a chance in overtime. It's going to leave a sour taste in your mouth. That's a good thing. Then you go against the Falcons. Can you come back and win the game after you lost a heartbreaker? Yep. Now you got a short week. Short week, division rival, and it's a team that started off on a 2-1 start here also. It's another big game.
Unnamed texter, I think Green Bay is pissed Rodgers didn't leave prior to last year. Love is better than Rodgers was last year.
Rodgers had his worst year
he was terrible.
in a long time last year.
For him, he was terrible.
Yeah.
For him.
And is a banged-up Aaron Rodgers better than a healthy Jordan Love? I think he is, but had Jordan Love played all last year, he would have had all that experience and I think it would have paid off handsomely for him going into this year. I kind of agree with that assessment that they were looking for the timetable that it was going to be Jordan Love's team last year, but things got so, I don't know.
No, they couldn't. Rodgers had just won back-to-back MVPs. They had to run it back, right? Even if they didn't want to.
Well, it got played out in the media and out in public, so it was so public that it was like they were forced to do it. I don't think they wanted to.
Well, I think they were forced to because he was playing so well.
Yeah.
They wrote him up before the MVP seasons, and then he won. And that's even Rodgers has said in interviews. Yeah, I changed their plans a little bit. I played a lot better than they expected when they drafted Jordan Love, and so they ran it back with that contract, and it didn't work out. And I don't think he should have never came back, and they should have never had him come back because he didn't want to be back there.
Jacob in South Lyon writes in, I'm a Packers fan. I don't know what that caller is talking about. Every Packer fan is rallying behind Jordan Love, and we believe he is the guy. And so far, he has shown he is the guy. So I guess the question becomes, what is the guy? What is the guy? Because the guy that we're used to, your guy being the guy, is a Hall of Fame player. Did you guys all believe he's going to be a Hall of Fame player?
Aaron Rodgers?
No. Jordan Love.
Jordan Love. Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Yeah,
no,
but
I don't think he's going to be.
But that Packer fan says, I don't know what he's talking about. We're all rallying behind Jordan Love. We all believe he's the guy. Everyone believes he's the guy. Okay, cool. But does that mean you think he's going to be as good as Aaron Rodgers?
It doesn't have to. I mean,
No.
you can be a good
You can
quarterback
win-
and
you
not
can
be a Hall
win-
of Fame quarterback.
No, that's a good point. You can win in the NFL with something less than Aaron Rodgers. All right, Gator, we almost had a massive collision of huge stories. Came this close.
Oh.
Yes. And it might have been the highest rated TV event ever.
Oh, my.
That might be a bit of exaggeration, but maybe. We'll get to that today at 11:50 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, as you're getting ready for the weekend, maybe you're going to go to a tailgate party, or maybe you're just going to go somewhere and watch the game with some friends or have some friends over. Bring something with you or have something at the ready that they're all going to enjoy. Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. It's excellent. It's a small batch American-made bourbon blended in Holland, Michigan, and yep, it's part of the Coppercraft family, so you know that it's quality. It's artfully crafted for the brave of heart. It's a blend of aged whiskeys with notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit, and it's a versatile spirit. Have it any way you want. Do shots with your boys. You want to have it neat or on the rocks, or maybe mix it up with some ginger ale or some cola. However you have it, it's going to be great. It's the perfect everyday drinker that's as smooth as it is unpretentious. There's no gimmicks. It's just great, approachable American whiskey for the maverick at heart. You can follow them at Flying Ace Spirits. They're on Instagram. That way you can stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
But where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie, and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get, like, the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, he's trying to, like, pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys, Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah, what do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
Professed his
emotional.
love for the state of Ohio and the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right, but you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah.
It's kind of like he didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. Guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life. Right?
However many days that may be. Yeah.
You made up your mind about tonight yet?
Yes.
So is it a thumbs up or a thumbs down?
Thumbs down.
Okay.
I realize there's a couple things going on at once I want to keep my eye on.
Okay. He was considering going to the Red Wing game tonight. Which, did you say the kid's playing, the first-round pick?
Yeah, Danielson's supposed to play.
Nice.
Larkin, DeBrincat.
But you were hoping
Soderblom.
Also that Casper was going to play?
Yeah, and Casper is not.
Yeah.
The defense looks like it's a lot of opening night defensemen in there in the lineup. Mo Sider and Gossesbear, Petrie, I believe. Edvinson, Wallman, Wallander. Lots of good names there.
All right. But you might stream it. Is it streamed or is it on the
No, it's going to be on the Bally's Plus.
Okay.
So it's
900 whatever it is.
707 on your
on your.
Yeah. So I'll be going back and forth between Tigers and that because Miggy's last stand.
Yep. God, that's wild. We're already down to that. Okay, I mentioned before the break, Gator, the entire offseason leading up to this NFL season, what was the biggest story?
It was Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets.
In the biggest media market.
Yeah.
Did you see what the Sunday night game is this week?
I did not. I haven't looked.
It's Kansas City at New York against the Jets.
Oh.
Meaning.
Oh, my God. Zach Wilson against Patrick Mahomes?
Meaning.
Sorry, Zach Wilson and the Jets against Mahomes and the Chiefs. I don't want to upset the previous caller.
We almost had Taylor Swift versus Aaron Rodgers.
Wow.
If Taylor Swift was going to show up at that Sunday night game, as ridiculous as this sounds, do you think that the Swifties will come with? Do you think that they will start watching Kansas City Chief games? And do you think that Aaron Rodgers, if he were playing for the Jets and Taylor Swift was dating a Chief, that this could be the highest rated Sunday night football game of all time? And you might scoff and say Taylor Swift isn't playing. No, she's not.
But the Swifties be tuning in because her boyfriend is playing? I think there will be some. Yeah, I think they're going to see a little. I don't know how big of a spike, but there's going to be some sort of measurable difference.
It's not just that her boyfriend's playing; it's that she might be there.
Right? Yeah, because they want to get a glimpse of her. Yeah,
her.
Yeah. Look,
did you see what happened at Travis Kelce jersey sales?
No.
They're up 400% in the 48 hours following.
Oh, God.
Her appearance at a Chiefs game as Travis Kelce's girlfriend.
This is not going to end well.
Oh, really? A Hollywood relationship?
Wait.
What?
Taylor Swift.
Let alone that.
Yeah, her track record, right? The track record.
I mean, there's going to be a song written about their breakup.
Doesn't she use her boyfriends for material?
That's like every singer.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm saying it half jokingly. I mean,
but isn't she kind of famous for it? Is it like this her
John Mayer
this
thing?
is her this is her formula? Date someone, break up, write a song about it.
She's really famous for it because her songs are incredibly popular, right? Like, so I guess more so than others.
We should probably ask the Swiftie in the building what she thinks.
No, we shouldn't.
We won't be able to shut her up.
And by the way, they're not officially boyfriend and girlfriend, guys. Come on now.
So they're not, and there's a lot of
Wait,
speculation.
did she just show up to the game and sitting with mom because?
Yes.
Well, there's.
Come on, man. You thought the Hills was real.
Okay, but here's the thing.
That's not fair. That's just mean. That's just mean. All right? It was uncalled for. That hurts.
It still hurts?
That still hurts. That was mean, Kang.
I'm sorry. I didn't know it still hurt like that.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Boy, that is not completely scabbed over, has it?
If I cut, do I not bleed?
No one makes Gator bleed his own blood.
So, I mean, seriously, if she's going to be there and word gets out that she's there, obviously NBC is going to show Taylor Swift every opportunity they can. And if Travis Kelce's jersey sales have shot through the roof, I think the TV ratings for this game will shoot through the roof. They might not even need Aaron Rodgers.
Well, I mean, the Jets might actually want her to play quarterback at this point.
Is it? Wow.
Again, I don't know. What did I do to you?
I'm sorry.
But they might not need Aaron Rodgers. And didn't Taylor Swift turn down the Super Bowl?
Yeah. She's that big.
That's how big she is she doesn't need the Super Bowl.
She's done it before, hasn't she? Or no? Has she not done it before?
I'm not sure. I don't know her whole catalog.
Yeah, I don't know any of her catalog, so.
Well, I bet you NBC definitely wants her there because without Aaron Rodgers, that's a huge loss, you know.
But so they're at New York?
They're at New York.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with the Swiftie tour.
They're so the
Eras tour?
Eras, yeah. Is she playing somewhere on Sunday night? Probably not.
Is the Eras tour over?
I don't know. I can't believe we're talking about Taylor Swift.
I know, but it's
no, but I understand what you're saying. The fact that those jerseys have spiked by 400% is crazy.
It is.
Yes, it's going to have an effect on the demographics of the audience. You will see a large number of women. I think they're going to tune in to the game so they get a glimpse of their idol, and it's fine. Mm-hmm. This is just, to me, I mean, how long is she even going to be there? I don't know. Like, how often are we going to?
Yeah, she's not going to go to every game, right?
You wouldn't think.
But
how soon before Aaron Andrews lands the pregame interview with Taylor Swift?
Oh, there's right now.
They're working. They're working on it so hard.
Which network is going to get Taylor Swift first?
Yeah. Hey, Travis, you have to hook me up. I need to have the interview with Taylor Swift.
I saw this meme going around on Twitter yesterday, and it was a picture of Taylor Swift, and it said, "The NFL explained for Swifties new to football."
Oh, God.
You have 4 tries, and then in parentheses, downs to go 10 yards. If you make a first down, you keep the ball and the cycle repeats. If you don't, the other team gets the ball. Point 3. You can score a touchdown for 6 points or kick a field goal for 3 points. And point 4, the Dallas Cowboys always suck no matter how much their fans will try and convince you otherwise. Those were the 4 bullet points for Swiftie fans. But the power, this is a demographic that the NFL hasn't quite tapped into, right?
No.
Predominantly?
I think they've tried to, and, look, Carrie Underwood every Sunday night, they tap in a little bit there.
Yep.
All due respect to Miss Carrie Underwood.
Is this their breakthrough?
She ain't Taylor Swift.
Is this their breakthrough with that demographic?
It's huge.
When they inevitably break up or split up,
right.
Are they going to hate the NFL then? Are they going to hate everything to do with?
Of course.
I wonder, and this is a question for Swifties, I guess. Do Swifties like when she's dating? When it's public who she dates? Or do they just hate on whoever that she dates? Or do they dote on who she dates?
They love it all. There's something to talk about. The drama, gossip. And this is a great move by Kelce. He's totally clout chasing, by the way.
Okay, but then the next question is it fake?
Yes.
Are they both doing this for publicity?
She doesn't need it. He needs it more than her.
He's been all over the place, though.
Yeah, but this is a whole new level.
No, I know this takes it to a stratosphere, right? But
what do we mean by need, though?
I don't even, not like
for the brand.
Yeah, he is a guy he's in more commercials now. He's got that WWE type personality when he grabs the mic. He's very, and
all that happened before he started dating.
He had the dating show on E.
I don't like Travis Kelce.
Really?
He's a great player.
He's really good.
Yeah. Great player. He is key in the NFL. I'm
fine with Travis Kelce, and I find this story to be fascinating.
Really?
And well, here's why. I just keep waiting. You know who got so fired up this weekend was my daughter. Now, she likes football to begin with, but she was like, oh, my God. And then last night, when Jason Kelce walked past DeAndre Swift and their jerseys were next to each other, that became a meme because it was Kelce and Swift all over again.
Wow.
So
Is your daughter a Swiftie?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Now, not like Lori here at the building. Lori's off
that's
the charts.
That's
yeah.
crazy.
She's got the flag and everything.
She's got a Taylor Swift
I
flag.
can see it in the reflection of the
I look past
window.
you and see it every day.
Yeah.
I wonder if
straight behind me.
I wonder if Ben could turn one of these cameras to the Taylor Swift flag right out there.
It's like 100 feet behind me, but you can see it clear as day.
It's this giant Taylor Swift flag right behind. I don't know if this camera even works anymore, but long story short, it's bringing in potentially an untapped demographic where, I mean, dads, did your daughters bring this to your attention? I don't mean, but did they?
I think we all know what needs to happen here, Doug. Once Kelsey and Taylor don't make it,
yeah,
and Gator's got to shoot a shot for the show.
With Taylor Swift?
Yes, 400% increase in listenership.
It's worth it.
I'll dress as Taylor Swift if that happens, okay? Gator?
That's off-putting.
It didn't, but isn't that exactly what happened? Didn't Travis Kelce, like through social media? Isn't that how this whole thing started? He shot a shot?
I think someone... Okay, the thing is, with Taylor Swift, there was a thing going around like, hey, I'm hearing that so-and-so is dating Taylor Swift. And they would insert themselves into it.
Right.
I think he became part of that as well. And somehow, maybe he did reach out to her. She reached out to him. And
she's interested.
And
away we went.
I mean, did you see the fact that viral 5-second clip of them leaving the locker room or leaving the facility together?
It was the only thing on Twitter for a better part of an hour.
Just nonstop.
Yep. Wild.
So you want me to throw my hat in the ring?
Yes.
When the inevitable happens that they break up.
Yeah.
I mean, for the show, you have to.
I don't want to see Gator heartbroken.
And
though.
for love, I mean,
Doesn't
sorry.
work out.
That's the thing. I'm in it for love.
Yeah.
I'm not in it to build a brand.
Oh,
I'm not in it so that she can write another hit record or
About
5.
You? About you? What would she write about you?
I'm afraid to think.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. Doug and Scott, 97.1 A Ticket. Hope you're doing well. 248-539-9797. Okay, do you want to get some college football stuff or push that back? I got some more NFL stuff. What are you feeling right now? What's on the plate?
Let's go college football.
Okay. Want to do Michigan or Michigan State?
Let's go Michigan.
Okay. So here's the thing. We talk about anxiety, fan anxiety, and I think some people are having a degree of anxiety because they want Michigan to win 63-0, and I can understand it. I kind of expected this team to line up, and no matter what anybody did with their offensive line, to average, 7.5 yards a carry. Hasn't really happened yet. It seems like the run game's getting a little bit better each week, but something's occurred to me through 4 games. They've taken one deep shot. One. The flea flicker that went for a touchdown against Bowling Green. And you think about the way they ended last year when they took multiple deep shots in Columbus, multiple deep shots in the Fiesta Bowl. I think that they are still at a point where they're not, even through these first 4 games, they haven't really had to game plan to win them because of what the schedule is, and the schedule is what it is. It's not the toughest of slates, to say the least. Does it happen this weekend? Can Nebraska be feisty in their own building? They can be. They don't look to be particularly good. That is a tough place to play. Of all the places, the ones that have really stood out, like Nebraska, it's not a night game, which is good for Michigan, but Nebraska at night and Iowa at night were way, way tougher than I think the average person realizes, because there's a visual element to it as well. Iowa, it's in part because the stands are right up on you. Nebraska, they've got this weird fencing that goes around, and it seems like fans are right on top of the field behind this fence. But suffice it to say, Michigan should win this game. But it also seems pretty clear to me that there's a lot more there offensively. A lot more there that will change the way teams have to defend them. Defensively, they look fine. They look fine. Now, have they faced a great offense yet? No. But they've dominated whoever's been put in front of them.
Well, I'll go back to the question I asked Jared Goff about, the perception that it looks like they're taking more deep shots this year than really they did all of last year, and it's only been 3 games. And was it accurate? He said it might be, but some of it's just that those shots are called and they haven't taken the shot. Mm-hmm. But this year they are. They've, the shot has been called and they followed through on it based on what was in front of them. I can't speak to Michigan's offense if those calls been made. Hey, we got a chance to go deep, and that J.J. McCarthy just decides it's not right. Coverage is different. I'm going to dump it off underneath here. I tend to think it's more what you're saying. I think they're waiting for the big game, the bigger games to unload more of the playbook. They know they don't have to right now. They can get by handing the ball off to Blake Corum. They can get by throwing high percentage passes. But McCarthy's off to a hell of a start with his completion percentage. I mean, you don't like to see the interceptions he's thrown, but completing 80% of your passes is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So until they have to go deeper into the playbook, they don't need to. Don't do it.
No, they're really not. And, the thing about it is that it's possible, right? It's definitely possible that they just offensively might not be where they were last year. That's possible. I'm not ruling it out, but I do find it awfully curious when there's this one facet of the game that they just have completely almost ignored.
Well, what's different from last year to this year, other than Ronnie Bell was there last year? So outside of Ronnie Bell, what's the difference? The offensive line is still really good.
Yeah, it's still really good. Oluwatimi's gone, which was a big part of what they were doing offensively. Obviously, a center, and their last 2 centers, and Drake Nugent comes from Stanford, and maybe we underestimate him because they have 3 guys that came in, offensive linemen who started elsewhere, that transferred in to play at Michigan and develop under Sharon Moore. And maybe we've underestimated a little bit, or I underestimated a little bit, just the gelling that it takes time for an offensive line, a unit to work together, because Ladarius Henderson and Miles Hinton, one from Arizona State and the other from Stanford, are rotating at the tackle spots. And, Carson Barnhart's bouncing back and forth to give them each an opportunity. But I guess Hinton's been working through something. Jim Harbaugh mentioned that last night. And so,
but they're still averaging 5 yards a carry in the running game. They've run for a bunch of yards in the four games. They put up a bunch of yards total in the 4 games. What they haven't done is scored a bunch of points.
Yep. Games are shorter now. That's something that shouldn't make a huge difference, but it does make a difference.
Exactly. I mean, they've scored in the 30s all 4 games, right? I think at 40. No, I think it's in the 30s all 4 games. I don't.
Look,
I hesitate to bring this up because I don't want this. It's not a Michigan State thing. I don't want anybody to go crazy with it. But Michigan, they didn't score as much as they wanted to against Michigan State. Did that game throw any kind of template up there for how to limit? Because it was late in the season when they played that game. I'd have to look back and see. I don't even know I can back it up with stats, but look back after the Michigan State game. How did Michigan's offense do?
52, 34, 19, 45, 43, 45. But at the TCU game, people say that TCU did some things that were different, but really they had catastrophic errors. They had 2 trips inside the 5, scored no points, and 2 pick sixes is a good way to lose a game against a good team. And the thing is, Blake Corum's back, and Blake Corum's such a good running back in the red zone. He's like their finisher, and they didn't have him at the end of last year. But, they found a way and got the wins. Here's a crazy stat, though, something I didn't realize, but I sat down and looked at it. Last year in Michigan's 9 Big Ten games, and they went undefeated in the Big Ten, but all of them were 1-score games at the half. And even though they'd win some games by big totals, like they were 3-point game with Penn State at the half, 141-7. Rutgers, they were trailing 17-14, 152-17. Ohio State game, they were trailing. The Indiana game, I think, was tied at the half. 10-10, it was tied at the half. So they played a lot of these games where they were close early and really wore a team down and pulled away in the second half. So, whether or not it's a real problem or a perceived problem, I guess we'll find out. But I do find it awfully curious that they aren't taking any deep shots, which tells me that there's a lot of the playbook they just haven't really gotten to yet.
Waiting for the right moment. Maybe the right moment happens on Saturday.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, look, first trip on the road. The last couple of years, this team has really done a great job of embracing the road. Like whatever the opposing teams think, I think it's Thunderstruck in Nebraska. It's Jump Around in Wisconsin. The Michigan team looks forward to it. They get into it. They bounce around. They did the jump around thing on the field. They were dancing during Thunderstruck. They whatever the road environment or whatever their tradition is, they decide, all right, let's make this our own and let's use it to fire us up as well. And they've been really good on the road. They've won, I think it's now 16 consecutive Big Ten games. So their last road Big Ten loss was, of course, the Kenneth Walker game up in Michigan State 2 seasons ago. So, look, I tend to think that there's a lot more to give, but we'll obviously know over the course of time. 248-539-9797. Let's get into Michigan State. I mean, is the story on the field or is the story Mel Tucker's the 25-page letter yesterday?
I think the story's on the field.
Okay.
Can they move and pick up some momentum from Saturday's loss against Maryland, where there were some good things that happened in that game for Michigan State, and can they build on that? The players and the coaching staff, they all said some interesting things about that, very positive things about that, and how they're kind of sticking together as a team. Now we'll see what happens if they do fire officially Mel Tucker today, if we find out that there is some whispers of players are going to enter the portal or not. But right now, there really aren't. Players are pretty strong that are staying on this team for now. Maybe it's just they want to see what happens because there's plenty of time to enter the portal.
Yeah, because you can still hold on to a red shirt if you shut it down right now. So if the firing is announced today, then players that want to retain a red shirt or retain a year of eligibility could make that decision now. But we'll see. You said today's the first day it's eligible to happen?
I believe so. Yeah, it was 7 days from the notice, and they put the notice on last Monday, so today's the first day.
All right, hey, we know we made it through the weekend, but that doesn't mean we can't start thinking about the next one. Make sure you keep your calendar clear for Saturday night, Fight Night at Twin Peaks. You know they'll have the big games on that day. Plus, be sure to stick around for a dynamite matchup between Canelo Alvarez and Jermell Charlo. It gets better, too. $6 tall Michelob Ultra drafts and $15 Mick Ultra buckets all night long. And be sure to talk to your Twin Peaks girls that night for details of how you can win a Canelo autographed boxing glove. Enjoy all the hits and knockouts with their bone-chilling 29-degree drafts, awesome shot specials, and scratch-made favorites like their Brisket Street tacos. We got a game out in Nebraska at 3:30. We got a game in Iowa City under the lights on Saturday night. Not a bad way to spend your Saturday. If you're a fan of Twin Peaks, you already know about all this because you signed up for the E-Club. If not, do so. Plus, you can score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year, because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something, because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing. But that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Doug Carter, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Some Lions stuff we'll get to a little bit later on. You want to keep talking college football. Wolverine fans, do you have big concerns here? Or does it kind of feel a little bit familiar? A little bit familiar. Look, the defense looks great. The offense, the O-line they haven't broken off like one of those 60, 70-yard touchdown runs yet. which would certainly make everybody feel better.
Well, they have a 54-yarder.
They have a 54-yard
Or
run.
gain, anyway, I guess,
Yes, but the Donovan Edwards thing against Ohio State, it just probably should serve as a reminder how special that day was and that fourth quarter was to have a 75-yarder and an 85-yarder. But meanwhile, Michigan State, we talked a little bit about the Tucker thing before the break, but, look, they were down 21-3. 21-3 or 21-6 at the half?
21-3.
Okay. So second half, look, they got to a point where in the fourth quarter, they were still in it. I guess my question is for you is, do you have right now any desire to maybe see a little bit more of another quarterback?
I'm always curious about the next guy, right? And Caden Hauser is the redshirt freshman. He was the Elite 11 quarterback. Pretty good pedigree, and I'm curious of him, but Noah Kim has showed me some things that I do like. He's more than flashed at times with a strong arm, reasonably accurate arm. I like how he throws a deep pass. He's not afraid to take off and run. He's got a little bit of speed, but unfortunately, he's made some costly errors, and the turnovers that on Saturday can't have. And then Caden Hauser comes in and he does the same thing. You can't throw an interception when you're in the red zone. Just don't do it. Can't have it. Can't have those plays. So I don't think anything's settled at Michigan State. Harlan Barnett said yesterday that they're going to stick with Noah Kim as a starter for now. I don't think it's any ringing endorsement. I think we're going to go with it until it goes south, and then we'll give Hauser another opportunity. And even Sam Levitt got in the game, the freshman quarterback. Even he got in the game on Saturday. But I think it's definitely between Kim and Hauser, and Kim has I don't think it's a slight advantage. I think he still has an advantage until he proves otherwise. But if he starts committing turnovers against Iowa, then I think you could see a change. But Iowa's, the thing about Iowa is their defense is always good. Phil Parker knows what he's doing, man. He's a hell of a defensive mind. And Iowa's always had these really good defensive teams. Iowa's offense is pathetic this year. I don't think Michigan State's offense is pathetic. It's not as good as you want it to be, but it's not pathetic. This is going to be an interesting game when it comes to Saturday, how these teams match up. Michigan State wants to throw the ball. Seems like at times they really have guys that have made some great plays for them, and then they don't. Montori Foster made a couple of great catches and then dropped the one in the end zone that was perfectly thrown. And that was disappointing because it came at a really it wasn't necessarily a desperate time, but it came at a time when it would have been really welcome to catch that ball and help out with momentum. But like everything else, you're dealing with some injuries, like every other team's dealing with injuries. It's going to be a slow climb, but I think that I'm hoping that this team hit bottom when they faced Washington. Against Maryland, it looked awful to start off, and then they started to get better. But then they would shoot themselves in the foot. But at least they showed a pulse. There was no pulse against Washington, right? Against Maryland, Nathan Carter had some nice runs. Almost had 100 yards. I think he ended up with 94 or 97 yards in that game. He had to start the season a couple of really good games. I think he's a really good running back. He's averaging over 5 yards a carry. I think they need to find a way to, push forward with that offensive line. Make sure you put a man on a man. Start blocking better. This offensive line has got to be better for Michigan State to have any prayer of doing things offensively to perhaps get them in bowl contention. But to try to find 4 wins the rest of the way, it's tough sledding right now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the Hawkeyes are greeted by their own fans. That was such a bad performance. There is I'm sensing, I might be wrong on this, a growing hostility towards Brian Ferentz. I think it's been there. I think that's clear. But is it now to the point where people are mad at Kirk Ferentz? Is there going to be hostility towards the team? Is it make Iowa a place that a team can go into and win a night game, that it's not as hostile of an environment as it typically is? Because it is a very, I was surprised. In the years of doing sidelines, Iowa at night is a real thing, man. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Greg in Dearborn. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Okay.
Good. So as far as JJ goes, I think as Michigan fans, we probably just have to kind of realize that the deep ball really isn't part of his game. I mean, in that Ohio State game, those guys are just running wide open. And, I mean, he even kind of underthrew Will Jackson for at least one or two of them. So I think what Harbaugh's doing right now, getting them with those runs and being real careful not to get hurt, that's just going to set up those plays later on in the year where he's going to fake like he's going to run it and then pass it to Colton Lovin over the top, and those are going to be the plays. So they're not really going to turn out a lot of points, you know. So my question to you guys, though, is this weekend, I mean, for me, I would definitely put more money on Michigan State to win the game versus Michigan to cover. What's the point? Is like 24 points or something?
I actually haven't seen it yet. I'm sure I know it's out there, but I haven't.
Well, I mean,
I think.
I was going to say, do you think that Nebraska is able to score points?
Maybe not, but I mean, just like Doug was saying,
It's an 18-point spread right now. Michigan's favored by 18.
All these games are like real close at half. Like
Michigan
that Doug was just talking about.
Even last year, man, when they went undefeated, 7 of their 9 Big Ten games were one-score games at the half, and they were like even losing.
I like the over.
In the Michigan-Nebraska game?
Over-under set at 40.
40?
40.
See, here's the thing about Nebraska. I think they're number 1 in the country in rush defense.
Well, they played Northern Illinois, Louisiana Tech, and Colorado and Minnesota to start the season, and there's no Mo Ibrahim anymore. So,
Yeah, and if Michigan likes to, I mean, this is going to be a better test of Michigan's run game. It's going to be a huge test of Michigan's run game. You can get a little bit of a team that just likes to sling it all over the place, so it can impact, make a team's rush defense looks better.
Yeah, Nebraska gives up 46 yards a game on the ground, but again, it's who they faced.
Yep. I mean, but look, that can be indicative of how good you might be. It could be.
Well, the other thing is because it's Michigan, you know that you're going to get the best punch from Nebraska. This is the big game on the schedule for Nebraska because it's Michigan.
Yep.
And I look at the rest of their schedule, but if they play obviously Ohio State or Penn State, it's going to have that same field. You get the big games, you got to be ready. That's the thing. If you're Ohio State, Penn State, or Michigan, every week you're getting the best punch from the opposition.
Yeah. And for Nebraska, this is, I mean, unless it's Iowa, this is their marquee home game. Unless they look at it, the Iowa rivalry. Maybe they think of it that way. But all right, Gator, I think both these moves were undervalued when they were made. They barely moved the needle. And now they might be amongst Brad Holmes' best moves. We will get to that today at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Sam LaPorta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hockenson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hockenson's rookie year, but TJ Hockenson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam LaPorta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or TJ Hockenson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hockenson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, LaPorta looks great.
LaPorta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hockenson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better. Got a question for 10 texts coming up today.
I love the Ryan Day talk this
56.
morning, man. What a
You ready?
Where's Lou Holtz? Like
for 10 texts. All right, so I was looking back and thinking about how this Lions team was constructed. And I think there's some irony to it. I would imagine that most people know that I'm a huge Brad Holmes fan. Love the resume. And it goes back to he was a guy that built draft boards. There were a couple organizations, John Schneider, the GM in Seattle, the way they had drafted the Rams without first-round picks for, I think it was 4 consecutive drafts, but it had really done well in mid to latter rounds. I liked, I think it was Ortiz was the name of the director of college scouting in Baltimore, who I was pushing to be the Lions GM. But I was looking at assistant GMs for the Rams. When they got Brad Holmes, I'm like, oh, college scouting director. Okay, so this guy built the draft boards. And so from moment one, I liked the hire. He got the job on January 14th of 2021. And it was about 15 days later, he traded Matthew Stafford for 2 first-rounders, a third-rounder, and Jared Goff. And so we get to these, we react to it, and we take calls. And everybody is fired up about this trade. Like it was even the Stafford fans, I was one of them, you were one of them, although more me than you at that time, we approved. Stafford fans or non-Stafford fans alike, because 2 first-round picks. Like, this is how you jumpstart a rebuild. And then there was the news conference, and Brad Holmes was taking questions from the media, and I felt like there was this Brad Holmes going, and guys, I like Jared Goff. And I think collectively our response of it as a community was, yeah, sure. But the first-round picks. And he would say, yeah, we're going to build around Goff. And I think we use the term bridge quarterback. And at one point it got to Brad Holmes, and Brad Holmes, he's more than a bridge quarterback. And we're like, yeah, sure. But the first-round pick, like, nobody bought into it, like, at the time, except you. I will say.
I left open the possibility.
Yeah, I don't want to give you too much credit, but
because I don't deserve too much. But I want
to give you credit because you were like, I'm going to leave this window open. I was like, okay. And others weren't buying in, and that's okay.
Because he had put up a couple of really good seasons. He did quarterback a team to a Super Bowl, not a Super Bowl win, but to the Super Bowl. He had that epic game against the Chiefs where he threw for over 400 yards. There was something there. It was clear that the situation in LA was that the coach was done with him. That the coach wanted to move on. The coach saw an opportunity to get better, and they ran with it. And they won a Super Bowl because of it. But here the Lions are a few years later, and you're right. Everybody was talking about the draft picks and forgetting about the throw-in quarterback who isn't a throw-in.
Yep.
He's a top 10 quarterback.
So it was interesting because Brad Holmes had this belief that I think either A, people thought it was just lip service, or B, we're like, well, he'll get over that. He'll get over his love for this guy. Now Detroit loves Jared Goff. And Jared Goff is, he's right now directing a team that has won, what they finished last year, winning 7 of 9. So
8-2.
8-2. So now we're 10-3 in the last 13 games. And then the other one that, again, was kind of a, whatever, bridge guy. 2 months after he took the job, 2 to 3 months after he took the job, he signed a free agent linebacker, Alex Anzalone.
Yeah.
And at the time, and even up until this year, kind of, remember when he signed the contract extension in the summer? People are like, why is he doing that with Anzalone? Now, I'm not quite as sure that Anzalone has the support that Goff does, but this is the centerpiece of what appears to be an improving defense who has been on the field for like 195 of their 210 plays. Again, this is something that Brad Holmes believes in, someone that Brad Holmes believes in. He's been on the field for 193 of a possible 204 defensive snaps. And he's just been signed to an extension. And you said it yesterday. You were like, you know what? I don't want to misquote you, but what was your comments about Alex Anzalone yesterday?
That I feel like he's this he's the unheralded guy that we should really start to look at and appreciate more. And that even I wasn't buying into it. Now I'm looking at him like, you know what? He's actually good.
Yeah.
He's actually making plays all over the place. He's a good quality player, and he's getting the opportunity in Detroit that he didn't really get fully in New Orleans. He played in New Orleans, but it's not like he was playing all the snaps like he is here. And it's, at the time when they acquired him, it looked like, okay, this is a guy that Dan Campbell knows, that Aaron Glenn knows, because they came from New Orleans.
A little different in that regard,
Yeah.
Yep.
It just kind of makes sense. Well, it's kind of like when they got Brockers from L.A. in a trade, right? They brought him over, another guy that, knows winning football. Here we go. And Brockers ended up being on the field, nothing for the Lions. Off the field, maybe there was something that he added some value behind the scenes, and maybe was a great example of how to prepare and all that. That may be the case, but on the field he wasn't much for this team. Anzalone, I kind of thought that was going to be the same type of thing. Hey, it's a guy who knows Aaron Glenn's defense. It's just going to bring this in, and here we go. but he's grown to be a guy that is very underappreciated. And I think that Lions fans are just now starting to gain that appreciation for him. And as King pointed out, players do get better as they get older.
Yep.
And it's not like he's 34 years old in the middle of this defense. I mean, how old is Alex Anzalone?
He's 29.
I was going to say, he's still in his 20s, right?
Well, they have the ability to get better,
Yeah.
which I think a lot of people, including myself, forget sometimes. Like another guy who didn't come here, but he was drafted here, was Derek Barnes. I think we forgot that this dude can get better. And look what he's doing this year.
Yeah.
He's
He
pushing
looks great.
out Campbell and Rodriguez for the opposite starting position and on a week-in, week-out basis. And then I saw him line up a defensive end rushing the quarterback, and I'm like, maybe this guy's a defensive end as well. He's a valuable player. And you forget, just because he didn't come out guns a-blazing his rookie year, well, that guy sucks. No, he can actually still get better. And I think we forget that sometimes.
Well, it's just interesting because, we've talked a ton about the draft and obviously the successes and maybe some of the failures as well. And there's a lot of, this show has emphasized it historically. But these are two veterans that are now kind of cornerstones of the offense and the defense that have really come through for Brad Holmes. Really come through.
The Goff thing, for sure, Gator, was more – I mean, you definitely were like, hey, I'm willing to think that this guy might be good when a lot of people wrote him off. And you weren't saying he was going to be good, but you're like, hey.
But leave that door open because he's done something in the past that's pretty impressive, and everybody wanted to say, well, yeah, he had Todd Gurley or he had this or he had that, but you still have to make the plays, and he was great those 2 or 3 years early on in Los Angeles. He just fell out of favor with the coach, and the coach scapegoated him. It was clear the coach scapegoated him. Well, it is. I mean, look, it's no secret I don't like Sean McVay, but
whoa! You don't like Sean McVay?
Breaking news here.
Revelation.
Yeah, but I think that was the case. Now, it worked out for the Rams. They won a Super Bowl, and now what have they done? Now they look awful, right? Last year, through it all, it's just injuries, right? That's what made the Rams look so bad. Thankfully, their record was terrible. The Lions benefit because of that draft pick. And now the Rams start off this year. Yeah, they have an injury to a receiver, but now you've got this kid, this rookie that nobody knew of. It was lighting the world on fire, but the Rams are terrible again. Like, would you rather have Stafford or Goff right now?
I think we'd rather have a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah,
It'd be terrible.
But
yeah, but I mean, is your quarterback right now?
That's not what he asked.
Yeah.
You answered, I'd rather be a Rams fan than a Lions fan. He didn't ask you that.
I didn't ask that. I said right now, you need a quarterback going into Thursday night. You want Matthew Stafford or do you want Jared Goff?
I want Jared Goff.
I want Jared Goff.
The hypothetical was someone actually just called up and they didn't stay on the line, but would the Lions be better off with Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes and Matthew Stafford, or were they better off Stafford asking for that trade and being where we are now?
Interesting question.
I don't know how to answer that because so much has happened since.
Yeah, I mean, all the trades that went on because of it.
And what
it's
Stafford
hard to look
costs,
at it otherwise.
What Stafford costs compared to what Goff costs
there's
gives them
that.
some
That's
flexibility to
huge.
do some other things. But all right, there's some interesting Goff data out there from the Birchie kid. Want to put it into context here a little bit. Plus, we'll take 10 texts today at 12:56. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, get ready to start the NFL week off right because right now all customers can get a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday Night Football. Just place a 3-leg same-game parlay this week when the Lions take on the Packers, and you will get bonus bets back if you don't win. NFL same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Build your own or choose from one of the popular same-game parlays pre-built for you on FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug so you don't miss out on your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Always a pleasure to have the Lions quarterback with us. Jared, thank you for being with us. And, I can tell you that the bounce-back win after the loss to Seattle meant a lot to the fans, and people reinvigorated this week. How much did it mean to you guys in the locker room to come back and get that win.
Yeah, it's exciting, man. It's good to get one in front of the home fans. We were disappointed the previous week to not do that for them, and to get another chance at it this past week and get it done was big.
I've seen a lot of touchdown celebrations in my time. Being a Lions fan, we've seen some of the most benign, like Barry Sanders just handed the ball over to the official. Chris Spielman famously did like this two-handed spike into the end zone. We've seen players do backflips. How would you describe your touchdown celebration from Sunday?
Yeah, I need to have a better plan, I guess. I think I'm going to start doing a little bit more towards what Barry does, just hand it to the ref and get back to the sideline. I was a little excited there and didn't really come with a plan that played out how I thought it would.
You mentioned after the game that was one of the two worst throws you've ever made, because the celebration, for those who didn't see it, great play, by the way. Amazing read to get in the end zone, and it was brilliant. But then to throw into the crowd, not so good. You said one of the two worst throws you made. The other one would have been the interception. And then do you call it an attempted leap into the stands, or how would you describe that?
Yeah, so the ball kind of slipped out of my hand to start with, which wasn't great. And then, when you're that was my first time jumping in the crowd. And I think I didn't realize is when they all have their hands out like that, they kind of block you from jumping. And they're kind of holding, I feel like I would have got up on the first try if everyone wasn't leaning over the railing. They were so excited, as was I. But the second try, I felt like I kind of crawled up there and gave them some love.
It's great. And you were mic'd up. The reaction of you mic'd up.
It was really their fault.
Okay. Yeah, I got
Jared Goff blames the fans again.
Yeah. Now, let's talk about the touchdown, though, and take us through that play when the play call comes in. Take us through it from your perspective from beginning to end.
My run?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we've called that before. It just wasn't the look to pull it. And I'm just reading the end, and he crashed and took it around the outside. Yeah, it's pretty simple stuff. We called it before. It's just the first time where I've been able to actually take it.
Yeah.
Is Jamir Gibbs pissed that he hasn't scored yet and you have?
No, I should bring that up, though. I didn't think about that. Yeah, I'll tell him today I got more rushing touchdowns than him. Yeah. I'm sure he'll be at some point this year.
You never know. Dual threat. Take us through the other touchdown to Sam LaPorta. That play worked brilliantly. From the time the ball was snapped to the time you saw him, what'd you see?
Yeah, that was one we had kind of lined up for this week and knew we'd have a good chance at it. And he ran a great route, got himself wide open, and just laid it out there for him. I had to negotiate the rusher a little bit, but pretty simple, just roll out and throw it back across the field. Same play we ran last year against Green Bay in that last game of the season.
Despite being a makeshift offensive line, the Falcons did not record a quarterback sack. Can you talk about your faith in the line that no matter who's on it,
about earlier,
how that the confidence you have in it is.
I mentioned if
grown.
Aaron Rodgers
I mean,
was still
by the
healthy,
end of the game, you've got
and the Jets were good. That Sunday night might be the highest rated Sunday night football game of all time, because the Kansas City Chiefs are going to the Jets, and Aaron Rodgers was already the biggest story in the NFL's offseason. They were given the marquee stage with a Sunday night game to start the year, and it lasted 3 plays before Aaron Rodgers tore his Achilles. Now, this may still be the highest-rated Sunday night game of all time. Fox Sports PR just tweeted out the following. In the afterglow of Sunday's America's Game of the Week, it scored the week's most watched telecast of any network. The Chiefs, with Taylor Swift making a cameo appearance, ranked first amongst females the age of 12 to 17, females the age of 18 to 34, females the age of 18 to 49, and I don't know what F2 plus demos are, but
female, some other female demos, yeah. But suffice it to say, for the women folk, they were tuned into the game more than any other TV show that was on at the time.
This Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift thing, it's like Deion. It's like Deion.
Deion Sanders.
Yes.
Not Dionne Warwick.
No, not at all like Dionne Warwick. Didn't you read? What was it? You had more facts to it.
I just moved past it, but it's something like there were 24 million viewers that tuned in to watch that game, which made it the highest watched show for the week.
So if Taylor Swift goes to New York, and right now, if you're NBC, you're telling her, we'll pay for your suite, we'll get you there, everything, we'll do everything, just show up for this game. Not that she can't afford it. She can afford it. She can afford it.
She got $1 billion tour. I think she can do what she wants.
Buy NBC. So, yeah. I mean, I guess. But this is a ratings bonanza for football. And what I have to admit, I like about it because I think it's bringing new viewers. It's making football even bigger with a demographic that hasn't been tapped yet. So we welcome in females the age of 12 and 17, females 18 to 34, and females 18 to 49.
To our show?
To our show, yeah. We welcome them into our show.
Mostly the ones between, a certain age group there. Maybe I don't know. We want
do we have Taylor Swift coming on or something? You're welcoming them into...
You said you dress up like her.
Gator's going to try and date her.
Yes, that's true.
Yep. Here's my question.
That was a blowout game, by the way, too.
I know, right?
A blowout.
What if... Just saying here, I'm workshopping an idea, spitballing. What if Sam LaPorta has a better year than Travis Kelce? He's a good-looking guy. You think Sam LaPorta can...
Does he have a chance with Taylor Swift?
Taylor Swift, yeah. What if he's a better tight end this year?
I mean, you bring up an excellent point, Doug.
Because you know that every tight end room in the country is talking about, hey, you think I got a shot?
George Kittle's like, hey, wait a minute. Gronk's thinking about coming back.
Yeah, Darren Waller's like, I gotta get some better numbers.
Yeah, Sam LaPorta should definitely be thinking about it. Because it's not going to lead to marriage, right?
Oh, this relationship?
I mean, it's the way that she's operated. There's nothing wrong with it. Enjoy life, right?
Yeah, I'd be surprised. If these two kids, I'm rooting for them, though.
22, 23 years old, whatever LaPorta is. Yeah.
Can you, I mean, if she's going to show up, are these numbers going to be through the roof?
Yes, they will be. Based on, as King put out, that was a blowout game. Not that this one won't be. But it is New York, that market. So
Bigger
it's going to have.
The Chicago market.
Yeah.
So, there you go. Meanwhile, the other rating story that just gets everybody is Deion Sanders. And I was looking to see if I can find the tweet. Stuart Mandel of Sports Illustrated, The Athletic, my bad, just tweeted out, I predict USC Colorado will get the biggest audience yet, north of 11 million, because it's USC plus the big noon time slot. If USC crushes them too, Colorado audiences will dip considerably the rest of the way.
They should dip.
Yep.
But but how much will they dip? I mean, if you're talking about being way above everybody else right now with these crazy numbers they're putting up, television-wise, yeah, they should get smoked by USC. It should happen, just like they got smoked against Oregon.
Yep.
But that's not going to stop people from tuning in because there's Caleb Williams to watch. USC's a really good team. The question is what happens the next game when Colorado takes on the Arizona States of the conference. And I still think he's going to have a lot of people watching because people want to see Deion's team do well. And it's an opportunity for them to win a game, not just play in the game, but win the game.
So here's
summer's going to be great.
I just did look down at Twitch, and somebody, Tarp78, just posted the following. Please, enough with the Swift junk. I have 2 teen girls at home, and it's all I've heard about the last 2 days. This was supposed to be my escape. Please just talk sports. We are talking sports, A. And B, this is a chance to invite your daughters into your world. Show them how great football is through their interest in Travis Kelce / Taylor Swift. And then maybe they start to appreciate the game more. And then the next thing you know, you're sharing Lions games with your daughters. Tarp78.
Or does Tarp78 not want those two worlds to collide?
You might not want him to collide, but Kang.
Not that he doesn't love his daughters. It's just
your daughters
that,
are too young,
football's
right?
his own thing.
Yeah, my daughters are too young.
Yeah. But I could see this. This would be a great intro. But now, does your oldest watch football with you?
I mean, she's not really watching it.
Okay, fair enough.
It's on.
Yep.
And she's like, where the hell are the cartoons? That's
Right,
that's
okay,
what
yeah,
she
fair
says to
enough.
me.
Is this princess outfit appropriate enough to watch football with you, Dad?
I wouldn't mind. I mean, it depends. The problem is when you have new fans, whether male or female, if they don't know everything going on.
To explain it.
Yeah, and it's like like the worst timing possible to explain certain things, right?
Yeah.
But right now, for a Sunday night, it's not because the Lions play Thursday, so there's no conflict. So you can take advantage of that.
It's just a thought. Just a thought. It's introducing new people to the great sport of football. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
How you guys doing today?
What's up, Joe?
You know what? I'm so sad I don't have a daughter that's into Taylor Swift. But anyhow, I am.
Tell me about it.
But anyhow, the first thing I want to say is the network screwed up Sunday by, even though that game was a blowout, why would they go away from that game to somewhere else? They lost a ton of viewers right there.
Yeah, they might have.
But I have the solution, though.
Okay.
If I am the NFL, I would make a Taylor Swift cam to every game she goes to, charge a $2.99 fee per month, and you can just watch Taylor Swift the whole time in the press box.
In her luxury suite?
Yeah, and all the little Swifties get to pay $2.99 a month or per game, wherever she shows up, for the exclusive rights to the Swiftie cam.
They might be onto a revenue stream. They might.
I'm always about revenue.
The sad part is when the numbers come in, if the Swiftie cam has a better rating than the actual game, because of the number of Swifties that subscribe to Swift Cam, that would be funny. All right. Just thought we pointed out record numbers for Chiefs and Bears, especially with female demographic. All right, you ready to take 10 texts?
I am.
Okay. I think this is something that needs to get addressed. All right. Last night, the Eagles did it again. The stupid rugby scrum, bush push, quarterback sneak touchdown. I can't stand that play. I can't stand it.
Why?
Here's why. It's boring as hell, and it's virtually unstoppable. It's the least exciting play in football. The quarterback sneak already is the least exciting play. I'm not saying outlaw that. But when you line up tight ends and running backs behind and just push like this snap and everybody pushes.
Touchdown.
I think it's the most boring play in football, and I want them to outlaw it.
Oh.
You stole one of my questions this week.
Oh.
It's okay, I'll come up with more.
There's time. So the 10 text question.
Ooh, a little overcast.
Yes or no, should the NFL outlaw it? Should the NFL outlaw the bush push rugby scrum quarterback sneak? 248-539-9797. First 10 texts. Tell us if they should outlaw it. Maybe give us a reason why they should or shouldn't. And sign your text. Make sure you sign your text so we know who you are. Okay? Or be damned to a life.
You're right, exactly.
Eternity in hell. 248-539-9797. We'll get to those 10 texts. Gator, you don't sound as opposed to it, but we'll get to that coming up. 97.1 The Ticket.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something. Because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing. But that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
All right, here are the 10 texts on the Bush push play. Philly did it again last night. I think they should outlaw it. I just think it's boring. I don't know that anybody is. Hey, great, let's call that. It's virtually unstoppable. But Ray writes in, yes, they should outlaw. It's like a glitch in Madden that you can't stop. Brian in Rochester says, yes, outlaw it. Hate to agree with Doug, but it's boring and it's not a real play. Matt in Farmington Hills, no way, push them in. If you don't like it, man up and out-push them. Dave in the Shore says, yes, it should be outlawed. Dan says, outlaw that trash, totally boring. Jason says, no, this isn't the shift. Mars in Garden City says, outlaw the tush push, it's lame. Scott Waterford says, get rid of it, may as well have your biggest guys throw the quarterback over the top. Ryan in Brownstown says, yes. Nort in Pinckney says it's part of the game. Let's keep it. Gator, how do you feel about it?
I love it. Leave it alone.
Do you?
Scores. It works. Get first downs, get touchdowns. I don't think a touchdown's boring. All right, you score it. Get in the end zone, getting 6 points. That's great.
This is all that stuff is true unless you're the defense.
Oh, too bad for the defense. Okay, they couldn't stop it.
Yeah, I got it. But your team plays defense too.
Yeah, so it goes both ways. You're both given the opportunity to use it if you have to. Use it. If I were in a 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1 situation, I'd use it all day long. Get the first down. Give me more opportunities to get down the field and score a touchdown. And yeah, if I'm at 1st and goal for the 1, guess what I'm doing? This.
Got this from an official friend of ours. Yes, the quarterback push should be outlawed. Speaking as an official, you can't see the ball in those moving piles. Invariably, when you blow the play dead because forward progress stops, the runner breaks out of the pile with the ball. When you don't blow it dead, the defense strips the ball free. It's a lose-lose play for the officials.
Well, that's why I get paid bucks. It's your job. And does it make it difficult to officiate? I'm sure it does. But I think that this is I think it's ridiculous to outlaw it because it can't be stopped. Well, it can't be stopped. It absolutely it was stopped last night.
Let me be clear. I didn't say outlaw it exclusively because it can't be stopped. Like outlawed
boring.
Because it's boring. And then when it got stopped last night, it's because it was 3rd down or 2nd down. They ran it from the 3, and then they ran it from the half-yard line. They just ran it back to back.
Should we stop punting because it's boring? Should we stop the kneel down because that's boring?
Those things are crucial to the game. This is a new innovation.
So is scoring, and this is how you score.
Teams have scored before this, and will continue to score after this gets outlawed.
There's nothing illegal about it. There's nothing wrong. Just do it.
There's nothing illegal about it yet. I'm saying make it illegal.
But your reasoning is because it's boring. That's weak.
That's definitely part of the reason.
Does it hurt anybody? People getting hurt because of this? That's why you outlaw things injury-wise. You worry about player safety. Am I worried about player safety because of the tush push?
That's not why they outlawed the shift in baseball.
I'm not sure they should have outlawed the shift in baseball.
They did. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Steve. Sean, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Sean.
Hey, so for this outlaw crowd, which includes you, Doug, I think you're missing a big component of this, right? So you got to go 10 yards to get a first down, right? Yeah. That's the rule. That's what we got to do, 10 yards, right? So in order to run this play, you got 9 of the 10 already. You've earned the right to run this play. You got it to 1 yard from or on the goal line. You got it down to the 1 yard line. You've done the exciting, necessary things to get the ball to where you've earned the right now to just push it across. Same as a QB sneak, which has been around forever. Same as an over-the-top play, which has been around forever. It's no different. You've earned the right to run this play. That's my point.
Should we outlaw Army football because of the way they run their offense?
No. Let's go to Steve. You're next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Steve.
How's it going? I figure it's time for the old dude to call the sports station because this play was already outlawed, and they changed the rule. It was called helping the runner. When I played football at Mumford High School back in the 70s, we could not touch the runner. If they called a 32, the fullback through the 2-hole, you better not run into the back of the fullback because it was a 5-yard penalty.
Well, should they outlaw if a running back gets the ball, he goes around the corner, starts heading downfield, met up with the opposition, and he's still pushing forward, try to get that extra yard, and then the offensive linemen come behind him and start to push him? Should that be outlawed too?
That was already a penalty. That was called helping the runner. That was the name of the penalty.
Right, but it's not illegal now. I'm saying in today's game with the tush push play, the short yardage one. And also, I'm saying extend that because if you're going to say that you can't do it in that, then should offensive linemen be allowed to push anybody forward no matter where they are down the field?
No, you shouldn't. Because if the momentum is stopped, the whistle should be blown. Let the referee do their job.
But what if the momentum isn't stopped? What if they are still moving forward inch by inch, and now you get a push from behind?
You're helping them to move forward.
The biggest
That's what your
difference
job is.
But it's one of the biggest differences is it doesn't come with a formation that's lined up before the play even starts. If it happens in the course of a play that players converge on one spot and there's some pushing, but I wouldn't have a problem if they outlawed that too. I mean, look, this is somebody gets down to the 1 foot line, it's over, it's done, and it's a boring play. And I have no problem if they outlaw it. Like, I don't think football's any better today because this is going on. In fact, I think it's worse.
Are you just saying this because Ohio State beat Notre Dame on that play?
They didn't. They didn't run that play.
The last play, isn't it kind of what happened, or was that just a straight sneak?
It wasn't even a sneak. It was a handoff. Chip Trainum scored.
You're right. Sorry, Pat. It was
It's okay.
Wasn't the quarterback.
All right. I mentioned this, and then we got sidetracked because of Taylor Swift. So let me bring it back. Here is the Jared Goff's last 25 games. This is the Birchie kid has done this math. Jared Goff's last 25 games. He's got 45 touchdowns, 11 picks, and a 101.1 rating. Patrick Mahomes has 60 touchdowns, 15 picks, and a 106.3. Again, Jared Goff, 45, 11, 101.1. Joe Burrow, 51, 16, 102.1. Justin Herbert, 42, 14, 96.2. Josh Allen, 51 touchdowns, 23 picks, 91.6. Matt Stafford, 43 touchdowns, 26 picks, 92.3. Jared Goff's numbers fall just behind Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes, ahead of Herbert, Allen, Stafford. And I would argue he's doing it with the least amount of wide receiving talent. I like our guys, but I would argue that everybody else has more wide receiver talent than Jared Goff. Pretty good.
Yeah, he's been great.
Pretty damn good.
He's been great during this stretch. There's no question about it. I mean, he's picked up where he left off. I mean, how long of a sample size is this?
25 games.
Yeah, so you're doing all of last year because the offense wasn't the problem when they were losing games early on. You got the 8-2 stretch where he took it to a different level because he wasn't turning the ball over at all. And you go back the previous the last 7 games of the first year that he was here that's where he really took over. It doesn't surprise me in the least. He's been fantastic for this team.
This quantifying it this way is pretty remarkable.
Now, what he doesn't do that all those other quarterbacks do is he's not anywhere near as mobile.
He's not. This is true.
Although he did score that touchdown.
Dual threat. Got to respect that part of his game now, don't you?
Yeah, and the way he celebrates, unique.
As he said, he had no plan.
Well, you can hear that later.
Dan Campbell joined the morning show. Stoney asked him about gambling. Where were Campbell's gambles? His response was interesting and maybe confusing. You'll hear what he had to say next. 97.1 The Ticket.
Sam LaPorta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hockenson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hockenson's rookie year, but TJ Hockenson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam LaPorta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or TJ Hockenson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hockenson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, LaPorta looks great.
LaPorta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hockenson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better. All right, so Dan Campbell joined the morning show, and we always like to replay the highlights, the best of what the Lions head coach had to say. And look, after the game, we spent a lot of time Monday hearing from fans and listeners about Brian Branch and Sam LaPorta. And here's what Dan Campbell had to say about the 2 second-rounders. What was the stat you had? Was that the best 3-game start for a rookie tight end? Was it ever?
Yes, 18 catches through 3 games is the most catches in NFL history by a tight end.
A rookie.
A rookie tight end. Sorry.
Yep.
Yes, a rookie tight end.
It's awfully impressive. The Branch thing I always find interesting when a coach says something like that, because how many players look one way in college and then get to the NFL and don't look that way anymore? Like, because he said he was a sure tackler in college and he got here and it's the exact same thing. I would imagine that there's a lot of examples of where guys look one way in college and then they get to the NFL, the men's league, and they don't quite look the same.
Yeah, and I think you probably have a better gauge of that depending on where they're playing. When you play at Alabama and you play pretty good competition because you're in the SEC, and then you're playing in bowl games against really good competition.
Not so much anymore, but back then the SEC was strong.
I think you gauge it pretty well.
All right, more from Dan Campbell. Here's what he had to say about the rookie running back, Jamir Gibbs. Yeah. I mean, this is the fact that these rookies are doing what they're doing in 3 games is really encouraging. And I suppose they might never get better, but it seems like they're all trending in that direction, doesn't it?
I really like this rookie class. I just can't say enough about it. And looking ahead to the future when Hendon Hooker gets healthy, I'm really excited about that, obviously. I want to see Broderick Martin play at some point. And, you know, this coaching staff has done a really good job, I guess, of not rushing guys. You know, you'll play when you're ready to play. You'll get more snaps when you're deserving of more snaps. And we watched the first couple of games of the season. We were looking at the snap count and like, oh, Jack Campbell, not many snaps. What's going on there? And then an opportunity presents itself against Atlanta where they need to change the defense that they're attacking Atlanta with to be more run-stopping centric. And here come, you know, some more defensive tackles in there, and then they're going to play multiple linebackers on the field at the same time. And it worked. And it just adds more credibility to what they're doing from the top down. From a coaching standpoint, there's the credibility. From a drafting standpoint, you see guys that can plug and play. And from a player standpoint, there's talent. And it's coming together nicely. And we'll see how many games they can win this year, but I like where they're headed.
As far as Gibbs is concerned, David Montgomery was limited in practice Monday, but he did practice a little bit, which is a step in the right direction. So hopefully there'll be a chance that he gets back there. Plus, Taylor Decker was limited in practice. So everything that happened in the run game could get better if a guy like Decker comes back. Hal Vaitai, no practice.
And Decker said that if it's up to him, he's playing on Thursday.
Love it.
So that's good news. Maybe some disappointing news. Jonah Jackson was limited in practice because he's got a thigh injury that he's dealing with. But limited, again. It's about getting healthier. Get through this game. I'm with you. Hopefully these guys can play. Get a W by hook or by crook. If you have to do the tush push play 10 times to get 10 touchdowns to take it, who cares, Doug? Win the game. And then you got more time to heal up.
Well, if it's legal, it's still legal. I'm just saying let's ban the damn thing. All right, here's penalties. Penalties were an issue. What was there, 10 for
110, 10 for 120, something like that?
Here's what Dan Campbell said about it. We had talked about it before the game, how this Carl Cheffers, his crew, threw a lot more flags and how it was going to benefit the Lions from all the holding calls and blah, blah, blah. Not even close. While there were more flags, there were 10 for 119 on the Lions and only 4 for 24 on the Falcons. So, but they did throw a lot of flags. They just threw them on our guys. Okay. Does last year's win at Green Bay help as we get ready for Thursday? Here's what Dan Campbell said. I love the line, get ready to live. He told the rookies, get ready to live. All right, finally, this, I think, might have confused people a little bit, but Stoney asked, he asked Dan Campbell about, hey, you kind of played standard football. There weren't a lot of gambles, fourth downs, fake punts. And Dan Campbell answered the following way. He's trolling us.
He's totally messing with us.
Totally trolling us.
It's a funny response.
He's totally trolling us.
Yeah. I mean, there weren't opportunities to gamble. They didn't have those fourth and short situations. I mean, they did what they had to do. They won the game.
Totally
his regret. I love it. It's the way he said it, too. My only regret is I just I thought I was too conservative.
When I first heard it, too, I was like, wait, what? Oh. I'm like, is he? Yeah.
Yeah, he's just messing. He's just messing.
All right, Jared Goff, Lions quarterback, the celebration, the trying to jump into the stands. The run game, the touchdown pass to LaPorta, this Green Bay game, all things you will hear Lions quarterback talk about next on 97.1. Always a pleasure to have the Lions quarterback with us. Jared, thank you for being with us. And, I can tell you that the bounce-back win after the loss to Seattle meant a lot to the fans, and people reinvigorated this week. How much did it mean to you guys in the locker room to come back and get that win?
Yeah, it's exciting, man. It's good to get one in front of the home fans. We were disappointed the previous week to not do that for them, and to get another chance at it this past week and get it done was big.
I've seen a lot of touchdown celebrations in my time. Being a Lions fan, we've seen some of the most benign, like Barry Sanders just handed the ball over to the official. Chris Spielman famously did like this two-handed spike into the end zone. We've seen players do backflips. How would you describe your touchdown celebration from Sunday?
Yeah, I need to have a better plan, I guess. I think I'm going to start doing a little bit more towards what Barry does, just hand it to the ref and get back to the sideline. I was a little excited there and didn't really come with a plan that played out how I thought it would.
You mentioned after the game that was one of the two worst throws you've ever made, because the celebration, for those who didn't see it, great play, by the way. Amazing read to get in the end zone, and it was brilliant. But then to throw into the crowd, not so good. You said one of the two worst throws you made. The other one would have been the interception. And then do you call it an attempted leap into the stands, or how would you describe that?
Yeah, so the ball kind of slipped out of my hand to start with, which wasn't great. And then, when you're that was probably my first time jumping in the crowd. And I think I didn't realize is when they all have their hands out like that, they kind of block you from jumping. And they're kind of holding, I feel like I would have got up on the first try if everyone wasn't leaning over the railing. They were so excited, as was I. But the second try, I felt like I kind of crawled up there and gave them some love.
It's great. And you were mic'd up. The reaction of you mic'd up.
It was really their fault.
Okay. Yeah,
Jared Goff blames the fans again.
Yeah. Now, let's talk about the touchdown, though, and take us through that play when the play call comes in. Take us through it from your perspective from beginning to end.
My run?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we've called that before. It just wasn't the look to pull it. And I'm just reading the end, and he crashed and took it around the outside. Yeah, it's pretty simple stuff. We called it before. It's just the first time where I've been able to actually take it.
Yeah.
Is Jamir Gibbs pissed that he hasn't scored yet and you have?
No, I should bring that up, though. I didn't think about that. Yeah, I'll tell him today I got more rushing touchdowns than him. Yeah. I'm sure he'll beat at some point this year.
You never know. Dual threat. Take us through the other touchdown to Sam LaPorta. That play worked brilliantly. From the time the ball was snapped to the time you saw him, what'd you see?
Yeah, it was one we had kind of lined up for this week and knew we'd have a good chance at it. And he ran a great route, got himself wide open, and just laid it out there for him. I had to negotiate the rusher a little bit, but pretty simple, just roll out and throw it back across the field. Same play we ran last year against Green Bay in that last game of the season.
Despite being a makeshift offensive line, the Falcons did not record a quarterback sack. Can you talk about your faith in the line that no matter who's on it, how the confidence you have in it has grown? I mean, by the end of the game, you've got the fourth string right tackle protecting you for half the game.
Yeah, man, it's always hard when you get down to the last guy like that. But yeah, I thought they battled, man. They fought, and I think it's credit to our line coach Hank Bradley, obviously the guys, but getting those guys ready that maybe aren't prepared to play in the game and making sure they're ready if their number is called. And I thought those guys did a great job. There's obviously stuff to clean up, but they battled, man. It was fun to watch.
Dan Campbell on the morning show talked about Jamir Gibbs just getting a lather up as that game went on, and that he thought the last two runs that he had for, I think it was 11 and 21 yards, were both examples of just the growth he showed from beginning to end in that game. Tell us a little bit about your perspective on his development.
Yeah, it just continues to keep getting better, I think, both in the run and pass. And that's what's exciting. I can go all the way back to April, how much better he's gotten and how much he's worked on his stuff. And he is so freaking talented and so dang good. But when a guy continues to get better is the exciting part, especially as a rookie. And you see it every day, and he's working hard and getting himself prepared to do everything. And, the sky's the limit for that kid, and he's doing a hell of a job.
I know it's only 3 games, but it sure feels like the offense is a little bit different this year than what we saw last year. And I guess from a fan's perspective, that it looks like you're taking more shots downfield than a good portion of what you did all of last year. Is it accurate to say? And how do you see the offense being different this year than what it was last year?
Yeah, in some ways. There's just different players, but the shot called doesn't always mean shot taken. This year we've had some shots called, and I've taken them, and they've been open. So, yeah, I think that's just a product of, game plan and what the defenses are doing. But, no, we've called shots in the past. We just haven't always had the opportunity to throw them. But now I feel like we do in some of these cases the last few games. But, a little bit. You have different players. You have different scheme. You have, different ways of doing things. So, yeah, it's always going to be ever-changing.
You explained to us in one of our interviews in the past about how you had grown this real trust with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Are you already in that same place or close to it with a rookie tight end and Sam LaPorta?
Yeah, on our way. I've got a lot more reps with St. Brown for sure. But trust them the same. I think the trust is, totally the same. But definitely on my way with Sam. He's done a great job, every week. Same thing with Gibby. Like, just seeing these guys get better every week and seeing them improve and put the work in and want it. And both of their football instincts, both those rooks, is pretty high. And when you got a guy like Sam who understands coverage, can get himself open, has great hands, run after the catch, it's no surprise what he's been able to do for us. But, it's fun to see him continue to get better as he is.
How common is it where Ben Johnson comes into a meeting or into film room, or maybe it's you, and introduces a new play based on maybe something that they saw over the weekend in another game, other teams playing, and just shows a new wrinkle? How often does that happen?
Probably every week. Probably every week, introducing something new. You'd like to be. And is it something he saw, this past weekend, or is it something he saw 5 years ago? Or, you never know. But it's always, something new and something creative, typically every week.
All right, let's talk about Green Bay a little bit. When you look at their defense, what do you see?
Yeah, they're good. They're good. It's Joe Barry, guy I was with in LA, who I think is a tremendous coach and gets those guys ready to play. They were really good last year. They've been really good through 3 games this year, and they're athletic, they're long, they're fast, they're sound, they do everything right. It'll be a challenge for us.
Is last year's game helpful in terms of just film study, or is it new season? It doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, a little bit, but yeah, we've got 3 brand new games to watch as well. So that'll help some, but a lot of the stuff this year is different and the same in some ways. So yeah, you learn from this stuff just the same.
It's early in the season, but it feels like for an early in the season game, it's a huge game. Do you have that energy? Do you guys sense that energy down in the building?
They're all big. They all count the same, and it's a division game, which makes it count maybe a little bit more. And certainly a road division game. If you're able to get one of these, they're special. And we'd love to go in there and get a win, but they all count the same. And Thursday night national stage, man, it'll be fun. But treating it just like every other one.
From a player's perspective, obviously being a Detroit Lion, every year on Thanksgiving, Lions had the Thursday game. You're used to playing on the short week. Do you like playing on the short week, and particularly in addition to the Thanksgiving game? Now you've got this one this week.
Yeah, there's like a love-hate with it. Do I like it? I don't know if I like it, but I do like having the long weekend after, the 10-day break after. So there's a little bit of give and take with it. I've had some of my best games on Thursday night, so I do enjoy it as a quarterback. I know it's hard for a lot of guys and myself included to always get your body turned over by that Thursday, but as long as you do that, I enjoy the long break after.
What has surprised you the most so far this season, and what has simply been confirmed about your team that you knew going in that maybe others outside the building didn't know?
Yeah, I think what's been confirmed is who we know we are and what we're capable of, and winning on the road, winning a tough one at home. We know who we are. We know what we can do. I thought our defense really showed up for us this past week, and surprise, I don't know, man. I don't know. I wish I had a better answer for you, but I think a lot's been confirmed about who we thought we were and who we think we are, and what we know we can do this year.
You did bring up something there that I wanted to follow up on. You mentioned the defense, and obviously you playing quarterback, but you see what's going on the other side of the ball. Atlanta didn't run it at all against you. You have one of the top rush defenses very early in the season, but against the run so far. Guys in the secondary, even though people are banged up, Tracy Walker comes in, Ifatu Melifonwu comes in and makes plays. What can you say about that side of the football?
Yeah, man, they kept us in it. Typically 20 points doesn't really always get it done in this league, and we've scored 21 and 20 and won both those games. So they kept us in this last one and kept giving us the ball back, and we were trying to kind of close it out there with one more touchdown drive and just kind of couldn't get it done until that last one. But they just kept giving us the ball back. I throw the interception, the bad interception, and they get four and out on the next 4 plays. So stuff like that, man. It's special when a team can do that and feed off each other and pick each other up, and they did that for us this week.
Always try to finish up with some fun. I got some rapid fire for you if you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Do you prefer it called fall or autumn?
Prefer what?
Fall or autumn?
Oh, fall.
Thank
I don't
you.
know what autumn is. Like old people say autumn.
I appreciate it so much you have no idea. Bratwurst or hot dog?
Hot dog.
Chicken wings or chicken tenders?
Oh, that's a good one. I'll go wings.
Beer or hard seltzer?
Beer.
And lastly, what is your favorite celebratory tequila?
Casamigos.
There you go.
There it is.
He passes.
Yes. Passes.
Hey,
Flying colors.
Jared Goff, appreciate it as always. Good luck on Thursday, and we will talk again next week.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
There he is, a quarterback of the Detroit Lions, Jared Goff. Our weekly conversation here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. We're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
It's another big football weekend here in Michigan, and listeners are loving the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in Michigan. Odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and play all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and my personal favorite, Wheel of Fortune. New slots like Atomic Meltdown and Imperial Wealth are there too. Play with a live dealer on your phone and enjoy blackjack, roulette, or baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Great offer for new users. Download the Play Gun Lake app right now and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or the Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Sam LaPorta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hockenson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hockenson's rookie year, but TJ Hockenson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam LaPorta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or TJ Hockenson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hockenson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, LaPorta looks great.
LaPorta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hockenson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. All right, so talking with Jared Goff, he talked about his celebration. And for people who missed it, yes, he scored the touchdown late in that game, which gave the Lions pretty much at that point, the insurmountable lead. You knew they were going to win at that point. Pretty sure they were going to win at that point. Being up 20-3. He threw the ball in the stands and tried to jump into the stands. And you heard him say the fans kept him out. They're all reaching for you, and they really just kind of block you.
Yeah.
There's two things. One, we went back and looked up Jared's vertical leap from the combine. Kang, what was his vertical leap for the combine?
It was 27 inches.
And where did that rank amongst quarterbacks coming out?
He was tied with one other quarterback for dead last. I think his name was Brandon Daughtery or something.
Oh, boy.
Western Kentucky.
So there's that. But it turns out that Jared was mic'd up. Have you heard the mic'd up version?
I have not heard the mic'd up version.
So you're going to hear this play, and you're going to hear Jared score a touchdown and give it the let's go, and then hear him attempt to jump into the stands, and then hear him trying to explain to his teammates what happened. This is courtesy NFL Films, is that correct? It's from Sunday's game with the Falcons.
I tried.
I jumped and then I had to jump again. Dan Campbell said that he showed
the Dan Campbell stuff was great.
He showed the team the highlight. That was talking about the play, but with the film, it just so happened it froze with him trying to jump into the stands in front of the whole team. So when they weren't, he wasn't intending to highlight.
Right. Sure.
That's what he said.
That's what he said. Yeah, he also said he wished he was more conservative in the football game.
Well, that
wish he
wasn't as conservative.
Yeah.
So anyway, there's that.
Which is why I asked Jansen this morning. I said, were you ever embarrassed on game film by a coach like that? And that's when John went into the thing. He goes, well, we were in Indiana one time. We scored a touchdown, and I was running toward the pile, and I went to jump in the air and jump on the pile, and everybody had shifted as I was in midair, so I ended up face planting. He said it really wasn't caught by the cameras too much, but yeah.
He did tell me a story about when one of the coaches called him an a-hole watching game film.
Oh.
Yeah. Do you want to know what he did?
Well, he didn't punch the guy, but I wouldn't.
I
wouldn't do that to John.
They were playing Notre Dame, and he got flagged for holding. And he told the referee, you got to be kidding me. I do not need to hold this guy. And the ref said,
you're good enough to back it up. You know? Because that is what are you doing? And then you explain it, and it sounds hilarious.
Yep.
And then you back it up by actually blocking a guy with one hand.
Yep.
That's great.
So, the celebration's gone wrong.
Yeah, so the vertical leap, not the number one combine result for Jared Goff. The 40 time probably isn't either. And we're fine with it.
The analysis of his runs in his careers, if you missed it yesterday, 219 carries, which 78 of those are kneel downs. 90 are scrambles when he didn't mean to run, but he had to run.
So what was the first number you said?
78.
Okay, so now you've got 168 are out of the 200 and how many?
Out of 219. There's 11 aborted snaps. So a bad snap, he just picked it up and ran. So what are we at? Would you say 168? So we're at 177. 14 quarterback sneaks take us to 191. 26, at least 26 carries on his resume. The data says 11 were zone read plays. He had run it twice in 3 seasons with the Lions. One was a 17-yard game against the Packers last season. The other was Sunday. He now has 4 touchdowns in his entire career on 5 zone read keepers inside the 5-yard line. That, according to ESPN's Brian Barnwell, which is really interesting analysis of him in the run game. But it's funny because it's so many of those runs aren't intended to be runs, but they broke it out at the right time.
That they did. They did. Doesn't have to be pretty. Just has to be effective. And that's what it was.
And that, yet, Gator, that was so pretty.
It was a great play call, and he executed it brilliantly, and it was. From start to finish, it was. And then once the whistle blew, it became an abomination.
Yeah.
The ball slips out of his hand as he throws it, although I wouldn't have known it just by watching the initial throw.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you see the replay on TV, it looks fine, but apparently was not gripped well and fluttered at the end. The attempted leap, the first attempt, not good. The second one, not much better, but the fans helped him out by picking him up. Yep. It was just kind of a comedy of errors in that. But in the end, they won the game. That's what matters most.
It all worked out. We'll see what his plan, if he comes up with a plan between now and the next time.
Why, do a Lambo leap?
Hey, if it happens Thursday night, right?
Yeah.
When
in Rome.
It's made his way in studio.
You ever known Rico to be a drug user?
Wow.
No, I've never suspected.
And I mean like hard drugs, not
there,
an occasional.
Like heroin?
Yeah, like a crackhead or something.
I do not know of him using any sort of drug paraphernalia.
I can't wait to hear why this question was asked.
Because apparently I have to open the show with something because he has made a suggestion for Michigan State's next head football coach that I think only a crackhead could arrive at. But I said, then we have to do this.
Okay.
Morning show covered it appropriately. I think they should have gone at him a little more. But I'm going to give him a chance to defend himself.
When is this?
We're leading with it.
Okay.
And then 3 o'clock, we're going to give Rico some flowers because Rico, as wrong as he is about this, is right about something else.
Okay.
And we need to have the Rico Beard Hour.
So there'll be some balance.
There's going to be balance. we're gonna break Rico down to build him up.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You're fine.
You haven't talked to me all day.
That's right. We're keeping this organic.
All right.
So we're gonna have a good time with it.
That's good.
Like how you guys both supporting Miggy today? That's nice.
No, it's just I love the hat and I got blue in my shirt. Can Miggy just go away already? Please. Please.
This is the exact opposite of.
Gator, it's been this endless. It's like Keith Jackson's retirement tour when schools were giving him rocking chairs. Just enough.
He's one of the best hitters on the team still.
I know. Please kindly leave. I don't want to look at you anymore. Take Javi with you.
You got 6 games left.
I know, but Gator, how long is baseball? This is baseball's problem. We're into October. You haven't started your playoffs.
It's September 26th.
Yeah, it's
October-ish.
Like my point is,
pre-October.
You can feel the crispness in the air.
When football's back and in full swing, this is where I can't do it with baseball.
Look, just because your team is knocked out of the playoffs for the first time in a long time,
I know,
doesn't mean you have to crap all over the rest of us who still love baseball, despite the fact
Gator,
that our team may not be
The
there.
Tigers have been out of it since our fun pennant chase.
It was fun.
It was. They did their damnedest, but mid-July it ended. It's months later. The season's still going. You're like, oh my god.
They strung us along for longer than I ever.
And
I am thankful.
Derek Jeter, little kid with hat. Respect. Like, I want next year, I hope they win the damn division. They can.
No, but it is a little bit too long. I think the Braves clinched like a month ago. And
that's a pretty good baseball team they have there in
life of privilege.
Speaking of Jeter, what's up with this commercial where he lands in the plane and gets into like the souped up Wagoneer or whatever it is?
He can't take off. His plane is.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
He's
they're
grounded?
basically saying the planes are grounded and he has to get home to his wife and kids. So he hops in the car and
So
drives.
he has a GPS route that takes him somewhere where he comes across a coyote on a dirt road.
It happens.
See, you stayed with the commercial longer than I do because the sight of him upsets me.
Okay.
So I turned the channel.
I would have hoped. I haven't seen the spot. Is his wife in the spot?
At the very end, yeah.
It's
She's
where there's a payoff.
at the beginning too.
There's a payoff.
She's at the beginning because she's like texting with him or yeah.
There's definitely
so
a payoff.
he gets in this vehicle, and I want to know what GPS. Where the hell was he?
Right, that if an airplane isn't bringing you home, now unless he was boarding a flight from Chicago to Detroit, and it could be there in an hour versus 4.
He landed in Albany and had to drive dirt roads back.
Exactly, we're in the Catskills.
I'm assuming that maybe he was in like L.A. and had to drive to Florida.
Is that what we're going with?
And then you would run across coyotes. He's Derek Jeter. He can do what he wants.
I know.
Yeah,
but
including
also
hold up the Yankees for his last contract.
All right, there we go. Mike Taylor
Yeah,
Swift.
the Yankees are they're really hurt by big contracts.
It was a hostage situation, and I didn't like it.
All right, have a great show.
What do you want about Taylor Swift?
I want you to talk about Taylor Swift and
That's
the impact
not-
she's having
I
on
just-
football.
Come
on, Mike.
I don't understand this world. That's all I'll tell you. Oh, is it Lori's candle?
Yeah, Taylor Swift candle.
Is that her as Jesus?
Yep.
Oh, that's funny. Hey, we should buy David one of these. That's true. Can we get one of David on a candle?
Probably could. David
David
shaking his head
probably would say
vigorously
no.
no. All right, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. Nice someone.
Oh, today is going to be a banner day, people. Banner day. Not only because it's another day Kenny Cott decided he can't come to work, but banner day because if you call this radio show, you're going to have your call screened by this man. Roberto making his call screening debut and looking at the phone like it's the launch codes to start a nuclear war.
You're not kidding. He got in there like 15 minutes early. He was dialed in and focused, just looking at the phone.
Why is
like,
there a cake dish over this phone?
I'm hearing delay.
It's not our show. Just let it ring.
Yeah, he's turned the temperature down about 59 because he's sweating. He's so nervous in here.
So I'm mostly excited about Roberto's interactions with callers. More so than I am what any of you have to say. I kind of just want to watch that.
I wish we had like that Minnesota horn to play. Remember? And everybody just started calling because they thought we were giving away tickets.
Well, what we can do is basically, if you'd like to verbally assault Roberto, you could call the number right now, 248-539-9797.
Like to talk about Jeff Goff or
right.
Dick Campbell. I'm here to take
If you want to talk a little smooth jazz, Roberto has you. But we have to open the show with Roberto as call screener because Rico, David came to me, Evan came to me, morning show. There's a buzz around the office. You made waves. And apparently you chose not to do it on this show, and you did it on your podcast, The 5-Star Zone. But Evan released a video of some form, and it's made the rounds to where I was asked a question, were you a hard drug user? And I said, no, not at all.
Oh, here's the thing. People always say that, Mike. If you don't conform to society, then you get mocked. But those who are successful...
He's already struggling to keep up with the calls.
We
have a problem. He is already struggling.
So, yeah, he is.
That horn, I think, is what did it.
And I think people are just messing with him, too.
You can already see sweat beating down that bald head of his. Oh, my.
Right, trying to order a pizza.
So here's what we're going to do. I have not offered you who I want as MSU's next head coach. I haven't gone there. I think it's premature. I think I know who I want, but you're going to wait for that. But no. Not R.L. Beard, the pride of Lutheran Western Tech in Detroit.
You know what? Here's the thing. I do a podcast on the Big Ten. This is a big topic. So, yeah, everybody's giving out names. So, guys, here are a couple names just to consider.
There was one in particular, and the morning show talked about it. Oh. And I thought they were very gentle with you.
I mean, it would have been nice if they would actually listen, but sure.
Okay, time out. They were very gentle. But I wanted you to give this a spin because then I get to respond to it. Okay. Because I personally believe you're ingesting narcotics. But go ahead.
No, it's not ingesting narcotics, Mike.
Also,
it's just
he can't keep up.
Can't.
This is a...
We can't look over here. He'll just distract us all show.
People, you need to call Roberto right now. 248-539-9797.
Just say hi.
97. Call up. He's a very lonely man. He'd love to talk to you. Maybe you could... He's just dying for attention. Call him up and say hi. Now, Rico, what the hell did you do on your pod and that the morning show responded with the name you're about to say? What is wrong with you?
Nothing wrong with me, Mike. I'm just exploring options that are out there that you could take a look at because in the world of college football, you never know what could happen if you throw enough money at somebody. You could say, hey, did you know that the Pac-12 would be done a year ago? No, but money talked and 10 teams walked and left the Pac-12. I'm simply saying this. A name that MSU...
look at it. The Barbarian Horde is here. They want to talk to Roberto. They want to call up. How you doing? How's your father?
I quit.
You can't even talk about your...
I quit, David.
The adoring public. They want to call up. How's your marriage? What'd you have for dinner? This is Roberto's dream. We could replace Kenny with Roberto because then Roberto gets to talk to people.
Right, but the thing is, he's getting averaging one caller per 7 minutes. So
took him less time to make his first kid.
I'm trying to listen to you, though, Rico. I'm trying. I really am.
248-5.
We're good. Go listen to the 5-Star Zone. I said Marcus Freeman. There you go.
You call up, say hi to Roberto, and then talk to Rico next. Now, go ahead. Who did you want?
I'm not going to do this again because you just go bring it. I get in the middle of saying it. Hey, look at Roberto. He's sweating.
I don't know if he's screening calls for us or at a divorce mediation. This is tremendous. Now, what were you saying?
Are you sure?
I'm 100% certain.
Okay. You going to interrupt me again?
Not at all.
Okay. I forgot where I left off. Basically, I said I think if Michigan State were to throw enough money, and you're probably looking at about $10 million a year to Marcus Freeman, you can get him. And now here's the thing, Mike. It's like NFL quarterbacks. You got to get past the number because the number is changing. The number is moving. And if you want to go after certain coaches, it's going to cost you. And you can't sit here and say, well, we paid the last coach this amount of money. Okay. And it didn't work out. You're not going to quit football. You're not going to shut down your program. You're going to keep paying money. So, yeah. And it's happened. There's precedent that it's happened because, one, the last coach in Notre Dame left to go to LSU. Why? Because he was making more money.
Timeout. David, you have to teach him to put people on hold. People, be patient. Be patient.
I literally just told him, man. He says, I'm like,
I know. People, 248
5 callers
539-9797. Give Roberto another chance. He will get to you. Just give this man a chance because, frankly, if he can't answer a phone and put you on a radio show, I don't know what he's capable of. Okay, so here's my issue. I'm not going to do to you what most people are going to do. I understand why you're saying this. The dirty secret in all of sports is that Notre Dame is like ESPN. They don't pay you a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. They pay you in prestige.
Brian Kelly left for money. Mm-hmm. While I don't think this is that realistic, if what you're saying were to happen, that MSU had $10 million per on the table, and you call the reps, I think at least it gets you a conversation. No one on surface is leaving Notre Dame to go to Michigan State. They're not leaving Notre Dame to go to Wisconsin. They're not leaving Notre Dame to go most places.
Right.
But on the heels of having 10 players on the field for the penultimate play, and
looking at a schedule with Clemson,
what do you think
Duke,
Freeman makes down there? 3.5, 4?
Mike, from my research and people that I talked to, he's brought around Notre Dame actually paying him about 2.5 to maybe under 3. Yeah, when Brian Kelly left, and this is based on an article from the his tax things from Athletic, Kelly was only making 3.1. Now he could have been making money on the side.
Had to have.
Notre Dame was only paying him $3.1 million, which is why he bolted and left to go to LSU because LSU said, we'll give you a 10-year, $95 million contract.
We are 9.5 minutes into this segment. He has screened one phone call, and the lines are full. People want to speak to Roberto. They want to speak to us.
I think they more so want to speak to Roberto.
We have, David, one phone call screened. One.
Yeah, there's a few people that are just talking to him, and then he's hanging up. So, yeah.
Oh, listen, he wants to have a conversation. People, give Roberto a chance to be great. He's making his debut screening calls. 248-539-9797. Now, the side issue, I want you to call Rico Beard, and I want you to have a conversation with him. Look, I don't think it's realistic as we sit here on September 26th, but if Notre Dame loses a couple more games, if they go to Duke this weekend and lose, seats get warm in Notre Dame quick. Yeah. And they gave him a prove-it deal. I'm not going to make fun of it. Do I think MSU is going to spend $10 million on their next coach? No, I do not. Do I believe MSU has the leadership to make a coordinated and calculated strike on a program like that? No, I do not. However, I am not going to make fun of Rico for being creative.
But Mike, here's the thing. The $10 million is a number figure that people are just going to have to get used to. It's like how you had to get used to the fact that Daniel Jones made a ton of money as a Giants quarterback. Was he worth it? No, but that's the cost of doing business in 2023.
It's like having Roberto as your call screener.
Yeah.
This is the cost of Kenny not coming to work.
And no, so that's why I'm saying you could go ahead. I'm not saying that he will, but absolutely, I would walk in there and say, hey, Notre Dame, I don't think that you would match this deal. You have somebody from the Midwest. He can recruit. He's 37. Yeah, why not try? Why just settle for some MAC coach when you can, if you're going to make a splash, make a splash. Do something.
People, I leave this to you. I'm not going to poison the jury. Is Rico being bold or a boob? That's really what it boils down to. I think he's got the financial angle. If the people you're talking to are saying Marcus is making 2.5, 3.5, and you come in with a $10 million offer, yeah, man. I mean, anybody's going to listen. I never thought Brian Kelly would leave for LSU. It didn't make any damn sense. Family.
Well, who would have thought that Mario Cristobal would have leave Oregon with Phil Knight? No, but I'm saying Phil Knight.
He played for Miami.
I understand.
And they got John Ruiz.
But Phil Knight has money too.
It doesn't matter. It's Miami. It's home. Come on,
fair.
that's different.
No,
that's
fair.
home.
But I mean, it happens, man. Lincoln Riley leaves. Jimbo Fisher
It's
leaves.
you, man. You just got to get with it.
But guys left. Now you're going to have to pay for this, but this is something that I think should be looked at. If you want to be a top 15 team, you can't act like you're poor.
All right,
you
here's
can't
the
go
deal.
out there and say,
and if
help
you
us,
want to
please.
be an elite call screener for a high-end radio show, if you don't get 10 calls screened in a singular segment, I mean, come on, man. What are we doing here? He's like Lucille Ball at the Bonbon Factory. He's getting overrun.
You know what? I'm leaving.
539-9797.
Mike, you should just go because I don't think you'll say anything as clever as what you just said.
It is
because everybody's in their mind is thinking of the chocolates coming down.
That's it.
And she's stuffing it in her mouth.
It is a Call Roberto Tuesday. Call in. Ask him how life is. Get on the show.
Over under our 10th call that we get to, I'm going to put at 4:30.
You would think we're asking him to, like, go into a butcher shop with no training and trim up steaks and use cutlery. No. It's answering a phone.
No, you have put it so eloquently. This is Lucy at the chocolate factory as they sped up the machine. And she putting it in her hat. She's eating them. She's doing it in her pocket. And the people, they're making our life fun today.
You call up, talk to Roberto, and if he don't get to you fast enough, you let him know about it.
And you keep calling back.
That's right, repeatedly. 248-539-9797. Is Rico a brilliant or a boob? 97.1.
All right, guys, just had my class earlier today, Specs at LTU, and you too can, you know what? Come next semester, you could be attending courses at Specs at LTU. Whether you're into radio, TV, or graphics design, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. It's very simple. You head over to the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. While you're there, you can enroll into the Specs at LTU certificate programs, whether it's broadcast media arts, digital media arts, or graphics communications. Specs at LTU, located on the campus of Lawrence Tech, right here in beautiful Southfield. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. So that means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to hit the ground running. We're going to make sure that we're not going to give you the boring lectures, but you will get your hands dirty in learning how to achieve your goals, whether it's TV, radio, or graphics design. So remember, be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. And while you're there, make magic by enrolling in the Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, perfect temperature to sleep, about 68 degrees, which is 30 degrees lower than Roberto's current sweat temp on the top of his head. Bottom line, you need the best mattress on the planet, the new iComfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool and comfortable and feeling restored. Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. Very exciting day. We got to give Rico some flowers at 3. We're trying to see if we got to tear him down to start the show. He's got an out-of-the-box idea for MSU. And no, the odds are not great, but I understand what he's doing. If you think you know a coach makes X and you can go triple them up, double them up, is it worth the phone call? I get that. I just don't think on September 26th it's realistic, but it's a lot better than most suggestions I'm hearing, which are equating Michigan State to children hosting a lemonade stand.
And it's not even you got to make the call now, but it's something that you should put up on the whiteboard. Okay, when the time comes, let's give Marcus Freeman, Notre Dame head coach, a call, see what happens. Because Notre Dame doesn't pay a ton of money. They pay you in prestige. You are the head coach of Notre Dame. That should mean something.
It does. And it's why I don't even think no matter what you offer him, it wouldn't matter. But your point about $10 million, you're making him arguably the highest paid coach in America. I don't even know if MSU is even going to attempt a real hire. This is why I'm not giving my name. I'm letting you go out and do all of this.
That's okay. That's fine. But, I mean, eventually you're going to have to hire a coach. You get what you pay for. If you go poor, bargain coach, well, congratulations. You're a top 50 team.
Look at him. He's having conversations with people.
Well, people are asking about, so what's your favorite vinyl?
248-539-9797.
Did you have Fleetwood Mac live?
Can we get to the people? This is ridiculous.
We got callers.
Let's go to Neil, 97.1. What's up, Neil?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, buddy.
Hey, the first thing I'd like to say is, love the show. Love what you guys do. As a Michigan fan, it's kind of hard to say that. But, definitely a great show. I guess the thing I'll say for Rico is I agree with him in the fact that with the Pac-12 teams coming over, with USC and Washington and kind of the pillars of the Big Ten changing, I think Michigan State's got to go out and get a guy that's going to get the recruits. Otherwise, I feel like they're going to get lost in the shuffle. And, I'm a Michigan fan, but it's like Michigan State has always, especially recently, kept Michigan honest. So to lose that and have you guys get lost in the shuffle, kind of feel like we've lost a piece of the Big Ten. So I don't know if that makes a difference, Mike, with what you think, but I just feel like
Neil, it's fine. Hey, man, I'm not mad at Rico shooting the moon because he's backing it with a dollar figure. I think it's a message that MSU has to take it incredibly serious. Yeah. And it's the most important hire they're ever going to make. I don't trust them to do it correctly.
Oh, right, and I'm taking the board off the table. But I'm saying, Neil, if you want to be a top 15 team, you got to spend top 15 money. If you want to be a top 50 team, then fine. Go out and find a coach for $3-4 million, but don't complain when you're not getting results.
Now, out of the 30 people that have called, Roberto has managed to get 4 people screened.
You know what? A buddy of mine said...
No, Roberto, that's not a compliment.
It is not.
You're absolutely submarining this radio show.
Buddy
they were all for me.
Mike, buddy of mine said, we should do a September call-up from the minors and have Roberto help Roberto out.
Wait a minute. What if Roberto screens the even hours and Foberto comes in the odd? And the best Berto stays. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. What's up, Kev?
Guys, I feel really special because Roberto hung up on me the first time when I called in, and then he picked it up the second time. Yeah.
Perseverance. Kevin, thank you.
Yeah, I know.
He's learning.
Rico, yeah, he is. Rico, you're not going to like my take. I almost feel like this is as lazy as picking out the Toledo Eastern Michigan handbag of coaches is going to the pie in the sky. Michigan State just had a horrible divorce with Mel Tucker. I don't think they're going back on the market and looking for that space where they have to go after a big-name guy. They got Izzo in his twilight. He's going to go after the big title, the second one. He's got good recruiting classes coming in. I just think the focus is going to shift back to basketball,
Kevin.
where it's been.
Kevin, let's just have a quick conversation. I respect the opinion. I don't think it's lazy because I did the work on this. And here's the thing. For Michigan State, you got to understand, if you want to be a top 15 team, and people have to get past the money, just because you paid Tucker the money, first of all, Tucker's not going to get all that money. So that money is still sitting there that you could redistribute a lot of it to the next coach. You have to be willing to pay for what you want. And if you want to be good, you got to pay for good. Good's just not going to come at the door for a bargain price.
No, and I totally agree with you on your point. You need to go out and get a great guy if you want to have a good program. I don't think Michigan State is ready to enter those waters again, and I don't think we're going to get the type of home run hire that you're looking at. I think it's creative. I'd love to get him here, but I just don't think it's realistic.
And you know what, Kevin? Here's what I will say. I agree completely with you. But it's also the most honest thing Michigan State could do at this point, because if they go that route, they're telling their fan base and their customers they're not serious.
And I would be disappointed, but yes, you're right.
But at least I'll know, and I can just go, great, I'll do something else with my Saturdays.
Yeah, congratulations. You're Minnesota. Hopefully we go 8-4 and go to some Fleabag Florida Bowl.
I am with you. And again, do I think you have any realistic chance of making that phone call? No. But do I think they're going to pay $10 million? No. But I'm operating under your hypothetical. Yeah. That if you're going to put this on the air and you're telling me, Michael, I have $10 million per on the table, do you make the phone call if you think he's a unicorn? You can go ahead and make it and get hung up on.
Because here's the thing, as what do you call me, Les Moonves? As we found out nothing from college football, if you have enough money, people will leave established places to go to the new place for more money, whether it's a coach, whether it's a team, whether it's a conference. You put enough money on the table, you can have what you want. Now, Michigan State has to decide. You want to be a top 15 program, you want to vie for one of those 12 spots every year, you're going to have to pay for that. Like from the movie Ray, if you think pennies, you get pennies. You think dollars, you get dollars. You want to go cheap, then congratulations. 8-4 will be the new high water mark, and then maybe occasionally you'll get the 12th spot in the playoffs just to get beaten real quickly.
248-539-9797. Let's go over to, hold on, I believe Josh is next. That's where we go. Josh, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, I don't think Roberto was all that bad, to be honest with you.
Okay, honest review. You felt like you got quality customer service.
I was about to say, was he warm and personable?
I was a little nervous at first because literally he answered the phone. He said, "Man, when is it going to call?" And click. And I thought he hung up on me, but he did. He came back to me. So good on him.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks for sticking around, Josh.
So what do you got?
So I'm not a college football coach, so I mean I watch the games, but I'll listen to the podcast to figure out why Marcus Freeman is so special. But if he's only making that much money, Rico, do you really think it's going to take the whole $10 million to get him to come here? I mean, I think he's probably another loss away from them kind of being shaky on him in Notre Dame. He might be willing to take, 7.5, 8 with incentives. And then, I mean, maybe if he were to run off and do 11 wins in a Peach Bowl like Tuck did, then they could give him an extension for, 9.5, 10, whatever.
I think Rico's point is, I'm not speaking for you. I'm just saying how I take it. It's don't get hung up on the name he offered. Get hung up on the idea. Don't devalue.
For $10 million, I'd take anybody. Top guy. I want Urban Meyer for a lot of selfish reasons. I know I can't take credit for that idea. Someone else called the show a few weeks ago and said that, and you said it's idealistic, not realistic, and I fully understand that. But I mean, it's kind of his MO, isn't it? Right? He wants to beat Michigan.
Yeah,
he can come back and he can do
I'll
that.
be upfront with
the
you.
Program.
And I've said it because the school doesn't have the spinal cord for something like that. And again, Urban's a bad guy. He's done bad stuff. It comes down to, are you willing to win at all costs? I can't answer that for you guys. I know that if the program is up against the cliff, and if they get this hire wrong, they're getting pushed over the cliff, then nothing should be off the table.
Right.
I salute Rico's creativity and hypothetical financial backing.
$10 million is going to be the new norm, and you can't say, well, you paid Tucker that, so from here on out, you can only pay a coach $5 million. Well, you'll get a $5 million coach that you're crossing your fingers 5 years from now. He'll turn into the next Mark D'Antonio, but college football has changed since Mark got hired back in 2008.
I have 3 guys that I think I could hire for half the amount you're suggesting that could be potential superstars. Okay. I'm just not prepared to name them.
What a tease.
I just don't think it's appropriate. I don't want to steal your shine. We're out here. We're hiring Belichick. It's
not
exciting.
It's not a shine. It's just I want Michigan State fans to realize you can be better than what most people are saying that you are. You don't have to settle for MAC coaches.
It's like I feel like the things you say to Roberto, you're saying to State fans.
Yes. You don't have to settle for this, but
you are more.
If you just want to settle for, well, we had this, all this. Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good. 248-539-9797. Capital Mortgage Funding. Home purchase market is insane. Again, multiple offers, overbidding, no inventory. So if you're going to go and look for a house, you better have a pre-approval or you have no chance of getting it. Call 1-800-LOW-RATE. 1-800-LOW-RATE, Harry Glanz, Dan Burke, the whole staff at Capital. They are going to take you through the process, make it as smooth as possible, and give you the best shot you have of landing one of these homes. It's 1-800-LOW-RATE, Capital Mortgage Funding. That's 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. All right, we'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. But we always do this Tuesdays. I try to summarize the best and worst of the weekend that was so you don't have to waste your time. Let me do it for you. It is time for the Weekend Report. When did you meet Will Smith? All right, here we go. Rico beer. What's the problem?
I always think about that. When did you meet Will Smith?
It's one of the great SNL skits ever.
When did you meet him? You saw Will Smith. When did you meet him?
Over the weekend. It's the best. All right, here we go. Coaching malpractice hat trick. You got to pick which one deserves to be launched into the sun most. A, Chargers head coach Brandon Staley, 4th and 1, own 24, under 2 minutes to go in the game, inexplicably goes for it, gets stopped, and then the Vikings go full Vikings. But the decision on surface, malpractice.
Oh, that's in the leader in the clubhouse right now. I need 2 more that can top that.
Josh McDaniels says, hold my beer. Because Josh McDaniels kicked not 1 but 2 field goals, down 8, late stages. First one taken off the board by a penalty. And he doubles down and makes the bad decision again. No coach in the last 25 years of the NFL has kicked a field goal down 8, under 4 to go. Rico Beard, I give you Josh McDaniels. And number 3, this is a double dip, Jimbo Fisher. Not only was Jimbo your Nona who was confused standing on the field as the cars fly by, but Jimbo Fisher also had Caldwellian clock management. Why? Timeouts in his pocket. 53 seconds to go in the half. Doesn't use one. Lets Auburn wind it all the way down to kick a field goal. Wait, you could have called a timeout, given your offense a chance, and Auburn still was going to kick the field goal.
Right.
You said, yep, no thanks. Staley, McDaniels, Jimbo double dip. Biggest malpractice of the weekend.
I still got to go with Brandon Staley, Mike, because you were up. You were winning. So you do whatever you can to secure the victory. You know, Josh, okay, you're playing these stupid little mind games trying to catch points. Brandon Staley, you're winning. You're on your own 24-yard line. You punt the ball. Minnesota needed a touchdown, not a field goal. Yeah, that to me, I sat there and watched in disbelief.
Okay.
Yeah, Brandon Staley wins.
Okay, number 2 on the weekend report is Jay Johnson, a Wolverine incel, sent to destroy my joy.
Over the weekend.
Over the weekend.
I don't know who he is. I don't know what
Wolverine
I'm watching.
incel.
I don't understand the play calling. I don't understand so many different things. On 4th and goal from the 1, and that was the play call that you came up with early in the game. Could have made a statement. You could have matched Maryland. Here's your 7. Here's our 7. Nah. The only thing missing was a tight end jet sweep. So, nah. I have no idea, Mike, but somehow this man still keeps collecting checks.
Let's go to the ice cold takes section. I give you Sean Payton, Broncos head coach. I'm going to read a quote for you when he took the job in Denver. Quote, "That was one of the worst coaching jobs in NFL history last year. We're going to do the opposite of that." Close quote. Cutscene. You're 0-3 and just gave up a 70 burger.
You know what? To quote Kenny, you just hate to see it.
Oh, I thought it was, I'm not coming to the office today.
He's sick. Give him a
Is
pass.
he?
Give him a pass. He's sick.
Is this going to work with Sean Payton?
I think it is, but I think Sean Payton has to realize, is Russell my quarterback? And if not, just tell the people it's not him. We're going to have to get somebody new. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. But don't sit here and say, hey, I can do this with Russ, because obviously you can't. What are you about to say, David?
I was going to say they're stuck with Russell, so it's not going to work. Contract won't let him get rid of him.
No, I'm saying, but if you get an opportunity to get another quarterback next year, basically do to Russ what Russ did out in Seattle, where he was a draft pick that took over from, I forgot the
Matt Flynn.
Yeah, he took over. Flynn was making a ton of money, but they said, hey, you can make that money on the bench.
All right, gratuitous.
Where'd you meet Jay Johnson?
Hey, question, is it ever acceptable to wish bad things on a total stranger if the total stranger happens to be your unholy defensive coordinator, Scotty Hazelton?
We go with this, Mike. Explain, please. I love this segment.
I'm just asking.
Where'd you meet Will Smith?
Is it ever acceptable, even in your inner monologue, to go, man, I hope you get hit with a garbage can? Or does that make me a bad person?
It may make you a little bit of a bad person.
When did you meet Will Smith?
You know what? The funny thing is, I understand your angst and your anger. I still think that the other coordinator should get more of it.
All right.
But I understand, Mike, but please.
Okay. All right.
He's got a family.
Next. I asked, it was hypothetical. What year is this box score from? Ready?
Oh, boy.
76 total yards. 17 carries for 20 yards on the ground. 6 total completions. 1 of 9 on third downs. Only 4 first downs total, which matched the same amount of fumbles you lost.
1917 Michigan versus the Salvation Army.
Or Saturday night in Happy Valley, I give you Iowa's performance.
To quote Stoney, not going good.
That's a week after Brian Ferentz just cussed out reporters.
But wait, there's more. Because this week, under the lights, Brian Ferentz versus Scotty Hazelton, the grudge match.
Can Bane show up and just swallow both teams into the Middle Earth? Hello, Gotham. Jesus. All right, here we go. I could say something. I'll save it for off the air. So here's the deal. I'd like to bring you Fashion by Biff.
Okay.
Are you aware of former Michigan assistant and former Maryland high school, Baltimore high school coach, Mr. Biff Poggi?
Yeah.
Well, the Biffster is now the head football coach at Charlotte, the 49ers.
Yeah.
Have you seen Biff Poggi's game day attire?
No. I haven't.
Really?
No. But now I'm
Gym
curious.
shorts and an ill-fitting sleeveless cutoff T-shirt. Biff Poggi game day essentials. I've never seen anything like it.
May just stop Googling this. Oh my! Whoa!
Kenny Cott dresses better to go to bed than Biff Poggi dressed to coach them against Florida Saturday.
I mean, he looks like a strength and conditioning coach out there with just the cutoff shirt and the shorts.
The mesh champion shorts from 96.
How, you know what?
I give you Fashion by Biff.
Yeah. Okay.
Good?
Wow.
All right. Let's go to the next part of the weekend report.
This is crazy.
Rico.
He's got a cutoff shirt. Looks like he's getting ready to head to Gold's Gym.
Nope. That's the head football coach of a D1 team. Rico, a question for a friend. When is it acceptable to begin rooting against your team out of pure spite and laughing when bad things happen to them? Asking for a friend.
Well, I would tell that friend probably after about 6 games.
Okay. Little early?
Little early.
Early for me to have already engaged in that.
Probably.
Or
you
my
should tell
friend.
Your friend. Yeah. It's coming. Don't worry. Over the weekend.
Okay, you know what? And you can play it one last time because that is your weekend report. All right, it is time to get involved. Moran Buick GMC. Your schedule is absolutely packed this fall. Maybe the youth sports, 2024 Enclave, seating up to 7. Maybe you're into the trucks, 23 GMC Sierra 1500 elevation, $277 a month. They got you covered. Moran, new stock arriving daily, and if something's off with the current car, take it in for certified service at Moran Buick GMC. You get the free loaner. What the hell else you waiting on? It'll take you less time to get your car fixed than it will to get your call screened by Roberto. So head on to MoranExpress.com, Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish. All right, we got so much to do. And as I said, today's a banner day. We got Roberto screening calls. Kenny Cott called in. So if you just happen to want to have an audience with Roberto, you can call up. He's lonely. He'd love to talk to anybody. And he'll screen your call. Now, Rico has an outside the box. Sometimes some people may view it as an outside his mind suggestion. But see, unlike you, I'm not going to get hung up in the name. It's the principle. See, Rico's a man of principles. What Rico is saying is, MSU football, don't act like a bitch. You're a top 20 program in revenue, top 20 program in attendance. You got all the money in the GD world. Shout out Big Ten media deals. Act like it. Shoot your shot. I mean, Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift. Shoot your shot.
Right.
So while what Rico said in specific has a very low probability, I understand what he's efforting. He brought up, how do you recover if you're Marcus Freeman when you can't count to 11? And you happen to believe they're going to go to Duke and lose to Duke this week.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much to be on the hot seat at Notre Dame. Okay, I hear you. Rico's saying you take $10 million a year and you draw a line in the sand that you want to be serious. Or bleep off to the sun and just tell us you're a clown without telling us.
Right. Because
Does that sound about right?
Yeah, because well, you just paid Mel Tucker. No, Mel Tucker's not going to get that money. So that money is still there. People got to get past that. Well, you paid him, so we got to go poor the next time. Congratulations. You are now a top 70, group of 5 program. Mm-hmm. That's what you are. If you want to go that route because you're afraid to spend money because you got burned once.
So we're going to get to your calls. And at 3 o'clock, I am going to add something to the mix that Rico, I'm prepared to say I think Rico was right on something. I don't like doing it. Managing his ego on a day-to-day basis is already challenging enough.
That's hurtful.
Sorry. But
I want to get one of these. I'm getting the Charlotte 49er shirt.
You want a Biff Poggi?
Yeah.
There you go. Why not?
We need a Biff Poggi bet.
We already work with Biff Poggi. It's Roberto.
Oh, boy.
248-539. Yeah, real classy. You've been wearing a salmon T-shirt every day with mesh shorts for a month. Get the hell out of here.
Let's move on.
Okay, then. Let's go on the board. All right, I told you I couldn't continue the 10-1-1 run, and I didn't. Bucks were terrible last night. My bad. I want to give you something to lock in now before the number moves anymore, and I think it's interesting, and I think it tells you a lot. You know I don't like the University of Florida this year, even though I loved them against Tennessee. I just don't think they're very good. I think Kentucky is a classic, undervalued, sleepy SEC East team. Florida at Kentucky this week, and it's Kentucky favored by 2.5, and it's moving. Under a field goal, I think you take Stoops. I think you take Kentucky, who's got a really good front seven, NFL linebacking core, and Florida shot their shot against Tennessee at home. That's still a bad team. It's still Graham Mertz. I think Tennessee under a field goal. Lock it in now, because by the weekend, it could be 3.5.
I like that, Mike.
Over the week?
And, hey, shout out if you took the bet of Jalen Hurts anytime along with the Eagles' victory. Cha-ching. So take that money, and you can go a couple of routes because football's coming up this weekend. I'll give you some stuff later. How about we just go the old favorites, Ronald Acuna Jr.
Oh, dear God.
Plus 350 to hit a home run, or Matt Olson plus 390 to hit a home run tonight against the Cubs.
What are the odds if we get these other two lines filled that Roberto could screen both by the end of the segment? Plus F700.
I would say, yeah, probably around, what's Michigan State's odds to win a national title?
We go to David. That's an incalculable number.
Plus 10 grand.
Hatchet, what do you think?
Here's what I'm going to do here, okay? We got NFL football starting Thursday, but I'm going to go with this matchup here. I just want to believe that somehow, some way, there's still fight in this team, and that is the New York Jets. They are plus 9.5 dogs against the Chiefs. That's a lot in the NFL. I just want to believe they are NFL players with pride, and they will show up and lose by less than 9.5.
David, I beg of you, pick another game. WNBA's in the final right now.
All right, hold on. Would you rather?
What number would you need?
Would you rather Jets catching 9.5 from the Chiefs at home, or the Bears catching 3.5 from the Broncos at home?
Oh, my.
Gun to your head, you must bet one of those games. Zach Wilson against Mahomes or whatever the Bears are versus the Broncos who just gave up 70? 3.5 to the Bears, 9.5 to the Jets. Would you rather?
3.5 to the Bears.
That says it all, David.
I'm sorry, I have to go Jets still. I don't believe in anything the Bears have.
And I don't believe.
I know.
That Roberto screening calls today, but it's where we've arrived at. And I have to tell you, Rico was right about something. All of it coming at you next. 97.1. So while you're not busy calling Roberto to just chat and say hello, how about FanDuel's no sweat same game parlay for Thursday night football? Lions, Packers. I mean, I don't know, LaPorta yards, LaPorta touchdown, Jared Goff anytime. Maybe he's running RPOs. I don't know. You guys love the same game parlays, and FanDuel's got more of them than anybody. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Don't miss out on that chance for the no sweat same game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel, the official betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. Refund issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund, $5, unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. Oh, boy. What a day that was. Before we get to your calls, Odyssey.com rewind if you missed anything. Rico shooting the moon for state's next hire. It's a principle thing. If you disagree with the name he brought up, I'm not mad, but stick to the plan, Stan. Why go lower than? I mean, isn't MSU a top 25 gig in this country? If it's not, tell me why. Rico's saying you take $10 million a year, you set the market, you try it again. And you brought up a guy in Marcus Freeman who can't count to 11 at Notre Dame, and maybe he could put himself on the hot seat. On September 26th, no, I don't think that's realistic, but I get what you're doing, and I'm not mad at it. But let me give you something that you, the people, can't be mad at Rico for. We're going to add to this. It's an all Rico Tuesday. Okay. David, I have an announcement to make. And the announcement, I bring a heavy heart to the table. I don't want to do this after 3 weeks. But Rico, it is just so apparent that Rico Beard was so right about something. There's no point in running from it anymore. And I don't care about being right or wrong. I wasn't married to this opinion. But on behalf of those, like, say, Jim Costa, I think those people they need to lay down their swords. You never apologize for an opinion, but you got to lay your swords down. People, I don't know if you're aware of it, but the Lions done messed up. After 3 games, it's just pretty clear they should have taken Jalen Carter. Now, I don't have a right to that opinion. I told you I was indifferent to what they did. I wanted a defensive player. I wasn't married to Jalen Carter. You know who was? Rico Beard. Jalen Carter has been elite his first 3 weeks in the league, including last night on Monday Night Football, blowing up a double team for a sack, forcing a safety, and then a hustle play strip fumble. Guys, he's a monster. And I start thinking about, realistically, had the Lions just taken Jordan Davis instead of J-Mo and taken Jalen Carter, think about where your D-line is versus where it is now. We're playing Derek Barnes at end.
Oh, if you did that, you're one of the top 2 teams in the NFC. You're in the top 5 of the entire NFL because your defense would be, locked down. Nobody's running against you.
And I like Jamir Gibbs. And I understood what they were attempting to do. But you know what? It's not fair for me to come to the air and not share. Sharing is caring. And I have to share with my radio partner. He was right. Jalen Carter would be helping this team more than Jamir Gibbs. Yeah. And I now have to listen to his I told you so pompous ego. But here we are.
It's not that, Mike. But imagine with Jalen Carter and on the same line as Aiden Hutchinson. Aiden Hutchinson he's up there with pressures in the league, and Jalen Carter he's got more pressure. He's got 15 pressures over Aaron Donald at 14. Yeah, this would make that defensive line elite. I'm not even going back to if you took Jordan Davis as well.
I'm Rico Beard, and you're not. Bottom line, are you willing to come to the table and say, you know what? I'm nervous about this Jamir Gibbs, Jalen Carter comp. At least say that. Because watching the games, guys, this is why we don't pay running backs. Running backs don't really impact winning. They don't. But Jalen Carter, wow, it's pretty scary.
And I understand at the time.
Thank you very
so every
much.
time I speak, okay.
I'm Rico Beard.
I'm Rico Beard.
You're not.
I understand that a lot of people, including one Jim Costa, well, look at what he did at the combine. The man was literally fighting for his life. He made horrible decisions. One of his teammates died. He was not in the best of shape. But I saw past that. I saw what he did at Georgia. He's going to get better. Whoever gives this man a chance, he's going to prove to them, thank you. Thank you for taking a chance on me. What I saw was very Micah Parsons-like, where all of a sudden people kind of downgraded you for off the field stuff, but eventually you're going to get your life back together. Philly's reaping the benefits. That should have been Detroit. You passed on him.
Okay, now you're rubbing it in. 248-539-9797.
No.
People, I'm willing to say I think he was right. And that doesn't mean Gibbs can't be good. But Jalen Carter right now, I mean, it jumps off the screen. And I know it's not, all things aren't created equal, but I'm not going to turn Fletcher Cox, age 50, into the guy he was 7 or 8 years ago. Jordan Davis is good, guys. And Jalen Carter's really good. And honestly, had you taken one of them, think about where you'd be compared to where you are. I can't sit here and not give Rico that after 3 weeks. What do you want me to tell you?
Here's the thing. I appreciate it, Mike.
I have to.
It's coming. I need your cash to ticket partner to step up.
No, you can't. Jim is still at a phase of his life where he wants to be right so bad that he'll just die holding his trumpet and descending into the Atlantic Ocean.
But he's just a nose tackle, and you don't draft nose tackles that high. I'm like, Jim, the man's not just a nose tackle. He is going to eat up space in the middle of that line. He's going to force double teams that will now free up Aiden to beat somebody one-on-one.
And people, I've got one open line, and you will be delighted because it's not Kenny Cott screening your calls today. It's Roberto making his call screening debut. So if you'd like to call up and just have a chat with a lonely man or get on the show and discuss what we're discussing, he's there for you. Now, do you want to get to the people? Because I think the people are going to hammer you on the Marcus Freeman thing, and I think they're going to champion you on the Jalen Carter thing.
We can. Do we have any ticket text, Dave?
I do want to give you this, though, and I don't want to blow the ego up even more. But so far this season, among interior defenders, most pressures, Jalen Carter leads the league with 15. Aaron Donald is behind him at 14.
He's been a complete game wrecker. Rico Beard wins. That's, and again, there were people attacking Rico left and right. I don't deserve credit. I was not married to Jalen Carter. I said, I don't really care. I would like a defensive player. So naturally, they took a running back.
Right.
But my point is, you were married to this particular player, and they passed on him. And he's not just good, he's great.
Yeah, I really wanted the Lions to improve that defensive line because I saw the makings of what could be a really good team in an NFC that could be had. But instead, you went for luxury toys.
Now, do you want to add your opinion, David, or do you want to duck the issue?
I just don't. You were right, Rico.
Play the music. You have to play the music.
You were absolutely right, Rico, on Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter. It just amazes me, and I see it last night. Of course, I saw it before already this season.
Yeah, but it jumps off the screen.
What also jumped off the screen and what was in my head was you talking about the Lions calling themselves villains during this whole process. And if you are villains, then you say, you know what, ignore what the noise is and embrace it.
'Cause you know what?
And they did not.
Davis, you know what they're not talking about in Philly? What happened to him in Georgia? They're like, wow, we have something here. Where we were so myopic and, no, look at this, and he's going to come in here and he's going to destroy the locker room. No, he's going to destroy offensive lines. That's what he's going to do. I hate you.
248-539-9797. Let's get to the people.
All right.
People dialing in on Rico going Kelsey mode with MSU's football job. Or, guys, after 3 weeks, we may have screwed up at 12 overall. And let's go. Brian, 97.1. What's up, Brian?
I'm going to call you Sir Rico with that music, but you're absolutely right, Rico.
Thank you, bro.
And I'm giving the Lions all the credit. I was impressed with that. I was impressed with that game, and I don't even like the Lions. I was very impressed with that win.
Yeah.
With the injuries they're going through and how they played, that was outstanding. Those are the results I'm talking about. For Rico, you are absolutely right about. It don't have to be the Notre Dame coach. It's getting a coach with the money plus the presentation you bring to them. Mm-hmm. Tell them your goals. Don't just have the AD and Tom Izzo go see them. Get somebody from the school who's actually in charge and tell them we are behind you 100%. These are our goals, 1, 2, 3, and we want you to lead them. Mm-hmm. And that's what it would do it. They got the facilities. They got the money. All they need is to come together as Michigan. I hear Mike say it. They're not together sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But they all need to come together and go to someone and tell them, we want you We gonna make you the highest paid, and we want you to lead our program. These is our goals, and we want you to tell you your goals, and we gonna be behind you 100%.
And Brian, I would even say this: don't let one mistake beat you twice. Just admit, okay, we made a mistake with Mel Tucker, but we're not going to sit here and go cheap because we made that mistake, because I don't think he's going to get the majority of that money. So it's still there on the table that you could go out there and get it. And yeah, you're going to have top boosters who will say, okay, you know what? I'll still buy into Michigan State.
Listen, with the Mel Tucker thing, fellas, Michigan State, don't try to come out totally clean. Go to him and say, brother, we not hiring you back. Will you accept this number? And put it behind you so when you go to a new coach, all that's behind us now, we moving forward. We going to be one of the best teams in the Big Ten, and we want you to lead us.
Brian,
this is where we at.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
And really, no.
Oh, I thought you were about to play the music.
No. It's just when people recognize your greatness on the matter. I'm not saying you have a great idea here. I'm saying on a principle level, it's great. Right. The Freeman thing, I can't find my way to on September 26th. However, the Jalen Carter thing is where you get the trumpets.
Right. But I mean,
look, it's just obvious we may have screwed up at 12. Right. I mean, we'll rally around Gibbs. We want him to be good. Jalen Carter's already a game wrecker.
But think about it. When I said the Jalen Carter thing,
I am thinking about it.
People thought I was an idiot. Because same thing could be held for Freeman. You never know.
Tremendous. Thank you for that delicate fade. All right, let's go over to, is it Racidi? 97.1.
Yeah, that's Racide, also known as Super Racide. What's going on, Rico?
What's happening?
All right, man. And Michael Valenti, man, you do have some unfinished business. But first, I want to talk about Mel Tucker. Here's the thing, Rico, David, and all other individuals need to call in and say this: Mel Tucker needs to keep his job. It's no reason to let this man go for phone sex. If anything, give him a year off. You're going to get rid of a totally good, a super good coach for phone sex over something so minute. And it's the most lamest, ridiculous thing ever. And for anybody not to speak on that, something is wrong with them. You have to say, this makes no sense.
No, Racide, I would simply say this. Hold on.
Go ahead.
I would simply say this. He lost credibility with the team, with the program, with the school by doing this, and with the person that he did it with. How do you walk into a kid's parents' house and not have this be the topic that they're going to ask you about? I don't know if I want my son coming there. You really did this? I mean, this is something he's going to have to answer for.
Yeah, let me rebuttal. Like I said, you give him a year off. Pretty much things should smooth over. Now, the parents, who knows? Maybe some of them parents did phone sex before. Who knows? I don't think the parents are going to be sitting up there talking about something. Oh, my goodness, he did phone sex. We can't send him there. Man, stop it. It's not that. It's not like he tried to actually physically do something to her that she didn't want. It was a miscommunication. Something wasn't clear.
Is this
and
real?
I don't believe she made her stance clear to him. She led him on in certain ways, said certain things, talking about her picture her naked. That's what she said to him. What? That's a green flag or a red flag right there. So if anything, you give him a year off.
Okay, you've already said
take a little bit of his money away.
You can't give a guy a year off, Racidi. You can't. That's not how college football works. Well,
why not?
Well, okay.
Give him a year off.
Okay, and you'll have the dead last recruiting class in America. You can't
do
that.
Year. But for 1 year.
And it sets your program back 3, Racidi. You know how this works. It's a numbers game.
It's going to be set back even further now.
No, it's
because
not.
Of you have to find a new coach.
Exactly.
You got to get everybody back on the same page. Mel Tucker is going to constantly be out in the open with this, and he should be.
Mel Tucker. No, Racidi. Hold on.
I guarantee you, the people will rally behind him.
They will not.
Absolutely.
Racidi,
yes, they will.
Racidi.
And I'm going to lead the charge.
You can do that. You. Okay, thank you for that.
Michael Valenti, we got some unfinished business, bro.
What is your like what?
Back in 2019, Golden Tate marks the spot. Golden Tate was being transferred from the Detroit Lions wrongfully, because I believe that they should have stayed. I called in simply to say the Lions are making a mistake with getting rid of Golden Tate. You went through this whole thing of praying to God that I never called your show again. You prayed to
I actually
God.
feel pretty good about that because this call was
You
terrible.
prayed to God that I never called your show again.
Well,
because
you're here.
I thought and said that they should have kept Golden Tate.
No, they shouldn't
Bro,
have.
that
Their
is one of
season
the
was
most
over and they got a
ridiculous
draft
things.
pick. Okay.
That's one of the most ridiculous things a person has ever done on radio before.
No, you had your
and
piece
you probably
today.
were kind of jealous because my name is Super Racide. Is that what it is? You kind of jealous of me,
You
Mike?
nailed it, 100%. I wish you know what? I'm actually going to go by Racide now. I don't want to be Mike anymore. I want to be Racide. Okay, you're insane, and I don't want to talk to you anymore. So here's the deal. Mel Tucker burned every bridge in East Lansing. I avoided speaking because you clearly didn't want to talk to me, and you had this little bit saying my name. Do whatever you like. You are so lost on Mel Tucker, I can't begin to help you, and therefore I won't. So with that, I will simply tell you about the D Las Vegas and maybe fun things like where to watch football. Rico, I did the best I could.
Hi, he's Michael Valenti.
Hi. It's Racidi here. No, look, Circa Resort and Casino. I mean, what a world. You want to go watch a football game and have a good time? Go out to Circa Stadium Swim. They got you covered. 6 different pools, 3 different levels. Biggest outdoor sports book in America. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today. Just go to circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. All right, to the people. That was an explosive call. And also a reminder of why I probably never wanted that guy to call again. What a nut. All right, let's go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Hey, Mike, Rico, big fan of the show. How you guys doing?
Good.
Thanks,
What's
Nick.
on your
It's
mind?
an easy bar to cross.
There you go. Hey, just calling in on the Marcus Freeman situation.
Mm-hmm.
Rico, I think you were spot on with Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, but couldn't be more off on the Marcus Freeman. And I'll explain from both sides why it would be a bad fit for MSU and Marcus Freeman. From MSU's perspective, they need to rebuild the program. Marcus Freeman has never rebuilt any program he's been at. He's been an assistant at Cincinnati. He's been an assistant at Kent State, but has never rebuilt the program from the ground up, right? Mm-hmm. And then from Marcus Freeman's perspective, $10 million is great, but when you go from it's $10 million to go from a Porsche to a 07 Chevy Malibu. I mean, it just doesn't make sense, right? So,
okay, well, Nick, I get what you're trying to say, but just remember, look how much has changed because of money in the last year. The Pac-12 is dead. Their best teams are headed out to the Midwest and out east because more money was offered to them. So, yeah, I mean, to sit on paper, I can understand where people are like, that would never happen. But that's the one thing that I've learned never to say about college football anymore, because anything can happen with the right amount of money. And as far as building from the ground up, the one thing I know the man can do is recruit. And if you're going to build a team up, he can go out and recruit. He can go out and land transfers like he did with Hartman at quarterback. So I do think that this is something that it's a challenge he could master if he chose to accept it.
Let me ask this question, Nick, because my point is I'm not getting hung up on the name he brought up. I'm with you. I don't think it has a next to 0% chance. But I like where Rico's mind is. So many other guys at this station just want MSU to go down to the farmer's market and hire, the fruit monger or fishmonger. Like, I like the idea of at least shoot your shot, get rejected a few times behind closed doors, try to poach somebody. Do you at least agree with the thought process?
I love shooting the shot. I just think there's much more realistic and even better options if you're going to invest $10 million, you have to be 100% that this guy's going to come in and rebuild the program. Marcus Freeman hasn't shown that he can do that. Some better options, I think, somebody like that guy at Duke, that Mike Elko guy, somebody like that who has come in and shown that he can rebuild a program. If it's my money,
well, hang on now.
I'm investing in a guy like that.
Listen, I have no issue. And remember, for the record, Nick, I have not said who I want as the next coach because I think it's way too early. But I have a list formed. I'm sure that Alan Haller will want to see it and consult with me.
And Nick, Elko is a good name that I would put out there, but I'm saying if you're Michigan State, you can't go the I'm poor route. Let's just find some MAC coach. You need somebody with a name. You need somebody to keep this program together. Because if you don't, with the 4 new teams coming in here, 8-4 will be your new ceiling.
Hell, that's the ceiling now.
That ain't even the ceiling now.
No, you're right. 5 and 7,
6-6, and an extra game down at Ford Field.
Can I ask a question? Do you think NBC wants a refund? Michigan State, Maryland on NBC, followed by, if you didn't have enough of that bread, we'd like to give you MSU, Iowa in prime time.
Mike, no, it's not just Michigan State. It's all the game. Like, unless it's Michigan, Ohio State, or Penn State, they're all garbage.
It's pretty bad.
So,
but we're a clown car on fire.
Yeah, so the entire Big Ten, outside those 3 teams, whew. Indiana took 4 overtimes to beat.
Did you see that they gave up a 30-yard touchdown on a quarterback sneak? I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Their celebration at the end of the game reminded me of when Michigan beat Illinois in like 4 overtimes.
That was like 65-63.
Right. I'm like, what are you doing? You just almost lost to these guys.
If he makes the field goal at the end of the game, they lose. So, yeah.
Okay, let's go.
But I get what you're saying.
I know.
NBC can't be happy. They're looking long term. They're looking to next year with all those Pac-12 teams.
Can't wait for the executives to call that red phone in the producer's truck. Do you want to explain why we've lost 97% of our audience? Yeah, it's MSU Iowa. You don't want to watch. This is bad.
Yeah, but it's a blackout.
On what? Functioning offense?
Hey, all I got to say is Brian Ferentz versus Scotty Hazelton.
Let's go to...
That's actually happening this weekend.
And Brian Ferentz will work him.
The Iowa offensive coordinator whose job is basically on the line if he can't average 25 points a game. They wrote that in the clause of a contract.
Versus
Scotty Hazelton, who has probably the consistent number 100 defense in the land. It's the unmovable object versus the easily moved force.
I don't know if that's how it goes, but sounds good. Let's go to Jimmy, 97.1. What's up, Jimmy?
Hey, that's Super Jimmy to you, boys.
Yeah, hey, Super DJ Jimmy.
Super Jimmy.
No, I think you guys have pretty much nailed it with that last caller. I mean, the thing that drives me nuts about our fan base is, on one hand they want to talk tough, they want to be tough, but at the same, on the other hand, someone like Rico brings up a name like Marcus Freeman, like, oh, Rico's on crack. It's like, can you guys pick a lane here? So I kind of half agree with you guys, or at least I half agree with Rico. I like the idea, but I haven't seen enough out of Marcus Freeman yet. And maybe, he's what? He's only had, one full year so far?
He's had one full year. He's on a prove-it deal at Notre Dame, and I got a feeling that if he goes 9-3 again at Notre Dame may feel we can do better.
Yeah, but he has the number 1 recruiting class.
Right.
Plus, now listen.
Oh, okay.
Now, here's the thing, Jimmy. According to Rico's intel, the guy's only making like $3 million a year. That's
Right.
the whole premise here, is you just make Notre Dame come back and pay the guy appropriately or lose him. I don't think MSU's got the AD. They don't have the chops to do it. I mean, people behind the scenes, Jimmy, when Michigan brought Harbaugh home, they formed a team to recruit him, including some people at this place, to help sell him on why he needed to come home. It was a coordinated, all hands on deck, Roberto is screening calls operation.
I think it was either Operation or Project Unicorn is what they call it.
What's that? Who's MSU going to call up? Ernie the Can Man? Oh, we'll have Tom Izzo call. Here's what Tom Izzo should do during this search.
Let's get Flozell Adams.
Nothing. Yeah, Flozell the Hotel, line 3. Hey, any other late 90s players we can have?
Cedric Irvin on line 2.
Hi, it's Le'Veon Bell. I still can't find my jewelry. That's because the 2 women you brought to your hotel room stole it, Le'Veon.
Oh, wait. Never mind. Drop the case. Your girlfriend, you know what? Never mind. Drop the case.
Robert Newkirk would like a word. Oh, wait, he just threw someone in a dumpster. So my point is, MSU doesn't have the team to do...
I was going to say a name, but we're going to move on. We're going to move on.
No, because there's one name you could bring up, and it's not funny.
No.
It's horrible. I didn't realize what happened to him.
No, that wasn't even him. No, it was another name. So go ahead. Former 5-star from this city of Detroit.
Nope.
So let's go ahead.
248-539-9797. Moving along. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. They cover 26 football fields with the amount of product they move because it's all in stock. All colors and varieties of Trex decking, railing, lighting, you name it, they got it. And all you need to do is stop in, whether you're a pro or a do-it-yourselfer or anything in between. Northville Lumber has got you covered. So stop in, call today, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. Couple of topics in the mix. They both involve RL Beard. It's also a special day. Kenny Hodas out, so Roberto screening calls. It's been a mixed bag, but a lot of people with a lot to say, both on MSU shooting the moon for the next hire. Don't attach my name to it. This is an RL Beard deal. I am keeping my list secret for when I have my, I'm sure, private consultation on who to lead Spartan Nation. The other topic is Rico was right. Doesn't mean I don't like Jamir Gibbs, but 3 weeks in, unless somehow this is one of the great mirages of all time, Jalen Carter looks like a complete game wrecker. He looks every bit the guy who was supposed to go number 1 overall. And last night alone, I mean, forget about 16 pressures in 3 games as an interior lineman. Last night, blew up a double team for a sack. Last night, blows up a double to force quarterback into a safety. And hustle play 5 yards downfield to strip a receiver. Mm-hmm. He's a game wrecker. And you know what? I like Jamir Gibbs. I always have. I always will. He's a really good football player. He'll never affect winning like Jalen Carter is right now. And Rico was right. So I'm willing to say that. I never said I have to have Jalen Carter. You know who did? Rico. So I just want to know if you're in the mix here with it and going, we may have done did it here at 12. If Jalen Carter's on this Lions team, how different do we feel?
Yeah.
So It's a question. Had to ask it.
Yeah, they may have overthought things. And, at the time, I understand he was going through a lot of trauma. He had to leave the combine to go back and handle his legal problems.
I'll tell you, Jim Costa said some unfortunate things.
He's just a nose tackle. You can do better.
To the people. Let's go to David, 97.1. David, what's going on? How are you?
Just fine, gentlemen. Hey, I got a little side question here for you. If Jalen Carter is Rico's Devontae Mack, does that make Rico your Sonny Weaver, Mike?
Hold on. So reset it, because Draft Day is one of the worst movies ever. I get angry when I watch it. Now Mack was the linebacker, and he wrote it on the note that said Devontae Mack no matter what.
Correct.
The Sonny is Costner, right?
Okay, I will concede.
I'm trying to understand the joke, but it's whatever. Go ahead.
I'm trying to bust your chops. That's all.
Oh, okay, that's fine. So what?
So what I'm curious about is your guys' feeling about Coach Leopold at Kansas, and if he's making Kansas somewhat relative, has a handful of championships, granted Division III, but in a short time frame, which is hard to do anywhere. And he's young.
Nah, hold on.
He's not young.
David, he's 60.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, brilliant mind.
I was thinking he was like 45, 50-ish.
No, I mean, he's a brilliant mind, and he came up through, he's a Wisconsin guy. He coached in Wisconsin at the 1AA level or D2. Then he goes to Buffalo and builds it. What he's done at Kansas has been remarkable, and I respect him. But if you get in the business of hiring a 60-year-old head coach, guys, let's face it, it's a young man's game.
I was about to say, if you go that route, because I do think that he's a name that should be on the list, but your OC and DC probably going to have to be very young in case one of them has to be the coach in waiting.
Which never works.
I know.
I'm sorry. But I know it's your day today. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It never works. Yeah, no. You think on that.
Yeah, Jim Leonard didn't work out.
Yeah, neither did Will Muschamp, twice. 24853. Also not great. Joe, 97.1. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, good, Joe. What's up?
First time, long time. I'm from Detroit originally, but I live out in Chicago now. My family's been listening to you guys for a long time. I listen to you every day out here. We're a big Notre Dame family. And, back in the day when Notre Dame and Michigan State had that big rivalry, my mom used to call in all the time, pissed off at Valenti.
Oh, no.
And it got to a point where I think Mike said on air, oh, no, we got Claudia from Grosse Pointe calling again.
Wait, I remember that. I remember her.
I really miss playing Notre Dame. I do. I can't lie.
Yeah.
I miss it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, So I just wanted to come in and defend Notre Dame a little bit on the salary discussion. So, obviously they're not a public school, right? So they, the salaries are not listed. And, the university does pay them a specific amount of money. And, Rico, you're talking $2.5 million or, whatever you said. I mean, that's what he was offered to go to, the defensive coordinator position at LSU. He's making way more than that. They are endowed by, other institutions, other individuals at the university. When, everything that I've heard, when Kelly left, he was making $8 million plus. And I think Freeman, from everything I heard, is making $5 million plus. Now you can still double that to 10,
right?
But Kelly had a big issue with what is called at Notre Dame the Goog, which is where the training tables are. And so before COVID, he had a promise, after he had that run, after 2018, he won 11, 10, 11, 12 games,
right?
4 years, that they were going to redo the Goog. Because of COVID, they weren't able to do that. And, the budgets were, pushed back, and finally got to a point where he decided to leave. And so that's what I kind of heard about Kelly. And then, someone mentioned, he might go 9-3, and, he's going to be on the hot seat. I mean, people forget that Brian Kelly was essentially 9-3 for most of the time that he was there. So, you're leaving Notre Dame and going to Michigan State. And listen,
I don't think it happens. Joe, hold on, Joe. I don't think it happens. I'm saying from a principle matter, doesn't Rico have the right mindset here? Is that you at least have to dream bigger. You have to try if you're Michigan State. I'm with you, Joe. Look, I love Marcus Freeman. I think it'd be idiotic for him to leave Notre Dame. I think Rico's on the premise of couldn't count to 11 twice, and they're going to lose to Duke this weekend. And it's this idea of, hey, if things got a little hot, do you dare? And I'm with you, though.
And Joe, I'll simply say this. The only numbers I'm going with are the ones that I can pretty much see, not the speculation. But let's just say it is $5 million. You double that, and you make Notre Dame counter and see what happens.
248-539-9797. We're going to get more of the people. We've got a football today. We're talking Jalen Carter. Dude's a game wrecker. We may have screwed up at 12. Let's have that conversation. It's all there for you as we cruise along. FanDuel, right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. More ways to play. Lions pack Thursday night, same game parlays, all kinds of betting markets. Visit FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the NFL season right. It's FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
Where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie, and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get, like, the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, he's trying to, like, pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah, what do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
professed his love for the state of Ohio
goodness,
and the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody. I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right, but you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah.
It's kind of like he didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. Guys.
David, so much to do in the world of football. Do you want to just hit the damn music? Let's knock one out, shall we? That's actually the entire Big Ten if you're not Ohio State, Michigan, or Penn State. Yes, Rico.
So, Mike, we could either put the other 11 in a hat and just kind of randomly draw them out, but I figured that would only be radio for none. So, let's just do another week of the RLB National Top 10.
Okay, a real top 10 where top resumes 10. Matter.
Resumes matter, and it's where you are as of this week, not where you're going to be 3 months from now, but as of this week.
All right.
At number 10, University of Southern California. Southern Cal just went on the road to Arizona State. Their defense, you've been saying it for the longest, it's not good at all.
And Alex Grinch is a good defensive coordinator, but they can't get it right out there. The transfers haven't worked.
Right.
And if you're in a one-possession game against ASU late, I would take Oregon over them. I would take Oregon State over them. I would take Washington over them.
You're right. I thought when they got to transfer the kid from
Bear
Georgia,
Alexander,
had to come out there. I'm like, okay, they're now building up a defensive line, but no, it's not there.
I'm fine with them at 10 because Caleb's greatness is that. But Rico, I think they're a 3-loss team.
It's very possible because you won't be able to stop. Yeah, I could easily see that. Mike, at number 9, the University of Michigan. Still struggling in the first half, and with the level of competition that they've played, that seems to be problematic, that it takes you to the third quarter to figure out how to beat a bunch of bad teams. Now, we're going to be talking about another team later on who's played a bunch of bad teams, but there was never any doubt that they were the best team on the field. For Michigan, you hover around and you're one play away from this thing getting too close for comfort.
I think you're a little low on them, but I'm not going to flip out. I'd probably have them at 5 or 6. You got them at 9.
Was based off resume as well.
Play somebody. I mean, honestly. Go ahead. Who's 8?
At 8, well, then you're really going to like this. The University of Georgia.
Okay, the man's low.
Hold on. You've also, the only reason why, at least you played South Carolina, but I have no reason to know what you are because
they were losing at the half.
Yeah. So I don't know where you are, but as of right now, you're at 8 for me. Now, later on,
David,
this could all change.
David, isn't this how the polls should work, though? Like,
Agreed.
if you haven't played anyone, why am I rewarding you?
Yeah, I think 9 and 8 may be a little low.
What if it was 6 and 7 or 5 and 6?
I'm not going to argue. That's just a
Look, the whole
couple
point
spots.
is I like that if he's doing a top 10 ranking, the resume has to matter.
And I love that you put Georgia ahead of Michigan because they play South Carolina.
Right.
That is a better matchup than anything Michigan's faced.
Right. And it's not to say that they're not a bad team, so stop texting in already. At number 7, I have the University of Utah. They've defeated UCLA thanks to a pick 6, very first play of the game, and they defeated Georgia. No Cam Rising. They're getting it done without their star quarterback. I have them at number 7.
I would have Michigan and Georgia ahead of them. I understand what you're saying. I do. Cam Rising's health. I mean, when you're using terms like the surgeons get the final word, I don't know. Michigan would beat them. I get what you're doing, though. I'll live with it. Keep rolling.
But you play Florida and UCLA. You got to be rewarded for something.
And they went to Baylor. I know that's no great shakes, but you still took a road trip to a Big 12 team.
At number 6, I got the University of Oregon, who just committed a felony against Colorado and Coach Prime.
There's no argument. I mean, they went to Texas Tech and played a night game. Not easy. And yeah, I mean, I think they're really good. Are they better than Washington? Are they? Oregon, Michigan on a neutral field, it's probably still a lean to U of M. But I understand what this poll is. It's today.
Right.
Today, I'm fine with it.
Today. At number 5, probably the best defense in the land, the Penn State Nittany Lions.
Yeah.
What they did to Iowa was surgical.
The offense worries me. I mean, Aller, I keep waiting for it. I didn't love the play at Illinois. The West Virginia game was fine enough. This game was rain, and he clearly couldn't throw a wet football. I don't know, man. I'll live with it. Right. James Franklin's still a boob in big games, and I need to see Drew Aller do what at least Kyle McCord did at South Bend. Right. Show me a big drive against somebody I care about.
Yeah, on the road. So, speaking of which, you just spoke him up. Kyle McCord and Ohio State University coming in at 4. Big victory over Notre Dame, top 10 team at night in South Bend. You had to go down on the final drive, and you score the touchdown with 1 second to go. Ohio State at number 4.
I'm fine with it. Is Washington 3?
At number 3, they just defeated Baylor 38
Oh, this poll
to
sucks,
6.
man. Are you kidding me? Texas at 3?
The University.
Disrespect.
No. Wait. Texas at 3, Mike. Sorry you feel that way, that you're disrespected. Because at 2, I do have the University of Washington, who has just totally dominated every team that they play. This is what you do when you're the superior team. You leave no doubt whatsoever. Your backups are going in at halftime. The walk-ons and freshmen are going in the fourth quarter, and it's never a game. Michael Penix, to me, he's the leader in the clubhouse for the Heisman right now.
Number 1's Florida State, then.
At
You're
number
valuing
1,
the 2 wins.
At number 1, Florida State. You defeated LSU, and you defeated Clemson, both on the road, though LSU was a neutral site, but you were not at home, and you still got the job done. Yeah, Mike, that's honestly Texas and Washington. I was flipping a coin to see who was going to be 2 and 3, but if we're going to value the top 10, man, Florida State has the best resume out there.
Here's the only thing I'd tell you with FSU. They're lucky Clemson doesn't have a kicker. Soft performance against BC. Go down to Clemson. We're a little sleepy early. The kid from science class misses a 29-yarder. Right. I would just be careful there. Texas should be number 1, but I know why you're not doing it.
No, at least put Texas 2 in my mind.
He just wants to hurt me.
The same argument is they beat a better opponent on the road than what Washington has beaten.
David, you're right, Alabama, but, Alabama ain't Alabama.
I understand.
And I said it was flipping a coin, but I'm just watching Washington. I'm just like, they're just pulverizing people.
I can let it go. I'll let it go because it's September 26th, and I'm not going to get upset by it.
And next week, they could be number 1 again.
On the heels of our discussion about early season polls and why they shouldn't be done unless you're counting the resume, I don't mind having some fun with it. Yeah. I'm not going to get all upset because I think, as John has famously said, let it play out. Michigan will eventually find their way to the top 1, 2, or 3 if they win games against functioning human beings. Let it play out. Let me get John a T-shirt that says, let's just let it play out.
And guys, the beauty of this could all change next week. Okay.
And that is the RL Beard Top 10.
I remember that phone call.
People, it's an emotional day. Kenny Cott has hoed us out. Roberto screening calls. Your one-on-one exit interview with Roberto, if you dial in. We also have Rico getting powerbombed by some listeners, and then in the same breath supporting him because it's all about R.L. Beard today. We started the show, Odyssey.com Rewind. Simple. He wants MSU to shoot the moon. Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift. MSU cannot view themselves as less than they are. Rally up and start shooting your shot for established coaches. Now, you threw a wild name out there in Marcus Freeman. I'll let you reset it later. But the other issue was this. After 3 games, I'd be lying if I didn't say Rico was right about something. Rico was right about Jalen Carter. And no matter what Jamir Gibbs turns into, it's going to be very difficult to match what Jalen Carter's doing right now. Through 3 weeks of the season, he has 16 pressures. Yeah. He's a D tackle. Last night, he blew up a double team for a sack. He forced a safety. Oh, and had a hustle play going out on a screen and jarring the ball loose for a fumble. Guys, he is a dominator.
And down the line in 4 years, you're probably going to do whatever you can to re-sign him.
Versus Jamir Gibbs, and what won't we do, David?
Pay running back.
Thank you. So guess what? After 3 weeks, I just wondered if you were having any buyer's remorse. Not that Jamir's a bad kid or a bad player. Yeah. But Jalen Carter kind of looks like a game wrecker. And, boy, we could use that. 248-539-9797. You want to get to the people?
Let's get to the people.
All right. So every topic's in the mix. Let's get after it. Philip, 97.1. Hi, Philip.
What's good, Mike? What's good, Hatch? What's good, Rico?
What's up, Phil?
What's up, man? Yo, Rico, you remember draft night when they passed on Jalen Carter? I texted you and I was done with the whole draft. I was like, I'm going to bed. I didn't even want to see anymore. Because we said that night, and I talked to Graham that night too, and I told Graham, I was like, Graham, with you and Jalen Carter, you guys are getting ready to wreck shop with them. And they are over there destroying people. Could you imagine if we had Jalen Carter, Aiden Hutchinson, Houston, Harris, or whoever else you want to throw in there, man? We would be destroying people.
You want me to take it a step further? Here.
What's that? Go ahead, Mike.
Philip, I feel guilty doing it. Just imagine at 12 if you didn't take J-Mo and you took Jordan Davis.
Yeah, yes. I was, and that was my next question. Because I couldn't remember how that whole situation panned out the year before. If we had Jordan, we could have had Jordan Davis and Jalen.
Because they moved up in the draft, and I thought when they moved up, they were moving up to get.
Now that one, I was all aboard. I don't take any credit on the Jalen Carter thing, but yeah, Philip, I'd be lying if I came on the air after watching that last night and go, "Oh boy, Rico got this right, didn't he?"
Man, I was so sick to my stomach. I could not. But Rico will tell you, I didn't even watch the rest of the draft, man. I had to wake up the next morning like, who do we get? Who is Jamir get? I didn't even know who. I knew who he was, but I didn't know much of him.
Look, he's a really good football player. But the bottom line is, if this is really Jalen Carter, you're looking at a guy who a team will kill to pay $100 million to, and Jamir Gibbs, who you have no shot at wanting to re-sign.
He'll get Dalvin cooked.
Yeah, that's uplifting.
God. Hey, but we got open lines. Roberto, you ready? 248-539-9797.
If you've ever wanted a personal audience with Roberto, call up, say hello. Roberto screening calls for the first time in his radio career today.
He's already given out his phone number and his email address.
Oh, dear.
And a list of his vinyl collection.
248.
Do you want to be friends?
539-9797. Let's go to the people and go to Michael, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you doing?
Good.
Hey, Mike.
I just had a question about the Michigan State intergalactic hiring process going on, and I wanted to throw out a name as far as keep it to the moon like Rico has been doing so far. I live in Columbus, and I'm a Michigan fan, and obviously during Urban Meyer's tenure here, it was very brutally painful.
Yeah.
So I wanted to offer that name up and see if that might be a possibility.
Can I ask you a question before we go down this road? Just because I'm fascinated. Yeah. What is it like being a Michigan fan in Columbus, Ohio?
Probably nice right now.
Well, I am currently 25 years old. And to say the least bit, I live in the short north, which is like deep in Columbus.
Yeah.
And let me just say that Ohio State fans, in the beginning process of living down here, they were very aggressive toward me. And then as the years gone on with the Jim Harbaugh era, and I soon realized that that wasn't going to do anything as far as changing the winds. Well, it did the past couple of years, but before that, they just started to pity me. So
I just wondered. All right, look, as far as the urban thing goes,
the urban thing, I will simply say this, Mike. That was the first podcast I did a couple of weeks ago, saying that that's another name that they should take a look at.
You've had enough shameless promotion today. I mean, David, we should invoice.
I'm just trying to catch up to cash the ticket.
Look,
I got to shoot my shots.
The Urban Meyer thing, I understand. But Michigan State does not, has never, and will never act like a big boy, because a big boy is what A&M or Auburn or any of these unscrupulous programs would do, win at all costs. I'm not mad about it. Is Urban Meyer a good person? No. Has Urban Meyer done bad things? Yes.
Yeah. But here's the thing. If Urban Meyer was that big of a pariah, why is he on every channel every Saturday? You can see him on Fox. You can see him on the Big Ten Network. You see him before all of these games.
Listen, if you told me MSU had a coordinated push, $15 million a year in NIL, and they were willing to pay Urban 10 to come out of retirement and not give an F what these loser-ass Detroit media have to say about them, I might entertain this conversation. Because, frankly, I don't care anymore. I'm tired of losing. Yes, I'm willing to have Satan coach my team if they can win. But the bottom line is, they're not that school. And he's 59. I just don't think they would be the ones to do it because they still care what people think about them.
They do. But I don't. So that's why I said I'm going to put that name out there as well. See what happens. Figure it out.
I mean, everywhere he's gone, it's just unbelievable. Goes to Bowling Green. Immediate winner. Goes to Utah. Immediate winner.
And guys, some coaches are college coaches. Yeah, he failed in the pros. So did every other coach not named Pete Carroll the second time around and Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, Nick Saban failed.
Everybody failed.
Chip Kelly.
Right. I don't want to hear that. Chip Kelly. I forgot all about that experiment.
But my point is I'm not going to entertain because MSU doesn't have the people to do it. They don't have the ability to execute that type of caper. Now, whether you want it or not, separate thing. But don't tell me, if you're one of the 20 or 25 best gigs in America, which I do believe Michigan State is, and financially they are, don't tell me you can't go and hire someone from TV who's currently not working. Mm-hmm. Now, if you don't want him, or the thought of him coaching your team makes you want to vomit all over yourself, that is also acceptable.
Right.
But I'm just saying, don't laugh when a caller calls up and I don't hang up on them for it. If MSU decided we're going to get left behind, we need someone who hates Michigan as much as we do. We need someone who owns their soul. We're going to overlook the bad stuff and we're going to make a crazy hire. Oh, I understand it.
Hey, how about this, Mike? And he would also get your $15 million NIL package because all of a sudden the fan base would be rejuvenated. People would just start throwing money saying, yes, I'm all in.
But do I believe they will do that? No, I do not.
I don't either.
248-539-9797. Let's continue along. And again, if you'd like to say hello to Roberto, dial the number. He's call screening today. It's very exciting for all of us. Who's held the longest? I believe it is Chris, 97.1. Hi, Chris.
Hi, Mike. Love the show. Switching subject slightly, I'm kind of agreeing with Rico. I'm a big Fighting Irish fan, great respect for MSU as well. They got a tough game at night going into Duke. The following week, they play Louisville at night, and Louisville's 4-0. Has got Purdue's old coach He left to go to Louisville because that's his
yeah.
alma mater. He's still got to play at Clemson and USC. And after his buffoon play calling against Ohio State, and I'm not just talking about the 10 men on the field, but 3rd and 19, and he's got to prevent defense, and the 4th and 1 where he's putting Hartman over the left side instead of running one of those running backs, I'm getting a little concerned about Mr. Freeman. And I like him. I do. He's a good recruiter. But do I have cause for concern that they could lose 4 or 5 games this year? At Clemson at night, at Louisville at night, at Duke at night, and USC coming home.
I see 3, 5. That I don't know if Notre Dame's ready for 5.
Much, but all these night games, he's already kind of upset about it. They got to play at Duke at night, and the following week at an undefeated Louisville. They're all going to be fired up to beat Notre Dame, and it's always tough to play at night. And, USC coming in, and Clemson's no cupcake going on the road. They probably should have beaten Florida State. And his play calling on Saturday against Ohio State, it wasn't just the 10 men. They should have beat them by probably more than 10.
Well, I think part of this isn't Irish Illustrated, but Chris, look, part of the problem is you're running a play action pass on first down, which you never run play action. You take the 8-yard loss, you're behind the sticks. Well, it hurts you. I thought you got conservative too early in the game and too aggressive late in the game. And here's the other problem. You had opportunities to get stops. You had them on 4th and long. You had them on 3rd and long. Then you let them get down to the red zone and get into the goal-to-go spots, and you don't even have 11 people on the field.
Right. That's when you just look over to the referee and call timeout, even though you know you don't have one. No. Get the penalty so you can.
I know.
You're
I'm
only going to.
saying
It's like a. Yeah.
What took place can't happen. Yeah. If I were a fan, I would never forgive the man.
Right. And that's what I'm wondering, because he's new, because he's inexperienced, is this unforgivable where he will always be tainted as you lost us the Ohio State game.
248-539-9797. And for the record, I have not given a single suggestion for MSU's head coach.
No,
so don't attach this to me.
No, you haven't.
I have. Oh, no.
Let it play out.
No, well, first of all, I'm not on a committee to bring any coach here, okay? Second of all, I have my list, but it's in development.
It's Alan Haller. He says he wants you on the committee.
Let me tell you something. That'd be the best thing to ever happen to Alan Haller. Because the people who could help him up there, you want to listen to some of those rats? Have Alan call me. We'll get him taken care of. I'll give you a real list. Have Alan give me a budget. I'll go take care of the coaching hire. I'll make it happen.
Smoke a brisket.
Right.
Sit
Done.
there, hash it out.
But see, the difference is at MSU, nothing's simple. It's it's Fraggle Rock. It's just
Mike,
total chaos.
Yeah, Board of Trustees would like a word with you.
Yeah. Here's my response.
And when Alan calls, I'll screen him for you.
That's
How
right.
about that?
Alan, call Roberto, have a convo. He's got a suggestion to be the next coach. Let me tell you something. You ever hear of Eric DaCosta?
Hell, what do you think about Taylor Swift?
I know. I can't believe Peter Gabriel's playing LCA either.
I can get us tickets, man.
I'll get you through.
Me?
All right.
Yeah, my wife doesn't want to go.
Okay,
you can go
then
with
that's,
me.
I will tell you this. I haven't heard. I'll pass it along today.
I'll pass it along. Yeah.
Oh.
Don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
And
you know what he's
also
passing along?
You also have somebody back there who's bathed today.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, he's passing along his phone number. Here, call me at home. I need some friends. All right, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Nope. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. They will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. All September long. Hamilton Chevrolet is participating in Step Up for Kids. That's a shoe donation drive to support underprivileged kids right here in our local communities. Stop in, drop off new shoes for kids ages 4 through 18. While you're there, check out the inventory at Hamilton, including lots of cars on the lot right now, ready for immediate delivery. This includes this month's Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox LT. Whoa, $299 a month for 27 months. All you got to do is walk in there with $995 down. And while you're there, don't forget to drop off some shoes for kids ages 4 through 18. and then you drive away in 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mounds. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. For details, tell them Rico sent you. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Hey, it's on you. All right, injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, slip and fall, whatever it is. David Femininio, the guy you need to call. And we've told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. He will personally make sure that you get every dime you deserve. And again, he doesn't take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or know someone who is, you need to call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. David on the ticket text, then straight to the people. Rico just shooting the moon with an MSU pitch. Guy's over here trying to hire Marcus Freeman. Now, the principle of it, I understand. MSU needs to shoot their shot. Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift. The point is, MSU can either be a big boy and commit the resources necessary to, or be little bro. That's really all this comes down to.
Yeah.
And I'm with Rico. Shoot your shot. Oh, Moonves Beard over here with his media markets. All that money coming in the coffers. They're not going to pay Mel Tucker. Guys, I have bad news for you, too, because I know a lot of you have called in the past.
He should be coach.
Well, no. My point is, everything MSU has done, from their statement to suspending him without pay to the notice to terminate, all of it, they're operating as if you talk to lawyers, they have him dead to rights. Mm-hmm. they're not operating as if they're going to have a major settlement. Now, you will never walk away for zero.
Right.
But out of the $80 million owed, if you owe the man 1 year's salary, that is a nothing. So it will be shocking to me if they trip over their ding-ding and end up having to settle in any meaningful way. They have him dead to rights, admitting to doing what he did, lying to them. Oh, and then now he's in a mudslinging routine publicly where with every statement he makes, he looks worse.
Yeah. I think at the absolute most, and you said we'll never know the exact settlement, 2 years salary, goodbye. And that's the absolute most. And that's in case he knows where a couple of bodies are hidden. But the way it's looking, yeah, you'll probably get a year's salary and we're going to part ways.
And the bottom line, guys, I really don't care. If they owe money, they don't owe money. You don't get to go out, get all this new TV money, and then turn around and cry poor to your fans. All right, Nebraska's paying for 4 coaches at the same time. Yeah. They're probably still paying for Bo Pelini. So I really just don't want to hear it. But if you want to have that argument, I'm sure you'll use it as a reason that we need to go out and hire, Farmer McDonald from the corn cob stand.
Yeah. Go get Ferris State's coach.
David, ticket text.
Man, if MSU signed Urban, I think I would hate them more than OSU. It would be tremendous for them, Mike, in Colorado.
They don't have the chops.
Urban Meyer is...
And TJ told you to STFU regarding Urban. They're not going from one bad person to another. That's from TJ Lang. I wanted to let you know that.
You know what? Tell TJ to say that to my face.
Okay, hold on.
He's got my number.
TJ.
Right.
Say that to my face, bitch.
Love commentary in there.
Rico.
Right.
Love Rico. All right, there we go. That sums it up. Done. Sent.
Michigan State won't go down that road because they care about what people think. They care about the Detroit media. They care what the news and free press. And my thing is, they're going to write bad articles about you regardless. Put the black hat on. Be the bad guy. Who cares? Because if you start winning, people stop talking about all of that stuff. They only talk about you're winning.
And the other issue, 3 games in, Rico may have been right with this Jalen Carter thing. He's kind of a monster. And Jamir Gibbs is just a cute toy. I just want to know if you guys are having a little buyer's remorse. I'd be lying to my audience if I didn't bring this up. And
he had a game last night.
It wouldn't be, well, he's had 3. Yeah. He's got 16 pressures in 3 weeks. He's a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
That's insane. And then I think about him next to Aiden.
That's, yeah.
Okay. Why don't we move forward? David, go ahead.
Carter looks great, but you're being dishonest by not mentioning Sam LaPorta with Gibbs in the draft. It is LaPorta, Gibbs equals Carter, and I would take Gibbs and LaPorta.
Go for it. I'm not, guys, not everything's a effing conspiracy or a way to hurt you.
Right.
I'm sorry I didn't bring up Sam LaPorta. I was just bringing up that Rico loved Carter and we didn't take him, and I feel bad about it.
Or how about this? You have Jalen Carter and LaPorta because you could have still had LaPorta.
Hell, you could have taken LaPorta at 19. At least he plays, unlike Campbell right now.
Right, Branch. All those guys would still be there. You would have just taken a different first-round pick.
The suggestion isn't bad because Freeman is a great recruiter. Haven't been impressed with some of his in-game management, though, but there's no chance the guy goes to a more difficult job to win.
Agree, but the principle is Rico saying MSU has to decide what they want to be in this life. And look, if they don't go all out and make a big hire, their stadium will be empty. Mm-hmm. See, people will laugh and say, oh, there goes Mike being mean to MSU again. No. Understand where we're at in college football right now. If you are not competing for that 12-team playoff, you're not competing for anything.
Mike, you're not that far off because if they get the right hire, they're going to get the money for the NIL package. The people are going to say, hey, we want to buy in. We like this coach. We believe in this coach. The wrong one, and they're just going to send you a call to voicemail. Hey, you want to donate? Nope.
No, and guess what? Good. The school needs to act like a big boy, or, hey, if they're honest and they're going to be little bro, then Apple Orchard Saturdays are back. Period. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the people. We will go over to, I believe, Melvin is next. 97.1. What's up, Melvin?
What's going on, family? Hey, long-time listener, man. I used to follow the show back when Mike used to run this bit called Wednesday Watchers. You remember that, Mike?
Oh, my God. Dude, 20 years ago. Oh, my God. That's back when Michael Turner was at NIU. Good Lord, Melvin.
Hey, man, listen, you were so hot back then, man. I was able to buy Christmas for my wife and 2 girlfriends. So you were on point there, man. You know, you slowed down a little bit since you got married, but that's to be expected. A great week last week on Cash the Ticket, man. Great stuff.
Thank you.
So a couple things. One, the Jalen Carter thing, you know, I get it, but, you know, let's not turn this into Doyle Alexander, you know, for John Smoltz just yet. You know, let's give it a little time to marinate. I want to kind of see where it goes. And I think the other thing we have to take into account for this move was the situation with J-Mo at the time also, right? We kind of projected maybe needing another offensive weapon. So I'm kind of okay with that. The Michigan State thing is a bit tricky for me in the sense that, now I heard what you said prior to, and, you know, like you said, if you got to pay 2 coaches, then you pay 2 coaches. But now a $9 million a year coach becomes $18 million, right? And I've been kind of following this down here in Atlanta, and I read the Detroit News and everything, and they were talking to some law professors from Oakland and other things, and, you know, it was this big contention about, you know, morality and what is a moral clause and yada, yada. And so, you know, they didn't make it seem like it was as easy as it was going to be to get this thing resolved necessarily in MSU's favor to walk away from this entire contract.
Well, I think it depends on, look, first of all, everything there, the way they're operating is from a position of strength. Now, again, if that's not borne out in court, so be it. But, I mean, Melvin, here's what it comes down to. If Tuck wants to fight, they seem more than willing to do so. Now, if you want to make something go away quick, then they will write this man a check of some form. All I'm trying to say, Melvin, is I don't want to get hung up in they owe this guy this percentage. He lost a vast majority of his money having an inappropriate relationship with a school vendor and admitting to it.
Right there.
And lying to the school because it happened on the company's dime and the company's time.
Because that's, Melvin, that's what's hurting him is he actually admitted to having the relationship with a vendor. Now, he's saying, well, you guys, it was a leak at the school. It all depends on, you know, who leaked this out. But right now,
here's the other thing.
He had a relationship with a vendor.
I hate to break it to you. Mel Tucker doesn't want this going to court because then they get to discovery and we get to the rest of what he's got going on. And I'm sorry, I don't think that would be good for him. Just talk to enough damn people.
Right. No, I'm saying because I'm sure you don't want your family reading about any more types of things.
You know what? Honestly, though, I don't know if he cares.
I think he cares.
No, I don't. Because you know what? He didn't care about the fans. He didn't care about the donors. He didn't care about his bosses. He didn't care about his players. He didn't care about his players' family. He didn't care about his wife. He didn't care about his college-age kids. He only cared about him and little Tuck. He didn't care about nobody, Rico. Don't be selling me now all of a sudden he's got a crisis of consciousness. He don't care. He's out there trying to drag MSU through the mud when they did everything for that cat. I'm sorry. I just...
Mike, you win. No mas. I'm throwing in the towel.
My bad.
You win.
My bad. My bad. By the way...
This was supposed to be an exhibition.
By the way, TJ says, quote, I would if that bitch-ass MF had FaceTime. He's still using a flip phone.
Oh.
And my friend MF stands for my friend. Let me tell you about Moran Buick GMC. Your schedule's packed. 2024 Buick Enclave. Seats up to 7. All the youth sports, David. They're right there for you. GMC Sierra 1500 elevation 4x4, $277 a month. New stock arriving daily. And again, MoranExpress.com for any service appointment. You get the free loaner to go with it. It's MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now? We got Jalen Carter talk. We've got MSU coaching talk. We got Roberto screening calls today. It's a banner occasion. If you'd like to call up and have your horoscope personally read to you by Roberto, 248-539-9797. David, couple of ticket texts and we'll get to the people. We got a weekend report coming up. I have to ask Rico if I'm allowed to do something. His answer will probably be no. David, go ahead.
the Lions could end up playing the Eagles in the playoffs, and Jalen Carter and DeAndre Swift possibly could have major impacts on defeating the Lions.
The DeAndre Swift one doesn't bother me. Maybe I'm a weirdo. It doesn't. Hold on. How do you go from hating a player, including you bleeped all over DeAndre Swift. You never wanted him here.
No.
He was always hurt. You would always
like
make your
with you.
you'd make your silly little jokes.
I just like messing with you.
The point is, he's a Philadelphia kid. I think they were respectful. They sent him home. Bye. Yeah. They got a pick. They wanted to go out and change what they had. Availability is a skill, yes or no?
It is.
So part of the reason they did what they did, I'm not going to be all upset because here's the reality. He didn't win the starting job in Philly.
He didn't, Mike. But
Kenneth Gainwell then got hurt.
No. But here's what we often said. Mistakes were made. And now, 2 primetime games, and you're watching this guy for 175 and then again for 130. And it's not like it's like 3 yards at a time. He's going through and picking up 15-yard chunks. And,
and he'll get hurt going to the bathroom Wednesday.
And that's what it is. You're basically waiting. Every Detroiter is waiting for him to get hurt so they can say, okay, all right.
The only one I think about is this Jalen Carter, Jamir Gibbs thing. I can't lie to the audience.
No, and then I guess short term, yeah, Carter is leading the league with the defensive pressures. Long term, this is a guy that Philly's going to try to pony up to keep, whereas Gibbs, I don't know, after the end of 4 years, David?
No, you're not signing him.
You don't pay running backs.
248-539-9797. Go to Don. Whoa. Donnie.
Don's outside.
There you go. What's up, Don?
I don't know what just happened. Hey, guys, someone already texted in what I was calling in to say about it. It was actually a 2-for-1 deal with Jalen Carter, but with LaPorta and Jamir Gibbs. But what I agree with Rico. I was at Buffalo Wild Wings that night of the draft, and when they traded, there was great cheers. But when they picked Jamir Gibbs, there was tons of boos, and everybody got up and left, and they were upset. And then they see Jamir Gibbs, and they kind of soften the heart a little bit. But in today's world, yeah, I'd rather have Jalen Carter in a heartbeat, maybe even over the 2 players that they got for that pick.
Yeah, and listen, you know, LaPorta looks really good. Branch looks good. The second rounders have been better than the first rounders so far. But Don, I was just, you try to keep it simple. What is our biggest concern is that the D-line up to this point hadn't really done a whole lot. They hadn't registered sacks. Jalen Carter is already commanding double teams. Like, what does that say for a rookie?
And beating double teams.
Right, and there's a lot of people on that Philly side you could double. And they're already sending them Jalen Carter's way. That, Don, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared we took the wrong person.
And you're right. So, and then the other thing, I wasn't going to say anything, but if somebody mentioned Urban Meyer, man, I would say he'd be a great hire for any other school but Michigan State. After Michigan State has dealt with all the sexual problems with Larry Nassar and the reports ESPN were doing, although some were kind of false, Michigan State needs to absolutely stay away from Urban Meyer just because of his history with Jacksonville and what he did and how he left Ohio State.
Look, Don, I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't bring it up because they don't have the adults in the room to make that kind of hire.
But I would say this, Mike, even if, you don't hire him, because they're going to bring it up, guess what? You're still going to bring it up no matter what.
Well,
so if that's the case, just accept it.
That's where I agree with you, right? I mean, Auburn has had their fair share of problems in this world, and who did they hire? Captain Escort, 1-800-GOOD TIMES, Hugh Freeze.
Yeah.
All right, noted scumbag. It doesn't matter to me anymore because no one's ever going to write about them fairly. As you put it, the people who never heard the words Larry Nassar, they haven't been born yet. Mm-hmm. So you're going to fairly or unfairly, you're going to be associated with that. The Mel Tucker thing, it is what it is. The players on the team didn't do it. The administrators didn't do it. The head coach acted a fool, and now he's gone.
Right.
So you have to decide, do you want to be a have or a have not?
Right.
Now, I don't care.
Do you want to win or you want to be liked? Because you can't have both.
No, because I'm at a point in my life now, I got to be honest.
I'd rather win.
No, I'm at a point where if they make the choice to not be a big boy, there's nothing left for me. No. I'm not going to sit there. Like the loyalties that used to be there and the way it used to be as fans. When the sport decided we're going to be NFL light, you know what comes with that? The erosion of why you love your team.
Right. Most coaches will not get 5 years to turn the program around. No. You would have lost everybody.
So let them go out and be, not be serious people. Shout out Logan Roy. And no one will be in the stadium. No one will care. You know what's going to happen Saturday night? I'll turn the game off. 15 years ago, 10 years ago, unheard of. Right. Or you draw your line in the sand and you go, look, there's only going to be 40 real teams in college football moving forward, and we're one of them. So figure it out, man. No, I mean, that's it.
No, I'm just thinking of Saturday night. Like, if the losing coordinator has to go forever, gets launched into the sun, Brian Ferentz or Scotty Hazelton.
I would just say get a really big roll of duct tape and send them both. Just like, what was the movie with George Clooney and Sandra Bullock where Clooney floated into space?
Oh.
He cut the cord and he just disappeared into the darkness.
I know it.
Not
Gravity.
Was it Gravity? Orbit?
Gravity?
Yeah. I don't know. The movie was terrible. The point is, if you could get one spacesuit and jam Jay Johnson and Hazelton into it and just lightly shove them into orbit with no hope of return, what percentage of state fans would do it? Oh, wait, 100. See, we don't even have to get into it. The ultimate relief for me was realizing with Saturday's performance, forget UW. It wasn't just Tucker that was a con artist. It's this whole staff. He hired fellow con artists. As you put it, it's Ocean's 11. Mm-hmm. This whole thing, they're standing along the fountain of the Bellagio going, I can't believe we scored from MSU for $100 million.
You think we need another guy, right? Yeah, we need another guy.
We need another guy. Yeah, that's Ross Ells. I mean, that's the God's honest truth. Yeah. They're all cons. These schemes, the performance, it's nonsense.
Yeah. Each day they're like, the key card works. They didn't fire us. Let's go.
248-539-9797. Lots left to do. 282,000 auto accidents in Michigan last year. Many of them ending with someone dying or being critically injured. Distracted driving is a huge problem. It's why you need affordable life insurance. It's why
Sam
you need
LaPorta,
to call
offensively.
Mike Papura,
I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore.
Over 70 different life insurance
he's
carriers nationwide. Guarantees you the best possible rate. And in the event of that car accident or devastating diagnosis, your family's got coverage. Longer you wait, possibility of not getting coverage increases. So don't wait. Call Mike now, 877-734-2200, or simply go on the web, nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. Oh, boy. What a day that was. Before we get to your calls, Odyssey.com rewind if you missed anything. Rico shooting the moon for state's next hire. It's a principle thing. If you disagree with the name he brought up, I'm not mad, but stick to the plan, Stan. Why go lower than? I mean, isn't MSU a top 25 gig in this country? If it's not, tell me why. Rico's saying you take $10 million a year, you set the market, you try it again. And you brought up a guy in Marcus Freeman who can't count to 11 at Notre Dame, and maybe he could put himself on the hot seat. On September 26th, no, I don't think that's realistic, but I get what you're doing, and I'm not mad at it. But let me give you something that you, the people, can't be mad at Rico for. We're going to add to this. It's an all Rico Tuesday. Okay. David, I have an announcement to make. And the announcement, I bring a heavy heart to the table. I don't want to do this after 3 weeks. But Rico, it is just so apparent that Rico Beard was so right about something. There's no point in running from it anymore. And I don't care about being right or wrong. I wasn't married to this opinion. But on behalf of those, like, say, Jim Costa, I think those people they need to lay down their swords. You never apologize for an opinion, but you got to lay your swords down. People, I don't know if you're aware of it, but the Lions done messed up. After 3 games, it's just pretty clear they should have taken Jalen Carter. Now, I don't have a right to that opinion. I told you I was indifferent to what they did. I wanted a defensive player. I wasn't married to Jalen Carter. You know who was? Rico Beard. Jalen Carter has been elite his first 3 weeks in the league, including last night on Monday Night Football, blowing up a double team for a sack, forcing a safety, and then a hustle play strip fumble. Guys, he's a monster. And I start thinking about, realistically, had the Lions just taken Jordan Davis instead of J-Mo and taken Jalen Carter, think about where your D-line is versus where it is now. We're playing Derek Barnes at end.
Oh, if you did that, you're one of the top 2 teams in the NFC. You're in the top 5 of the entire NFL because your defense would be locked down.
People,
nobody's running against you.
And I like Jamir Gibbs. And I understood what they were attempting to do. But you know what? It's not fair for me to come to the air and not share. Sharing is caring. And I have to share with my radio partner. He was right. Jalen Carter would be helping this team more than Jamir Gibbs. Yeah. And I now have to listen to his I told you so pompous ego. But here we are.
It's not that, Mike. But imagine with Jalen Carter and on the same line as Aiden Hutchinson. Aiden Hutchinson he's up there with pressures in the league, and Jalen Carter he's got more pressure. He's got 15 pressures over Aaron Donald at 14. Yeah, this would make that defensive line elite. I'm not even going back to if you took Jordan Davis as well.
I'm Rico Beard, and you're not. Bottom line, are you willing to come to the table and say, you know what? I'm nervous about this Jamir Gibbs, Jalen Carter comp. At least say that. Because watching the games, guys, this is why we don't pay running backs. Running backs don't really impact winning. They don't. But Jalen Carter, wow, it's pretty scary.
And I understand at the time.
Thank you very
so every
much.
Every time I speak, okay.
I'm Rico Beard.
I'm Rico Beard.
You're not.
I understand that a lot of people, including one Jim Costa, well, look at what he did at the combine. The man was literally fighting for his life. He made horrible decisions. One of his teammates died. He was not in the best of shape. But I saw past that. I saw what he did at Georgia. He's going to get better. Whoever gives this man a chance, he's going to prove to them, thank you. Thank you for taking a chance on me. What I saw was very Micah Parsons-like, where all of a sudden people kind of downgraded you for off the field stuff, but eventually you're going to get your life back together. Philly's reaping the benefits. That should have been Detroit. You passed on him.
Okay, now you're rubbing it in. 248-539-9797.
No.
People, I'm willing to say I think he was right. And that doesn't mean Gibbs can't be good. But Jalen Carter right now, I mean, it jumps off the screen. And I know it's not, all things aren't created equal, but I'm not going to turn Fletcher Cox, age 50, into the guy he was 7 or 8 years ago. Jordan Davis is good, guys. And Jalen Carter's really good. And honestly, had you taken one of them, think about where you'd be compared to where you are. I can't sit here and give Rico that after 3 weeks. What do you want me to tell you?
Here's the thing. I appreciate it, Mike.
I have to.
It's coming. I need your cash to ticket partner to step up.
No, you can't. Jim is still at a phase of his life where he wants to be right so bad that he'll just die holding his trumpet and descending into the Atlantic Ocean.
But he's just a nose tackle, and you don't draft nose tackles that high. I'm like, Jim, the man's not just a nose tackle. He is going to eat up space in the middle of that line. He's going to force double teams that will now free up Aiden to beat somebody one-on-one.
And people, I've got one open line, and you will be delighted because it's not Kenny Cott screening your calls today. It's Roberto making his call screening debut. So if you'd like to call up and just have a chat with a lonely man or get on the show and discuss what we're discussing, he's there for you. Now, do you want to get to the people? Because I think the people are going to hammer you on the Marcus Freeman thing, and I think they're going to champion you on the Jalen Carter thing.
We can. Do we have any ticket text, Dave?
I do want to give you this, though, and I don't want to blow the ego up even more. But so far this season, among interior defenders, most pressures, Jalen Carter leads the league with 15. Aaron Donald is behind him at 14.
He's been a complete game wrecker. Rico Beard wins. That's, and again, there were people attacking Rico left and right. I don't deserve credit. I was not married to Jalen Carter. I said, I don't really care. I would like a defensive player. So naturally, they took a running back.
Right.
But my point is, you were married to this particular player, and they passed on him. And he's not just good, he's great.
Yeah, I really wanted the Lions to improve that defensive line because I saw the makings of what could be a really good team in an NFC that could be had. But instead, you went for luxury toys.
Now, do you want to add your opinion, David, or do you want to duck the issue?
I just don't. You were right, Rico.
Play the music. You have to play the music.
You were absolutely right, Rico, on Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter. It just amazes me, and I see it last night. Of course, I saw it before already this season.
Yeah, but it jumps off the screen.
What also jumped off the screen and what was in my head was you talking about the Lions calling themselves villains during this whole process. And if you are villains, then you say, you know what, ignore what the noise is and embrace it.
Because you know what?
And they did not.
David, you know what they're not talking about in Philly? What happened to him in Georgia? They're like, wow, we have something here. Where we were so myopic and, no, look at this, and he's going to come in here and he's going to destroy the locker room. No, he's going to destroy offensive lines. That's what he's going to do. I hate you.
248-539-9797. Let's get to the people.
All right.
People dialing in on Rico going Kelsey mode with MSU's football job. Or, guys, after 3 weeks, we may have screwed up at 12 overall. And let's go. Brian, 97.1. What's up, Brian?
I'm going to call you Sir Rico with that music, but you're absolutely right, Rico.
Thank you, bro.
And I'm giving the Lions all the credit. I was impressed with that. I was impressed with that game, and I don't even like the Lions. I was very impressed with that win.
Yeah.
With the injuries they're going through and how they played, that was outstanding. Those are the results I'm talking about. For Rico, you are absolutely right about. It don't have to be the Notre Dame coach. It's getting a coach with the money plus the presentation you bring to them. Mm-hmm. Tell them your goals. Don't just have the AD and Tom Izzo go see them. Get somebody from the school who's actually in charge and tell them we are behind you 100%. These are our goals, 1, 2, 3, and we want you to lead them. Mm-hmm. And that's what it would do it. They got the facilities. They got the money. All they need is to come together as Michigan. I hear Mike say it. They're not together sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But they all need to come together and go to someone and tell them, we want you we will make you the highest paid, and we want you to lead our program. These is our goals, and we want you to tell you your goals, and we gonna be behind you 100%.
And Brian, I would even say this: don't let one mistake beat you twice. Just admit, okay, we made a mistake with Mel Tucker, but we're not going to sit here and go cheat because we made that mistake, because I don't think he's going to get the majority of that money. So it's still there on the table that you could go out there and get it. And yeah, you're going to have top boosters who will say, okay, you know what? I'll still buy into Michigan State.
Listen, with the Mel Tucker thing, fellas, Michigan State, don't try to come out totally clean. Go to him and say, brother, we not hiring you back. Will you accept this number? And put it behind you so when you go to a new coach, all that's behind us now, we moving forward. We going to be one of the best teams in the Big Ten, and we want you to lead us.
Brian,
this is where we at.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
And really, no.
Oh, I thought you were about to play the music.
No. It's just when people recognize your greatness on the matter. I'm not saying you have a great idea here. I'm saying on a principle level, it's great. Right. The Freeman thing, I can't find my way to on September 26th. However, the Jalen Carter thing is where you get the trumpets.
Right. But I mean,
look, it's just obvious we may have screwed up at 12. Right. I mean, we'll rally around Gibbs. We want him to be good. Jalen Carter's already a game wrecker.
But think about it. When I said the Jalen Carter thing,
I am thinking about it.
People thought I was an idiot. Because same thing could be held for Freeman. You never know.
Oh, boy. What a day that was. probably asleep in his lounge chair. The guy's 88 years old. All right, 5 o'clock. It's great to have you with us. You missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. What?
Did you hear what Lou Holtz had to say about that? He was like, I may not know where I am, but I got people around me who knows where I am. So.
Excellent. Tremendous. Two topics we've been kind of bouncing back and forth with. One, let me give prime billing to the Lions thing here. I watched a lot of Tampa and Philly. And reading about, Jalen Carter and then watching a full game of it is another. Houston, we may have a problem. We may have messed up here. And look, Rico was the Jalen Carter guy. I wasn't. I was more amenable. Just take defense.com. But Rico
just not a corner.
Right, Rico wanted Jalen Carter. And after 3 games, I have to tell you, 16 pressures. He completely wrecked the game last night. Safety, fumble, he caused a fumble, blew up a double team for a sack. Dude, Jalen Carter looks like an absolute freak.
And with all the people on the defensive line of Philly, he's getting the double teams.
That's why I said, you know what, I got to go to the air with this. I don't want your ego to swell even further.
It's personal growth, Mike.
But I have to do it. So people, here's the deal. I feel buyer's remorse, and I like Jamir Gibbs, but there were many of you who wanted Jalen Carter. There were many of you who got shouted down by certain hosts on this station. And even last night, Jim Costa would not give Rico an inch. I just want to know where you're at with it because, look, Jamir's nice, but there's nothing he can do that will ever affect games the way Jalen Carter's affecting him.
Yeah, and if you think about it, he's also kind of short to medium term. He's not long term because at the end of his deal,
we don't
pay running backs.
Whereas I think Philly's going to make a way to keep him locked up.
Now, it's 3 games. It's 3 games. I'm just saying, as we're all getting ready to play Thursday night, man, I'd feel a hell of a lot better having Jalen Carter on my team than Jamir Gibbs. Now, that's one issue. 248-539-9797. When you call, and we've got a couple open lines, you're going to hear a different voice on the other end of the phone. Roberto screening calls today. Kenny not here. And it's been a real emotional journey. From the start of the show where Roberto didn't really know how to answer the phone to where we've arrived at now. It's been something. So if you'd like to call to say hello to Roberto, talk about, I don't know, maybe you've got love life questions or God forbid, a sports take. 248-539-9797. The other issue, Rico brought it up on his podcast. Morning Show talked about it on their show. So I said, look, you can bring it up. We could talk about it, but it's under the guise of principle. Rico is trying to shoot the moon for MSU's next coach, which I'm not upset about. The odds of it, not great. You'd be shocked at some of the people who've been asked to coach in certain places behind the scenes in the course of history of college football. You don't get the order if you don't ask for it. Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift. Rico brought up Marcus Freeman under the guise of gonna lose a few more games, and can you recover from not being able to count to 11 on national TV? Twice. Now, while I don't think Freeman's realistic, your case was he's currently making sub $5 million, right, and you could offer 10.
Right.
It's a conversation.
And 10 is the new standard when it comes to a top 15 type program. Like, that's where you are. So get past the, well, you paid Tucker 10 and look what he did. That has nothing to do with the next coach.
It's really about a bigger issue. If you want to get hung up and be like, Rico said Marcus Freeman, you can do whatever you want. I'm bored by it. I'm more interested in, does Rico have the right mindset regarding Michigan State and their upcoming search? That in the future of college football, there's only going to be 40 teams. You're one of them. And frankly, you're probably in the top half of that. You're in the top half in revenue, top half in attendance. You're a top 25 public university. Like, make a decision to be a big boy or not. And if you don't, here's the cost of doing business in the new college football. If you're not fighting for that 12-team playoff, you may as well not exist.
Correct.
There's nothing to play for anymore. The bowls don't matter.
Yep.
Conference championships don't matter because there are no conferences anymore. There's 2 mega Death Star conferences. I think Rico's onto something here. Now, again, the money doesn't have to be a qualifier to hiring a great coach. They may not spend huge. But what I'm saying is when you formulate a list, you formulate the dream scenarios, and you try.
Right. And here's the thing. You just don't say, well, we failed with Mel Tucker, so the next coach should only get $4 million. Well, that's not going to happen unless you're going to hire some quarterbacks coach from a Division III school. Hope that he changes things.
I got somebody I could get for $4 million.
But
I'm not going to give you the name.
There it is.
I'm not ready to divulge.
He's not ready.
This is a very important list I have created.
Okay.
I'm not ready to divulge names. It's too early in the process.
Such a tease.
I just feel like
I have a name, David.
When I bestow this list upon you,
you people aren't worthy.
You're not. Not on September 26th.
You're not worthy yet.
I'm in an evaluation period right now.
Go ahead. Leave me.
248-539-9797. So if you want to get in on the Jalen Carter, Jamir Gibbs thing, do it. The Michigan State coaching search thing, I can't laugh at what Rico's saying. Now, it doesn't mean they have to do it. I'm saying why not try and start by what is the dream scenario for Michigan State? What is it exactly? Because I know we've had people call up with a name, and it's more realistic than Freeman. He's unemployed. But the school doesn't have the chops to do it. And I think half the fan base would throw up all over themselves if they did. But the key to coaching at Michigan State, you have to hate Michigan as much as your customers. Yeah, this Urban Meyer thing keeps coming up. Who hates Michigan more than Urban Meyer? Maybe me.
But see,
that's about it.
Here's the thing. For the people who would throw up over themselves until he starts winning, and then all of a sudden they wouldn't care. They're hypocrites. You're not going to stay there, oh, well, we can't bring this guy in because of our image. Your image is bad. Your image is tarnished. Your image is tainted. It ain't changing.
Yeah, but image doesn't win titles.
It doesn't.
Just ask Michigan.
Right. So the newspaper writes bad things about you.
Who cares?
And nationally, they're not going to say anything. Want to know why? Because Urban's on every national show, and they sit there and just yuck it up with him. I've never heard them say, hey, Urban, you did some slimy things back in Florida. Nope. Never heard that.
David, you look poised to speak.
Oh, you're right. I was going to bring that up. I was going to say, what was their image in Florida when Urban was winning?
David, I'm talking right here, right now, when he's on Fox, when he's on the Big Ten Network this Saturday on 2 stations, no one brings up all the stuff that he did in his past. Why? They don't care. He's coach.
And that's the whole thing is like, why does MSU have to play by different rules than all these other dirtbag schools? Go look at these other schools and the people that are. Brian Kelly played a role in a kid getting killed. You still hired him down at LSU for $100 million. Ed Orgeron was always a scumbag. LSU still hired him. Oh, well, you know what I don't think of when I talk about LSU? I don't think about moral high ground.
Hey, what about?
I think about winning games in Death Valley at night.
What about Texas is back?
Steve Sarkisian, another guy, bombed at practice, bombed on an airplane. Not a leader of men. 1-year rehab stint with Nick Saban. Now Sark is hotter than socks on a rooster. Hugh Freeze had hookers on his phone. Oops, I went to Liberty. Hallelujah. Now I'm the head coach at Auburn. Nobody cares. I got a list a mile long.
But not at MSU.
Right, but that's my point. I don't care. If MSU did it, I would say, no, I don't love this man, but can I win? Because in the end, look, Kirby Smart is showing you.
Because if you start winning all of those hit pieces stories.
That Kirby said 14 arrests, including a coach, including a player dying. It doesn't matter. They win.
Yeah, the stories go away, and you know what you start writing about? Winning championships, big-time bowl games.
So to that end, I think you're on the right track with how they should at least start. The problem is they do not have a unified front. They're not going to have this committee to woo a big candidate like other schools, like Michigan did. Michigan was buttoned up, Operation Unicorn. We're getting people to talk up north with Jim. We got a committee and a PowerPoint. They did it right. And they landed their unicorn when a lot of people at that point thought it was an impossibility. So why should MSU not shoot the moon? The question is who? And again, If the Urban Meyer thing bothers you, I don't know what to tell you. Much like Cardell Jones once said, we're not here to play school. Unless they start an integrity conference and I get bonus points and a playoff berth for being a good person, I don't know what to tell you.
Pretty much.
Like James Franklin is a scumbag. Are you not aware of this? Doesn't take much. Go look. Guys, it is what it is. So if Rico or some callers want to bring up Uncle Herbs, what do you want me to do? Clutch my pearls? Why should MSU act different than Auburn?
But it'll be so embarrassing for State.
How? You know what's embarrassing? You can't pull your head out of your ass against Maryland. Embarrassing? Running the same screen concept 6 times in the game and not completing one of them except to the other team. Want embarrassing? You've got welfare Santa Claus as your defensive coordinator. Embarrassing? Here. Yeah, that's right. Up next, we're talking phone sex. I mean, get the hell out of here.
But Larry Nassar and stuff. And
nothing to do with the football program.
I know, but, you had such a horrible image. Guys, nobody cares.
You know what?
If you win and you got a Heisman Trophy candidate as a quarterback,
here's
and
an
you're winning
idea.
top games, that's what people are
Who
writing about.
talks about Jerry Sandusky? No one. Penn State wins. Who's talking Robert Anderson? No one. You win. Guys, I'm sorry that I'm not sorry. It's not about virtue. It's about winning. And if MSU doesn't get it right, they're going to be Rutgers. So if Rico wants to bring up Urban Meyer and you think I'm going to ride in like Captain America and go, no, not virtue, I don't care. Because it's not happening, so why would I get upset about it? And second of all, at least Rico is being honest with you. Hire Satan, win games. That's reality.
Yeah.
And the Jalen Carter thing, I'm also emotional. When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it. Generators in stock as well. And if they can't get to you same day, you get $100 off your next day service call. Visit mastercraftheating.com. Straight to the people. Mark has waited patiently. He's leading off the 5 o'clock. What's up, Mark?
Hey, y'all. On the Jalen Carter front, look, if I'm drafting defense, I want a guy with some character red flags in the NFL. And to get on with Michigan State, all right, you're right. We're not hiring the church deacon here. These are football coaches. They're all pretty much scumbags. You know, Mark D'Antonio won a Saint. But, and I get what you're saying, if you were to poach Notre Dame's coach, for example, that makes a statement to the rest of college football. My only issue is, and I know you guys have said this isn't really what it's about, but Marcus Freeman, like, to me, that guy's in so far over his head at Notre Dame, it's not even funny. He got the job because the AD let a bunch of 18 to 22-year-old kids hire the coach, which is proof of why you don't do that. He lost to the worst Power 5 program in the country last year. He lost to Marshall. He flat blew that game Saturday night for his kids. And I know you say bring in a recruiter. Well, you just hired a recruiter. And let's forget all the phone sex stuff. That roster that Mel Tucker put together for this season is terrible.
Oh, it is. Mark, you know what's amazing?
And he was a recruiter.
Hold on. Time out. Now, time out. There's two. Let's stay with me on this because I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but there's two notes. Mel Tucker never, at any point in his career, had the juice that Marcus Freeman had as an up-and-coming star defensive coordinator at Cincinnati. Then getting over to ND. Like, everybody wanted Marcus Freeman. Nobody wanted Mel Tucker. Mel Tucker, solid recruiter. Marcus Freeman has the number one class in America. Yep. Now, hold on. There's another thing, because, Mark, you're with me on something. I think that has actually been my point of relief this year. It was no secret I was super negative about Michigan State all offseason. It is such a relief to know that after 4 years, this man built nothing. That there is nothing at risk. This team blows. The offensive line, I bet you Toledo has a better O-line than we do. It's a clown car.
Yeah, you probably got about 5 players that could just pack up right now and other teams would take.
And that's, Mark, you got an OC who makes 1.5 who's a bum. You got a DC who makes 1.2, bum. We got $1 million O-line coach and Chris Kaplovich, possible bum. So, Mark, you're right. Like, it didn't work. And that's why I'm actually okay just spinning the wheel versus we'd be stuck with the guy another year.
I've always thought of Michigan State, and I know it's a different era now, but Michigan State was always, instead of a player getter program, it was a player development program, and they won with toughness, and they won with, taking 3 stars and turning them into NFL draft picks. Because I don't know how well you can recruit to Michigan State, to be perfectly honest.
Oh, without NIL, you're never going to crack the top 10 or 15. You can have top 25 classes. But, right. Mark, you know this. You're never winning a natty. You're never going to be anything more than a party favorite at the playoff unless you can get those classes that are really elevated, and history shows you that. I agree with you.
Or you uncover that one quarterback or special player that takes you over the top.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. But this idea that you can't recruit to Michigan State, well, that's nonsense. No. Now, if you don't like Marcus Freeman, you're kind of building Rico's case.
Of what?
Yeah, that again, you can't forgive him for not being able to count to 12. He's going to look, if he goes to Duke Saturday night and loses to Mike Elko and it looks bad, I'll listen a little more. But bottom line is, it's the theory of swinging for the fences, and you want MSU to swing for the fences. Absolutely. I respect that. I don't think the Marcus Freeman thing is where I would have gone with it, but I get it. Let's go.
We got to wait for yours.
You do.
Okay.
My list is under development. Eugene, 97.1. What's up, Eugene?
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, so I just kind of want to talk about, I don't really understand why people aren't outrageous now about the Jalen Carter as compared to Jamir Gibbs pick. Like, not only did it check all the red flags when it happened, but it's starting to play out to be even worse. But, while it happened, we kind of took – and it's been kind of an unwritten rule of the past decade, in my opinion. You don't take running backs or an off-ball linebacker in the first round. This is some insane talent. But with him, you took arguably a second-round grade running back when we didn't really need one. And we had – Carter, who's just tearing up the league right now. I think he has like 2 sacks. He has an insane amount of pressures. Yada yada. It's just starting to play all. It's starting to unfold and look like even worse. It just couldn't have been any more of a Lions type move. And I don't really get why people are like crazy about that right now.
I mean, because it's 3 games, and let's face it. I mean, Eugene, I don't know.
Even before the 3 games, like just
Eugene.
Why? I just don't understand.
Eugene,
like,
you asked me the question. I want to answer it for you because here's the sad reality, my man. Most people who are working the 9 to 5 and are, got 2 kids and they're trying to pay their mortgage, they're not watching every snap of Eagles Pats or every snap last night of Eagles Bucks. Now, guys like us are. It's what we do for a living. So, Eugene, give it a little time. But should people be a little more upset or concerned? Yes, probably. Why do you think I brought it up today, knowing I'd have to deal with the Prince over here and how that was going to go? I know. Believe me, I'm terrified. I'm terrified we drafted a trinket running back that'll never see 20 carries. And meanwhile, the Eagles got a game wrecker.
I mean, he was close. He had 18 carries. Mike, it looks like he's improving. Look, when Gibbs gets the ball, he's a lean forward type of player where you're hoping to see something special. But Carter is giving it to you.
Who's more important to your success, Christian McCaffrey or Nick Bosa?
Nick Bosa.
It's the end of the argument. Have a nice day.
You win.
That's it. That's it.
You win.
I didn't want it to be this way. I never wanted it to be this way. But after 3 games, I'm worried it might be just that. David, what?
I just had some very elite screening that just happened. That's all. He sent people to the rewind, let them know we talked about it already, passed it along. It was great.
So Kenny's out. Is that how we're approaching this?
Yeah, Roberto's a little cleaner.
A little? Rico, how do you want me to handle this?
The views expressed by David are not necessarily those of this show.
I love how David, casually, because he's a pastor, can essentially call someone Pigpen.
We work with Kenny every day back here. I've been sitting here all day. I'm clean. I haven't had any flatulence, burping.
And you've also showered today. You win.
You can't complete a sentence, though.
Oh, all right. 248-539.
Please, for the love of God, Reese.
9797. Let me tell you about Hungry Howie's 50th anniversary, the month of October. All about charity, all about giving. And every time you order from Hungry Howie's, you're contributing to cancer research. So Hungry Howie's, their goal is $5 million. And for every pizza purchased in October, they're going to make a donation to the National Breast Cancer Foundation, all on their way to raising $5 million for National Breast Cancer Foundation and research. So this month, you see a pizza, no, hey, you know what? We can go to a good cause here, make a bit of a difference, whether it's the mix and match stuff, the new menu items, all of it. They're on a drive for $5 million. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza, limited time on the new stuff. Hungry Howie's. All right, we're going to football today later in the hour, right to your phone calls, whether it's the Jalen Carter buyer's remorse, whether it's – look, I will say this. I'm in shock how much I hear other shows on this station talking MSU coaching search. And the topic today was brought on because the morning show was talking about Rico's pod, which was fine. I'll be honest. I thought they could have been a lot harder on Rico. They were gentlemen about it. But it warranted, okay, if this is the thing, let's at least mention it. I mean, guys, the search isn't even on.
No. I mean, not officially, no. I think it's some back channeling. Hey, would you be interested in this?
Well, that's what it's funny too. Is like that. It's such a grift. That's what these search committees do.
I know.
All they're used for is to contact the people you want to contact, but it keeps you free and clear. Mm-hmm. They're the third party who, hey, in a hypothetical world, would you be interested in this?
We never reached out to Urban Meyer.
Like, how many of these search firms actually land a good coach for schools? It's like 1 in 10.
No, you're right. But they get paid. It's another grift.
That's why I could help Alan, and it would be cheaper, and I'd have a better chance of success than a search firm.
Well, maybe all the coaches will start their own firm called Coaches Inc. The next con.
The next grift. To the people. We go to Michael, 97.1. What's up, Mike? How you doing?
Doing good. How are you doing, guys? Good afternoon.
What's happening, Mike?
Rico, I got it out for you today, honestly.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I called in a few weeks ago because we were talking about the Lions back running group. Sorry. The Lions running back group. Got me confuzzled. And Rico wasn't too, he wasn't too happy about them. He didn't really, believe in them. And when I called in, Rico, I voiced my opinion, and he, contested it. But, look what Jamir Gibbs did. Look what he did. He put up 17 carries, I believe, for 80 yards. Mm-hmm. And, that's pretty good for a rookie, if you ask me.
Right, but the conversation, to be fair, is Jalen Carter right now is playing like the best interior lineman in football. That's
I agree.
That's a problem, yeah. Mike. And I like Gibbs like you do. But, Mike, if you were on the Jalen Carter train like Rico was, and you got made fun of for a long time by a lot of people, very hard for me to say he hasn't been right so far. That kid looks special. Jamir looks nice.
And it took Montgomery going down before we finally saw this.
But Philly has a different game plan than the Lions. You got to think about it that way,
What is that game plan exactly? To not get to the quarterback or to not stop the run?
Winning?
I mean, Philly, obviously, they care way more about their interior defense. I mean, that's always been like ever since, I'm 27 years old. I feel like ever since I was a little child, Philly's always, cared about having like a elite, interior rush.
Right. And ever since you were a little kid, they've made the playoffs and made Super Bowls.
Right.
That's kind of why they're right.
And if the Lions put him next to Aiden, now we're talking about your line and your defense and how you're able to stop people and how you're able to get to the quarterback and how you got to pick your poison. Which one of these two guys do we double team? Yeah, that's why.
By the way, amongst interior defenders, Jalen Carter's number 1. Jordan Davis is number 6. It makes me ill. The Jordan Davis one, I was all aboard. I wasn't mad they took J-Mo, but I was with Rico. I wanted Jordan Davis. I thought they were moving up to get him. The idea that they have Davis and Carter together, and we could have had the same to go with Aiden and Houston, I'm sorry. It's a little difficult.
Could have even had Benito, whoever out there, just lighting it up like this. But you know what? You didn't. You valued fun pieces. But yeah, and you know what? I would have been happy with either one because I think either one with Hockenson, man, this thing really works.
Let's go to Jay, 97.1. What's up, Jay?
What's up, Mikey? How we doing today?
Okay. What's on your mind?
You got me all fired up.
Uh-oh.
Perfectly honest on your last
thing. So I was wondering if I could say two things, one about the Lions and then about our Spartans.
Go with the Lions first then. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. As far as that goes, we see these generational talents coming every once in a while. I'm old enough to have seen Randy Moss smoking the ganja and Ray Lewis, murdering someone. These things do happen, right?
These things do happen.
Every once in a while on our watch, these things they do happen. And if there's one thing we know is that the Fords, as long as they own this team, which we're never going to get them to sell, but as long as they own this team, we're never going to take said murderer. That's just not ever going to happen. And so to take a word from you, to be perfectly honest, there's really not much point even talking about that.
But I would say this, Jay, and I'm going to let you get to the MSU thing. It really looks like Sheila is trying to be different. So that's why I thought this could actually happen.
But do you want to start your tenure off that way? You know what I mean? So maybe we'll grow into that, maybe. But it has never happened in the 45 years on my planet. So I don't know. But my son went to the game over the weekend, and he said it was the most insane atmosphere he's ever seen, and I was very happy that he gets to at least experience this, because from what I've heard, it wasn't the last time it was that crazy downtown for something was when Maglio hit the dinger. So,
yeah, it's been a little rough. Now, what do you got about State here? What did I do to upset you?
Well, you just got me a little fired up. I've always accepted what we are at Michigan State, right? We're not the big school up north, and we embraced what we were and found some success for a little while. And now we're playing with the big boys. And I agree with you that this may be our one shot to say we are going to be at the table now. We've got the money to do it, right? And I think we should go full dark side. And I couldn't care less if it's someone like Urban Meyer or someone like Sarkisian or so. I do not care. It is time to fill the stands, make the stadium some money, and let's play with the big boys.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Jay, I wish the school had the same mindset. They don't. They're very, very sensitive. They still care what people think. Like the idea that somehow the Detroit media is ever going to like them. They're not.
That's never going to
Who cares? Yeah. But is this the one opportunity, right, that they have to maybe get this right? Yeah, because if they stayed on the Tucker train, if Tuck didn't do what he did, you may be looking at as much as 2 years more before they cut him loose. Now you at least get a reprieve.
Bro, do you know publicly how many dirty looks I get for the crazy stuff I say on the radio, but privately, you know what? You're right.
Well, the funny one, too, is like I heard Gov, and Gov was just like, oh, my God, I feel so bad. Like so many kids are going to hit the portal. And I'm driving, and I'm like, Tom, take all of them. I don't care. Players, like, who cares? We don't have anybody. What offensive lineman do we have that I'm going to shed a tear if they leave? And besides, where are they going? The Tecumseh area? Because it ain't a Power 5 program.
No, like I said, you probably got about 5 players, and none of them on the offensive line. So you got Jordan Hall. I think he would be highly coveted. The freshman line.
There's one.
You got Tyrell Henry.
2.
Jaron Glover.
3.
The rest are probably going to just go pro.
Like I said, I don't care. 248-539-9797.
Right situation would be Malik Carr, but he's not going to stick around another year.
They don't even play him.
That's what I said. He's not going to stick around another year anyway.
They're throwing passes to tight ends that look like Roberto. I'm going, where the hell's Malik Carr? Guy's 6'7", 270. And there's a catch by P.D. Pablo. I'm like, who? Who the hell is this guy? I had to Google who the hell we were playing at tight end.
19? Yeah. That was just it. Like, we just called him 19.
What, did he win the Dr. Pepper field goal contest at halftime? They gave him a helmet?
No, and then they kept flipping this number to 84 for kickoffs and punts, and then he was 19 again. So, yeah. Stuff.
I blame you.
Things. You know
248-539-9797. David, can I knock another call out? Can we do that? Thank you. Let's go over to Dave, 97.1. Hi, Dave.
How's it going, fellas?
Hey.
What's up?
Nothing, man. We looked pretty good against those boys. We got our best football ahead of us. We haven't even played
a great game. Yeah, we playing some good games, so I'm not in panic mode. One game at a time.
No, we needed that win Sunday for sure. And look, part of what we're going to talk about tomorrow. Like,
we needed it. We
now,
got it done.
you want to be the team we all think you are, go win Thursday night and take control of this.
That's it. We'll be flying the plane. But then what was all this talk last year about this time that Goff couldn't throw the long ball? He making people look stupid. He has a baby cannon. He don't got a cannon like Matthew Stafford or Mahomes, but he has a cannon.
He just chooses not to go downfield very often. And when J-Mo comes back, that's where he's going to have to take some shots.
And, Dave, in all fairness, everybody looks great when your receiver's wide open.
Definitely.
And look, J-Mo's biggest problem, he can be at the facility. He can't practice. Yeah. He can't practice through week 6. So the idea that you don't practice for 6 weeks and then 1 week you're going to be in the group and getting 8, 9 targets?
Right, because now you got to worry about your timing.
I've said to you since summer, my best guess on when he comes back and becomes a starter again, week 9.
I mean, I'm looking at these receivers, Mike.
Okay, you can try, but after all that time and you're not taking any live reps, do you really think they're putting you in the game where if you make one bad sight adjustment, it's a pick 6 the other way?
Correct. Now what he has to come to grips with is that at the most, he's the number 3 receiver.
Behind LaPorta.
Yeah.
And Amon-Ra. And we hope Gibbs.
Because here's the thing. For as right as I was about Carter,
oh dear,
I didn't realize LaPorta was going to be this good
Give him
this
his
quickly.
Music, will you please?
No,
honestly.
I'm saying LaPorta.
But when you say it that way, how am I not supposed to play this?
Sell him.
As right as I was. Good Lord. All right, let me get to business. Yeah. Oh, as right as I was.
Do your read to this.
Jalen Carter. All right, NFL, FanDuel. Thank you for killing that. All customers, no sweat, same game parlay, Thursday Night Football, Lions, Packers, NFL same game parlays. Great way to add some juice to the deal. Here, Sam LaPorta, over receptions, over yardage, anytime touchdown, right? It's a LaPorta fest. FanDuel.com/ticket. Don't miss out on your chance. Get that no sweat, same game parlay from America's #1 sportsbook. It's FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. Refund issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117. David, so much to do in the world of football. Do you want to just hit the damn music? Let's knock one out, shall we? That's actually the entire Big Ten if you're not Ohio State, Michigan, or Penn State. Yes, Rico.
So, Mike, we could either put the other 11 in a hat and just kind of randomly draw them out, but I figured that would only be radio for none. So let's just do another week of the RLB National Top 10.
Okay, a real top 10 where top resumes 10. Matter.
Resumes matter, and it's where you are as of this week, not where you're going to be 3 months from now, but as of this week.
All right.
At number 10, University of Southern California. Southern Cal just went on the road to Arizona State. Their defense, you've been saying it for the longest, it's not good at all.
And Alex Grinch is a good defensive coordinator, but they can't get it right out there. The transfers haven't worked.
Right.
And if you're in a one-possession game against ASU late, I would take Oregon over them. I would take Oregon State over them. I would take Washington over them.
You're right. I thought when they got to transfer the kid from
Bear
Georgia,
Alexander.
to come out there, I'm like, okay, they're now building up a defensive line, but no, it's not there.
I'm fine with them at 10 because Caleb's greatness is that. But Rico, I think they're a 3-loss team.
It's very possible because you won't be able to stop. Yeah, I could easily see that. Mike, at number 9, University of Michigan. Still struggling in the first half, and with the level of competition that they've played, that seems to be problematic, that it takes you to the third quarter to figure out how to beat a bunch of bad teams. Now, we're going to be talking about another team later on who's played a bunch of bad teams, but there was never any doubt that they were the best team on the field. For Michigan, you hover around and you're one play away from this thing getting too close for comfort.
I think you're a little low on them, but I'm not going to flip out. I'd probably have them at 5 or 6. You got them at 9.
Was based off resume as well.
Play somebody. I mean, honestly. Go ahead. Who's 8?
At 8, well, then you're really going to like this. The University of Georgia.
Okay, the man's law.
Hold on. You've also, the only reason why, at least you played South Carolina, but I have no reason to know what you are because
they were losing at the half.
Yeah. So I don't know where you are, but as of right now, you're at 8 for me. Now, later on,
David,
this could all change.
David, isn't this how the polls should work, though? Like, if you haven't played anyone, why am I rewarding you?
Yeah, I think 9 and 8 may be a little low.
What if it was 6 and 7 or 5 and 6?
I'm not going to argue. That's just a
look. The whole point is, I like that if he's doing a top 10 ranking, the resume has to matter.
And I love that you put Georgia ahead of Michigan because they play South Carolina. Right. That is a better matchup than anything Michigan's faced.
Right, and it's not to say that they're not a bad team. So stop texting in already. At number 7, at the University of Utah. They've defeated UCLA thanks to a pick 6, very first play of the game, and they defeated Georgia. No Cam Rising. They're getting it done without their star quarterback. I have them at number 7.
I would have Michigan and Georgia ahead of them. I understand what you're saying. I do. Cam Rising's health. I mean, when you're using terms like the surgeons get the final word, I don't know. Michigan would beat them. I get what you're doing, though. I'll live with it.
But you play Florida and UCLA. You got to be rewarded for something.
And they went to Baylor. I know that's no great shakes, but you still took a road trip to a Big 12 team.
At number 6, I got the University of Oregon, who just committed a felony against Colorado and Coach Prime.
There's no argument. I mean, they went to Texas Tech and played a night game. Not easy. I think they're really good. Are they better than Washington? Are they? Oregon, Michigan on a neutral field, it's probably still a lean to U of M. But I understand what this poll is. It's today.
Right.
Today, I'm fine with it.
Today. At number 5, probably the best defense in the land, the Penn State Nittany Lions.
Yeah.
What they did to Iowa was surgical.
The offense worries me. I mean, Aller, I keep waiting for it. I didn't love the play at Illinois. The West Virginia game was fine enough. This game was rain, and he clearly couldn't throw a wet football. I don't know, man. I'll live with it. Right. James Franklin's still a boob in big games, and I need to see Drew Aller do what at least Kyle McCord did at South Bend. Right. Show me a big drive against somebody I care about.
Yeah, on the road. So, speaking of which, you just spoke him up. Kyle McCord and Ohio State University coming in at 4. Big victory over Notre Dame, top 10 team at night in South Bend. You had to go down on the final drive, and you scored the touchdown with 1 second to go. Ohio State at number 4.
I'm fine with it. Is Washington 3?
At number 3, they just defeated Baylor 38
Oh, this poll
to
sucks,
6.
man. Are you kidding me? Texas at 3?
The university?
Disrespect.
No. Wait. Texas at 3, Mike. Sorry you feel that way, that you're disrespected. Because at 2, I do have the University of Washington, who has just totally dominated every team that they play. This is what you do when you're the superior team. You leave no doubt whatsoever. Your backups are going in at halftime. The walk-ons and freshmen are going in the fourth quarter, and it's never a game. Michael Penix, to me, he's the leader in the clubhouse for the Heisman right now.
Number 1's Florida State, then.
At
You're
number
valuing
1,
the 2 wins.
At number 1, Florida State. You defeated LSU, and you defeated Clemson, both on the road, though LSU was a neutral site, but you were not at home, and you still got the job done. Yeah, Mike, that's honestly Texas and Washington. I was flipping a coin to see who was going to be 2 and 3, but if we're going to value the top 10, man, Florida State has the best resume out there.
Here's the only thing I'd tell you with FSU. They're lucky Clemson doesn't have a kicker. Soft performance against BC. Go down to Clemson. We're a little sleepy early. The kid from science class misses a 29-yarder. Right. I would just be careful there. Texas should be number 1, but I know why you're not doing it.
No, at least put Texas 2 in my mind.
He just wants to hurt me.
The same argument is they beat a better opponent on the road than what Washington has beaten.
David, you're right, Alabama, but, Alabama ain't Alabama.
I understand.
And I said it was flipping a coin, but I mean, I'm just watching Washington. I'm just like, they're just pulverizing people.
I can let it go. I'll let it go because it's September 26th, and I'm not going to get upset by it.
And next week, they could be number 1 again.
Just on the heels of our Oh, boy. That's right. We're here past 6. That means baseball's not over.
You know what?
This sport just won't end.
Brought to you by Blue Magic.
Right.
I think
Nicky Barnes, presenting sponsor.
Mike, I really think that, we should just listen to what David has to say for the next 8 minutes.
I truly believe that Michigan State is a top 25 program and should go after whoever they think is worthy enough for their job.
I know. Well, David, it'll be great because the most honest thing they can do is just act like little bro. If they don't go out and act like sharks that are out for blood, they're telling their fan base they're not for real.
With the playoffs being expanded to 12 teams, if you're not acting like you're a top 15 team, then you're telling your fan base you get what you get. And maybe if we get a special player, a special quarterback, we find another canine, we'll compete. But other than that, don't ask us to compete. Still, pay for your season tickets and your personal seat license and your parking and all of that.
If I manage to outlive you, I am going to say this at your funeral. So I'm saying this while you're alive. That when you're in your box and I'm going to point and I'm going to go, and I told them they'd never find another canine. There is no other canine ever descending upon us.
Mike, I mean a special player that you have, you can, but see, that's the problem is you got to hope to find that guy, that player where real schools have that next guy. Well, and it's like Alabama, when you finally swing and miss, it looks bad because they've had Heisman Trophy winning quarterbacks. Ohio State has had Heisman candidate quarterbacks and wide receivers where you've had Kenneth Walker.
One of the names on my list, I think, would be able to fix this. But I'm just not ready to offer the list.
You going to give us that list at 6:11?
No, I just think it's irresponsible that on September 26th.
But yes, you have to tell your fan base we're going to compete for a playoff spot. And it's not even a number 1 seed, but we're going to be in there because here's the thing. Seeds 5 through 8 get rewarded with a home game. So you don't even have to be the cream of the crop for your fans to benefit from this, where you get a playoff game at Spartan Stadium.
Why is Roberto on the Roberto? It's like Scarface when the two guys are on the phone laughing in the sky with the money flying through the machine. Look at him back there. He's laughing, head tilted. He's on the phone with Sosa. I mean, what is going on over there?
Paul from Shelby is called.
Oh,
I quit.
Oh, that's it. Oh, Paul's giving him an earful. Okay. Yeah, say what again? Say what again?
I also
old friend sitting back reminiscing.
Right.
My God. All right, David, give me a few ticket texts. We'll get you to Tiger baseball. And again, you want to know why baseball's got problems? September 26th, your regular season's not over.
It's Miggy's final home.
I don't care. Go away already. Go away. Enough.
I love exhausted, Mike.
Enough.
Remember all the urban to Nebraska buzz last year? Weird. Don't remember everyone or anyone screaming about morality when that was going on.
No, because you have, okay, I always say this, and unfortunately a lot of people, they live in a bubble. But there's a big world out there, and I've been blessed enough in my life to travel it. MSU gets treated better everywhere than here. You have to leave the bubble of Detroit. Mm-hmm. You got to leave the bubble of the bought and paid for media. And you have to just understand they're viewed differently everywhere else but here. So it's just don't cater here. Catering here is like tailoring your behavior for social media. It's a road to poison. MSU needs to think bigger. Now, I don't know what they're going to do. I don't have a lot of faith that whatever they do will end up being exciting to me. But I am with Rico, and I will tell you this. If you're a donor and you've ever, and I consider if you've ever paid for your child to go to college, you are a donor.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? When you spend your money, you ever take out college loans, all right? You're a donor. I would just make them earn your time. Make them earn your money. Make them earn your emotion.
Wait a minute. I just thought about something.
What's that?
He always calls me the king of petty, doesn't he, David?
Yes, sir.
How petty is it that I'm dead in a box and he walks and stands over me and says, I told you there would never be another K9?
I think that's the ultimate petty. I think it is.
That is the ultimate petty, right? I just thought about he calls me the king of petty.
But
in
there
your
was
receipts.
a caveat. I said, if I outlive you.
Right,
it was just a warning.
You know what? He was a great friend. He was like family. He was like a brother to me.
I didn't say that wouldn't be a part of it.
F you.
Listen,
I told you there would be no more K9. Now go ahead and rot.
In the Hungry Man tray, there is an entree, a dessert, a vegetable. Those other things would happen. But you can bet your ass there's going to be some pudding in there that's going to say they're never getting I told you to never be another K9.
He's going to do the whole speech and everything, how great you are, and then end it with, and I told him.
David, they're getting ready to close it. Don't close it just yet. Hold on. I got one more thing. Told you. I told you. Did you listen to Mikey? Nah. You kept telling me there's going to be another K9.
Maybe there's another one where you're headed.
Go ahead and close it now.
Box.
Go ahead and close it now. Screw this guy.
Maybe
Let's
there's
go.
another one where you're headed.
Shut the box.
Screw this guy. Let's go. You carry your own self out of here.
As I just throw an empty tailgate man bag into your casket and shut it. We retire Rico's traveling man bag for all the tailgates he hits. It's like the jersey retirement as it just falls to the floor.
For the big tailgate in the sky.
That's right. Maybe you'll see K9 there. All right. Go ahead, David. Sorry.
I trade Hutch for Carter right now. I'm sick and tired of the excuses for Hutch. He makes 2 late sacks akin to scoring empty net goals and then they act like he's a beast.
It doesn't have to be.
It's not black and white.
That.
Right.
We're fine having Hutch. We need to supply him with help.
Right. He's our guy, so get him some help.
Someone's mentioning Jack Dickert. He's young and has
Jake Dickert.
Oh, Jake. I'm sorry.
He coaches Washington State. I know. He's another one of the new hotness guys.
He's got no conference.
Just tell him that.
You can do better than him.
You can
Mountain West,
you'll
Big
take
Ten.
whatever you want. I mean, Mountain West, Big Ten.
Mountain West.
Wow.
No, I'm kidding. I know. But my point, just let it breathe. A month from now, Wazoo's not supposed to be any good. What? They beat one goofball Wisconsin team. Just let it breathe.
But that's Luke Fickell, Wisconsin.
Screw him. Never wanted him. All right, that's enough. I'm done. I've had
Tiger baseball.
Yeah, you fans are the greatest. All right, well, here you go. Enjoy your last couple of games.
Here come the Tigers.
Good night, everybody.